Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. It's July 11th, Monday. I'm ready. Let's go into this list. The NFL top quarterbacks by ESPN. Get up. I want to say it's a joke, but obviously they have gone through, different coaches and executives. We'll have to get into that very, very quickly. So make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube super chat right here. All right, so I got the Giants and the Diamondbacks on MLB Network. Looks like it's top of the third, runners on first and third, 2 outs, Giants on the mound. And I was thinking of, we were just going to do mental health Monday, and we're going to go over, obviously mental health, issues, tips, to make things, be a little bit better for our lives. And I'm grinding it out, and I'm doing these, 5-hour live streams pretty much every day. Unfortunately, the Mariners and the Dodgers both have an off night. Okay. They have an off night, obviously, tonight. So no Dodgers, boo. No Mariners, boo. Right. But I got some football. I got some baseball. And like I said, I'm going to go over this because normally I don't get too worked up. You'll get certain articles that come out with top 10 lists, and they're garbage almost every single time. And a lot of us are biased. A lot of us are super opinionated. A lot of us know a lot about football. And clearly there's a lot of people out there that don't know anything about football and pretend that they do. Okay. So I definitely want to be able to go over these quarterback ratings, and you can, I guess base it on what you think they're going to do, this upcoming season. And like I said, I wanted to go over it because I think it's just as crazy as a list that I've seen in probably the last 6 months or a year. And I'll go over the actual list as well. But it's just crazy. And like I said, we'll go over everyone's opinion, and we'll see if we can kind of, make our own NWSF, a little bit more politically correct top 10 list. Not everyone is going to agree, but if you know me compared to everyone else on planet Earth, I don't have any bias or ties where I have to put someone at 1 or 2 or 3. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm just going to give you the honest truth, no strings attached. Like, this is what it is. And obviously with the top 10, there can be a little bit of movement from 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then obviously 6 through 10. And then we'll go over all of that. But man, the rankings were extremely questionable. So again, we will be going over that here in just a second. Message from a Golden Eagle fly. Eagles fly in the building. What to do? T Perfect, the main man. You know who I am, baby. He's going to keep grinding, bro. Love the content. Brady is God. Damn right he is. And like I said, we're trying to go for number 8, a 8 Super Bowl win out of 11 appearances. I think a lot of people are questioning Brady or thinking that he's going to just be washed up. They've been saying that for the last 5 to 10 years. It's not happening, okay? If anyone is going to be the most motivated quarterback in the NFL, going into next year, I really do feel it's going to be Tom Brady because it could be his last year. And then I also think Russell Wilson, dangerous, the disrespect is real. We're all these quote-unquote experts thinking that Broncos are going to finish last. You're smoking crack if you think the Broncos are finished last in the AFC West. They have a better chance of making the AFC Championship game or Super Bowl than finishing last in the AFC West, in my opinion. But we'll get over all the different tiers, and here is the actual list. 2022 quarterback rankings according to bullshit league executives, bullshit coaches, bullshit scouts, bullshit players, which I don't believe any of this is accurate. And it's from the Get Up on ESPN. So we should have already known that the list is absolute dog shit when you look at it. And, you can always argue maybe the top 4. You know what I mean? You can go 1, 2, 3, 4. You can put those in any really order, right? You can put those in any order, whatever you feel. I honestly think that, if you put Tom Brady number 1, a lot of people will, bicker and complain whether they love Brady, they hate Brady. But most people have Rodgers, Mahomes, Allen. I'm really surprised to see Russell Wilson at 8. I don't think he's 8th. Okay. And like I said, a lot of these quarterbacks are absolutely fantastic as we look at Rodgers, Mahomes, Allen, Brady, Burrow, Stafford, Herbert, Wilson, Watson. What? Watson. I mean, we do know you were the fourth best quarterback. You know, it was like Mahomes, Rodgers, Wilson, Mahomes, Wilson, Rodgers, and then Deshaun Watson a couple years ago. But guess what? You haven't played in a couple years. Okay. So I'm not really sure where they're, really basing this off of. And he's probably not playing this year. So I don't know why in the hell you got him at number 9, unless they're just doing it based off like talent. But I mean, what about, going into next year? I mean, are you thinking that Deshaun Watson is actually going to play? Very interesting. And then, you're going to get people like Hybrid, right? He said, sick of the Lamar disrespect. Well, you are incredibly biased, Hybrid. You are. I mean, you are a Ravens fan, just like a lot of fans on planet Earth. Okay. And I've already told you that I do feel that Lamar, all right, and Kyler, all right, like I told you, they need to get better. Okay. You can win an MVP, but no one thinks that he can actually throw the football consistently, right? On third down, win a playoff game. We just haven't been able to see him progress. Yeah, we've seen him win the MVP, but there's a lot of flaws in his game. Whether you want to admit it or not, it's the truth. And same thing goes for this guy right here and Kyler. Okay. You obviously have the ability like Lamar to run and throw. Okay. You can do both. Both of these guys can run and they can throw. All right. But when it comes down to clutch moments, in November and December, or maybe in the playoffs, we haven't seen it. Okay. And like I said, there's a reason why I kept telling you guys, month in, month out, week in, week out, day in, day out, Dak is better. I know he's on the Cowboys, but he would be, if Lamar was on the Cowboys, he'd be criticized. If Kyler was on the Cowboys, he'd be criticized. But if you had to pick a guy, regardless of team, you know what I mean? If you had a guy that you had to get a first down on 3rd and 9 in the NFC or AFC championship game between Dak, Lamar, or Kyler, and you're not running, we're just talking about throwing the football and going through your reads, who would you trust the most going into being able to win the game for you? There's only one clear answer, and it's Dak Prescott. I mean, it can be Lamar because I have him better than Kyler, but we will definitely go into the list, and we have a lot to discuss because, like I said, a lot of people are incredibly biased, for their favorite teams and their favorite players, okay? And you could definitely argue Lamar maybe over Deshaun Watson on this particular list. I'll give you that, okay? I'll give you that. But there's also another guy on the list that, will probably end up being a top 10 quarterback because you got Devontae, you got Renfro, you got Waller, you got Josh Jacobs. So even though, we already know Dak is pretty good, but you lost Amari Cooper, right? And I know Carr isn't as popular as Dak. And I know Carr isn't as popular as Lamar or Kyler. But last time I fucking checked, all right, popularity doesn't win you a fucking playoff game or take you deep into the playoffs, okay? So, and obviously top 10 lists are normally garbage in themselves, but this one was too laughable for me not to discuss and to go over. So I want to make sure that we go over this list. And like I said, I don't, you're not going to see me put Brady at 1. Okay. So even though if I think Brady is one of the top 1, 2, 3 quarterbacks, I'm not going to put him there. I definitely think that he could have won the MVP last year, based off his numbers. Look at his age, look at the yards, look at the touchdowns. So, I mean, they decided to give it to Rodgers, which is completely fine. But if you actually compare the numbers, Brady was deserving of the MVP. It's not like they won anything. They didn't win the Super Bowl last year, but you definitely could have given it to Brady instead of Rodgers based off what he did on the field. Not his name, not his clothing line, what he did on the field. And on top of that, his age. Okay. Fly, Eagles, fly. Message from a golden eagle in the building. What it do? T Perfect. Hey, the main man. He's talking about your boy. What it do? Sarah Small in the building. What it do? Let's get to $100 in the donos tonight. And, you have to be able to understand the Lamar disrespect. If it's from a Browns fan, a Steelers fan, or a Bengals fan, it's just going to be someone that's being a hater. But if it's coming from me And I have nothing against Lamar. I'm just telling the truth. Some people can't accept the truth on what it is, okay? Zachary, a.k.a. Zach Zabala, in the building. Mahomes, Rodgers, Brady, Allen, Herbert, Stafford. Top 6. We'll discuss. We will discuss. Let's go here. My boy T Perfect. He knows what to do. All right. He said, keep grinding, bro. Love the content. Brady is God. Damn right he is. Damn right he is. $2 in the donos. Let's get to a hundo. Hybrid's not happy about the list, but I do want to let you know, whether you think the list is booty or not, Lamar is overrated. Kyler is overrated as well. Okay. And does that mean that they can't improve and get into the top 10 on everyone's list? Of course they can. But there's definitely flaws in Lamar's game and not being able to go through his progression, being impatient and running way too soon. We know you're fast. We know you're the fastest quarterback, but you're hurting your team a lot of times by not going through the progressions. Also, you're also hurting possibly yourself, getting blasted by a safety or a linebacker. At some point, I know you're fast, but you're going to get hit hard and you might end up tearing an ACL. And I pray that it's not this season. So, I just want to be able to keep it real because I think a lot of people that are Ravens fans, a lot of people that are Cardinals fans, I'm not saying necessarily Hybrid is delusional, but a lot of Ravens fans are delusional. And a lot of Cardinals fans are delusional, thinking that their quarterbacks are maybe top 5, and they're really not. Okay. They're right at the end of the top 10. You know what I mean? If they're not in the top 10, they're very close, and the competition has gotten more fierce. And I'll tell you what, right now, whether you love, the Ravens and you love Lamar, I mean, I would take Burrow, I would take Herbert, and I would take Josh Allen in a heartbeat over Kyler and Lamar. That's facts. Pizzle in the building. What to do? Hey, in the building. Derek Tyler said Jameis is about to shine. Yeah, he definitely is not in the top 10 list, but Jameis could do well. The only knock I have on him is his maturity. Motherfucker is not mature, but he got his eyes fixed, and hopefully, he can lead you guys to the playoffs, and there's a chance that the Saints will be the 3rd best team in the NFC. I see the Saints. I see that, all the moves that you guys have made in the offseason and in the draft. I'm excited to go to battle against the Saints this season. Pezzle, Watson hasn't played in a year and probably won't play this year. Is top 10. The list is BS. But according to these guys, it's not BS because according to league executives, coaches, scouts, and players, which are not named, that this is the best list on planet Earth. Rodgers 1, Mahomes 2, Allen 3, Brady 4, Burrow 5, Matthew Stafford 6, Herbert 7, Russell Wilson 8, way too low. That's disrespectful. 9, Watson. That's the most glaring thing. Watson shouldn't even be on the list. I mean, even though we know he might be a top 10 talent and you were the 4th best quarterback, a couple years ago, you're not playing this year. You might not play the following year. You might not be playing in the league ever again. Why the fuck are you on this list? According to league execs, coaches, scouts, players going into next year. I mean, just having Deshaun Watson on the list makes it a trash heap, right? Absolute straight garbage. All right. That's facts. But I'm going to give you, we'll go together and we'll kind of, I got photos of all the players and we can kind of talk as a group to see if we can come to an agreement or somewhat of an agreement on what we think. Because let's be honest, Brady and Stafford don't get love in top 10 lists. It's all about the fresh faces. Allen, Burrow, Herbert, right? The disrespect to Russell Wilson is clear. Watson shouldn't be on the list, and Dak being on the list, there's nothing wrong with that. I've been telling you guys for years that Dak is a top 10 quarterback. I know he's on the Cowboys and he's not popular, but again, right? You don't have to, and even though Cowboys are quote unquote America's team, or maybe this is America's team. I mean, there's a lot of teams that could be America's team. Okay. All right. But with Dak, right? It's not about popularity because if anything, more people hate the guy than love him. You know what I mean? Outside of Cowboy fans, I might be the only one that actually likes him. You know what I mean? Like I like him. I think he's a good quarterback, but I do think that Lamar and Kyler are overrated, but are they top 10 quarterbacks? If they're not on the top 10, then one of them is 11. And maybe the other one is, at number 10, but we're going to discuss because obviously we know this guy, Deshaun Watson, I got some new photos up here for you guys as well. It shouldn't be on the list whatsoever. So obviously the glaring one is Watson, but we're going to go over this and try to see if we can come to some kind of understanding whatsoever. Crazy fucking list. And I figured that a lot of you guys saw this on Twitter, Instagram, and I doubt that any of you guys watch Get Up because it's a garbage program. Nobody watches ESPN anymore, but this came up on my Twitter feed and on Instagram, so I thought it was too crazy not to talk about. And this is the reason why they put it on Twitter and Instagram, because they know the list is so crap that people are going to discuss it. So hook, line, and sinker, you got me. All right. But, it's always a fun thing to talk about top 10 lists. And when you have one that's this fucking bad, it's comical. Okay. Let me see here. Pizzle. Watson hasn't played in a year and probably won't play this season. His top 10. BS. Exactly. Michael, Brady is the GOAT. Yes, he is. Let me see here. He said, yeah, but Watson in the top 10, like what? Right. And obviously you can take out Watson and you can put in Lamar. And we can debate on position. And like I said, you can argue all day and all night for position, but you should try to at least get the guys in the right spots or close to. Okay. T Perfect, $5. He says, Packers defense. Hey, Aaron, we held Jimmy G to a pathetic 13 points. We're at home. You're the MVP. So we win, right? Rogers, LOL. Well, you know what I mean? They've improved that. They got Rich Bashasha. Okay. They got him at special teams. They're going to firm that up. The defense looks good. No more Devontae Adams, but we definitely want to see Aaron play better. That's facts. T Perfect, I appreciate you. $5, my boy. $7 already. Let's get to a hundo. And Joe Burrow shouldn't be top 5. These lists are pissing me off. Can't wait till Lamar proves all these haters are wrong. But also, too, you lost Hollywood Brown. You didn't really go to him. I mean, do you understand why that Lamar gets criticized? And so just take your fandom for the Ravens, take your Raven hat off for a second. And if you saw Lamar on the Cowboys, but you can't do that. A lot of fans are just so ingrained on their teams and their players. But can you just imagine for a second if Lamar was on the Cowboys? The same thing would happen. You'd be criticized if you can't go through your progressions. We respect the hell out of you that you're the best dual quarterback with running and throwing, right? But the throwing part could be much, much better. There's a lot of guys that are much better than Lamar Jackson. That's facts, okay? There's a lot. There's a lot of guys that are better, and we want you to be able to go through your progression, and you lost one of your guys, right? And Hollywood Brown, that was averaging about 7 touchdowns a year for the last 3 years. So what are you going to go? You're going to go to Mark Andrews 50 times a game? You know what I mean? Maybe hand the ball off to J.K. Dobbins. You're going to go to Bateman? You're going to have options, but, we need to see you stay in the pocket and not run so much. I mean, you're like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you're a guy that runs like that, eventually your career ends. And he's been able to last longer than Kaepernick, RG3, and some of these guys like Marcus Mariota, because he's more talented than those guys. But you do have limits. And we want to be able to see you be better. But I don't think Lamar will ever be better than Russell Wilson, Herbert, Stafford, Burrow, Brady, Allen, Mahomes, Rodgers. The best you can hope for is being number 9, number 10 on the list. Maybe, if you could really prove the haters wrong, you got to get better offensive line, maybe a better coach, maybe better weapons. And then maybe at some point, maybe you'll be arguing for 5, 6, 7, 8, but I just don't see it. I mean, we'll see. But, I mean, I'm not sure if the organization is going to address that. Now, if you ended up getting another top-tier wide receiver like DK Metcalf, then things could change. But from what we've seen the last couple years, it's kind of like a facade. It's like kind of fugazi. It's like you see a player, and we know he's very, very talented in Lamar Jackson. But, just because he's your quarterback, you have to see the flaws. 3rd down and 9, season on the line, and you can't run. Do you really trust his arm? Really? You know what I mean? You could say, I don't know if I trust this guy. I don't know if I trust this. I don't even know if I trust this. And this is probably more clutch than this or this going into this season with Devontae Adams. You see what I'm saying? You lost Amari Cooper, but we've seen you getting better and better every year. I haven't seen Lamar get better and better every year. I haven't seen Kyler get better and better. And to be in the top 10, you want to make sure that you're progressing. You're improving. This guy shouldn't even be on the list. Okay. So if you want to put Lamar for Deshaun, you can go there, but he's not ahead of Dak. Okay. You know what I mean? I mean, like I said, everyone's got opinions, but I watched the film. I don't listen to what people tell me on ESPN or the other networks. I watch the film. I read the articles. I make the decisions. Okay? That's facts. Let's get to a hundo, baby. And with Burrow being at the top 5, it's questionable. It's questionable. You could have many guys at 5. Burrow, Stafford, Herbert, probably Russell Wilson. But I mean, if you're doing it based off popularity, right, hype factor, it would probably be Burrow or Herbert. You know what I mean? And Brady and Stafford don't get the love because they're more boring. You know what I mean? They're not swaggy. Like maybe, Brady's got some swag, but there's a lot of people that hate him. Let's be honest. And a lot of people don't like Stafford, even though he won for the Rams, because you want to see your team win. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? There's certain guys that are the popular guys. Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Herbert. Those are like the popular guys. You know what I mean? Wilson normally is a Rodgers, like an OG. Brady and Stafford are the OGs. Watson's just a fucking criminal. Okay. And Dak is probably the one that gets hated on the most. Okay. That's facts. All right. Let's go and talk to everybody here in the room. But like I said, there's not going to be an exact science to the list. But I just want to let the people know that are fans of quarterbacks on this list that I don't have any bias towards anybody. You're not going to see me put Brady number 1. You're not. Okay. And like I said, I feel like I have more of a pulse on the NFL than anybody that's on YouTube or on Twitch or on TV. No one works harder than me off screen. Okay. I'm dedicating like 18 hours a day to this channel out of 24 with either reading, film study, or doing 5-hour streams every day on here. Okay. All right. And no one's going to be perfect, but it could be a lot better than this fucking list. All right. And we'll see. We will see. Light Gaming, this is Lamar's make it or break it season. Sorry, I'm miserable. Ravens fans. Well, I'm not sure if they're miserable, but I'll tell you what, there's a reason why, Lamar Jackson hasn't got paid yet, right? Have you ever thought why Lamar hasn't got paid yet? Because they don't know if he is the guy, because he's not reliable game in and game out. He's almost a liability, okay? For popularity, yeah, he's top 10. Swag, how to dress, cool guy. Yeah, he's top 10. But what about on the field? And that's where we have a problem, because it's debatable if he's 10, and if he's not in the top 10, he's like 11, 12, maybe somewhere between 9, 10, 11, 12 is probably where Lamar really is. You know what I mean? There's a lot of competition in the NFL. You could put him at 8, 9, 10. Most people would have him there, but it might be 11. It might be 11. I don't think it's that crazy to think, to put someone there. All right. But we will go over the list as I get through these comments. But I agree. I don't agree that Ravens fans are miserable. All right. But the reason why Lamar hasn't got paid yet, because they don't know if they want to pay a guy $100 million, $200 million, $300 million for a guy that can't win a playoff fucking game. Okay. Yeah, I know you can run 100, 200 yards in a game. All right. I know you can. And I know you've had big 2, 3, 4 100-yard games, and you can throw for 3, 4, 5, 6 touchdowns in a game. But what about consistency? And they haven't, been really helped out with the wide receivers. O-line isn't good without Marshall Yanda there anymore. Obviously, he retired, Hall of Famer. They have injuries at running back. Defense needs, a few more people there. All right. But if we're just doing it based off Lamar, you know what I mean? We expect a lot more from Lamar Jackson and a guy that won MVP. Okay. We know he's great. All right. With running the football, but with throwing the football, it doesn't match his legs. It just doesn't. There's other guys that are more accurate. And I'm not saying he's horrible, because I'll take Lamar in a heartbeat over this guy. This guy, to me, is maybe the biggest fraud in the NFL as far as top 10. You know what I mean? I think even Carr will be better than Kyler. And obviously Arizona's hosting, the Super Bowl, and he can be great at running and obviously throwing in the first 2 months, September and October. But what happens in November, December, right? What happens? Production goes way, way, way down. So if you're a Lamar fan, at least you're better than Kyler. Okay? That's facts. All right. Let's go and scroll through the rest of these comments. YouTube GM, bro, I get Rodgers wasn't a game changer, but he played a decent game that would have been good enough for Brady's average team to win most times. I don't think Brady's have ever had average teams. That's a biased comment. Obviously, they've had top 10 defenses almost in his whole run, when he was with the Patriots, and we had one of the best defenses ever Obviously you got the 2002 Bucks, 2000 Ravens, 85 Bears. When we beat Patrick Mahomes and obviously held him to not even throwing a touchdown pass, I don't think it's ever been average. All right, Brady makes everybody better. That's a horrible take. And Rodgers obviously, won the MVP twice, obviously with who? Nathaniel Hackett, calling the plays. And obviously with Rodgers, you expect more, but when they lost the Niners, it was run defense. When they lost the Bucks, it was run defense. When they lost the Niners, it was special teams, but when you're at home and you're the MVP for the second year, that last game was on you. All right, you can bitch and complain about the defense and the special teams, but when you're back-to-back MVP and you can throw for 50 touchdowns and 4 picks, something of that nature, it's a little exaggerated, but you know what I mean. If there's anyone that can throw for 40 or 50 touchdowns and 4 interceptions, losing that game to the Niners at home, unexcusable. And that's why people rip Aaron Rodgers. It's facts. Okay? It's like we all want to root for the guy, most of us, to be able to try to win a Super Bowl. But, when you don't win games in the playoffs, let alone you have a 500 record at home at Lambeau, I thought there was home field advantage, but apparently for one of the GOATs, Aaron Rodgers, it isn't. It's like he almost would be better off playing on the road. And that's facts. Like gaming in the building, what to do. Now I don't even know who's better between the two, but he gets too much hate for every little thing. Well, there's a reason why Rodgers gets hate, because even Packer fans are frustrated with it. Come on, YouTube GM. I know you have takes, but that take is this take is horrible. All right. You just went back 5 points in the friendship status. Come on, buddy. This is a horrible take. All right. Let's see here. YouTube GM, quarterbacks are overrated in general. Incorrect. Another horrible take. All right. Offense, defense, defensive line, and coaching are important, but you can't get anywhere without a QB. You know what I mean? You have to have a QB. Come on, bro. 2 bad takes already? This is not going good for you, bro. YouTube GM, you haven't been in the room in a long, long time. This is not a good look right now for you. You are going to get ripped to shreds. Not a good look. Riggs, my boy, bold prediction, Justin Herbert, MVP. Now, this is something that could happen. You're a Steelers fan, but you realize if you end up looking at the numbers for Justin Herbert, all right, there's a reason why we think that this guy could end up being the Bengals of Burrow from last year. All right. But what I've been trying to tell you guys, and everyone wants to jump on the Allen train. Allen's so much better. He's not. All right. And Joe Burrow's so much better. He's not. All right. They're all kind of connected together and they're very, very close. Okay. But last time I checked, all right, when I ended up looking at the stats, and for a lot of you guys, you don't even look at stats. You guys don't look at film. You don't look at stats. Maybe ESPN tells you what to think, or Fox Sports, or The Herd, or Pat McAfee, or that garbage show, Good Morning Football, that's on now. All right. But last time I checked, if you end up looking at some of the stats, there's certain guys that are a little bit better than you really think. Okay. Justin Herbert in his first 2 seasons. Okay. 9,350 yards. That was not only the most, right, by a guy in the first 2 years for the current quarterbacks that are playing right now. It's more than any quarterback in NFL history. Better than this guy, better than this guy, better than this guy, better than anyone that has ever suited up with cleats on a football field. Ever. All time. Out of every quarterback that ever played NFL. Period. The number one. Justin Herbert. 9,350 yards, most ever. You think he's slowing down? And he's had shitty coaching with Anthony Lynn and Staley. Imagine once he actually gets good coaching. And they said, he can't play underneath center. He's not a good leader. All right. And you can say, Oregon bias. I watched the guy front row, all right, through his whole career behind the Duck bench. If anyone knows how to evaluate, when I say that the Duck players are shitty or questionable, injury prone like Kayvon Thibodeau, I tell you, this is the one guy that I will defend with my life to the very end. This guy is not like the other old Oregon quarterbacks. He's not Mariota. He's not Joey Harrington. He's not Achilles Smith. This guy has a chance to be the number one quarterback in the league sooner than later. You know what I mean? It might not be this year, but you can tell the trajectory is going there. He just needs better coaching. The weapons are there. Obviously, if you look at the talent that Herbert has, right? If you look at the talent surrounding him, they honestly, on paper, have a top 4 team in the NFL. Chargers, Bills, Rams, Buccaneers. On paper, they have an amazing roster. Khalil Mack? Are you kidding me? J.C. Jackson? Bosa? Derwin James? Asante Samuel Jr.? Rashawn Slater? I mean, I don't even need to go over Mike Williams or Eckler or Keenan Allen. They just need better coaching. First 2 seasons in the NFL, 9,350 yards, most ever, out of any quarterback that ever laced them up. Surprising, isn't it? Passing TDs, 69. I know that's a sexual number, but guess what? We ain't talking Mark Henry, sexual chocolate. We're talking about the most fucking touchdowns passed, thrown for completion, for touchdowns in NFL history. 69 is the most ever by any quarterback that's ever played. Joe Montana, Peyton Manning, Brady, Mahomes, Rodgers, better than those. Okay? 300 plus yard games. And this is one that'll surprise you. 17 in 2 seasons. That means he pretty much had a whole season of 300 plus yard games. You know how much that is? Most ever. Stop coming at me with the Justin Herbert slander that I'm just a bandwagon guy because I love Oregon and I go to Oregon games. Stats don't lie. First 2 seasons, 9,350 yards, most ever. Passing TD, 69, most ever. 300 plus yard games, 17, most ever. The guy's going to win MVP sooner or later, all right? The guy's better than Burrow. The guy's better than Josh Allen, okay? Those guys might have maybe better coaching, maybe a better path to get to the Super Bowl. They don't have the injury curse like the Chargers do, all right? And he's just getting started. So when I see something like this from a Steeler fan, all right, when I see something like this from a Steeler fan, this isn't a crazy take, okay? This could be something. It might not happen this year. Am I saying that the Chargers are going to go to the Super Bowl this year? No, but there is a chance that they overachieve, win the division or get second, and then maybe go to the AFC Championship game, and it's possible that they have a run similar to Joe Burrow last year, okay? Don't ever sleep on this guy. You know what I mean? Like I said, I think the talent level for this guy and his swag is crazy. The best college football team ever assembled. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Burrow, Justin Jefferson, Jay Jetta, Jamar Chase. Get the fuck out of here. All right? But if you're looking at overall talent, you know, this guy's arm is a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? And if you look at accuracy, being able to throw the deep ball with accuracy, all right? People are going to say Herbert and Mahomes probably are the most accurate deep ball throwers. Allen's got the strong arm, all right, just like Mahomes, but he ain't as accurate, right, as some of the other quarterbacks in the league. All right, there's other guys that are a little bit more accurate, all right, than guys like this. Now, he's a popular guy. They probably will go to the AFC Championship game, and they probably will go to the Super Bowl this year if it's not maybe someone like this as a bold prediction. You know, or someone like this as a bold prediction, okay? They got the easiest schedule. They're going to rout a lot of teams. They're probably going to go 14-3, but that doesn't mean they're going to win the Super Bowl, okay? Because if you end up going against this in the Super Bowl or this, guess what, Bills Mafia? You're not winning. That's his bottom line. Too much motivation here, and obviously the chance to repeat and go back-to-back. But from a Steeler fan with Riggs and my guy in NASCAR, this is actually a realistic thing that could happen in the next 3 years. It might happen this year, but the only way that if it happens this year, they have to finish in first. First in the AFC West. They got to be like 13-4. And like I said, you're going to be able to see the evolution of Burrow and Allen and Herbert. It's going to be special. You know what I mean? We had, Phillip Rivers, Eli, and Big Ben. Guess what? This, and this are going to be a hell of a lot better. That's his bottom line facts. My boy Riggs, Steeler fan, all right, and he ain't gonna be able to come up with some bullshit right there. I love that. That is something that could be a bold prediction. Bang, bang, $5. I appreciate you. All right, my dude. Oh, we got $12 already. Let's go. He said, I'm good, but I'm going to sleep soon. Well, you need to get some sleep because those takes have been bad. Hopefully you can get some rest and come back with better takes than the first two. Okay. All right. You got to go through the film. You got to go through the history. All right. You got to go through everything instead of just blindly saying something. Okay. And I know you read and I know you've seen film, but those takes were not good. Okay. The takes were not good. And I don't want to see takes like that, bro, because not only will you get commented by me, you're going to get commented by a lot of other people in the room as well. Okay. All right. But this is the first horrible take. Okay. This is the first bad one. Okay. Brady has never had average teams. Okay. Their defenses normally are in the top 10. Okay. And Brady makes everybody better. That's why they were so good, because you made guys like Julian Edelman and James White relevant. Okay. That's facts. Come on, man. Be better. YouTube GM, be better, brother. Come on now. And this is another bad one. Come on, man. You got to have a quarterback, offensive line, D-line, defense, and coaching, but you got to have at least, normally in this day and age, a top 12 quarterback. Okay. Maybe, you can get away with it. Maybe you can get away with it with the 2002 Bucks with Brad Johnson. The league is different. Maybe you can get away with it with Trent Dilfer in 2000 Ravens. The league is different. Or maybe it could be the 85 Bears with Jim McMahon and the headband. The league is different. You're going to need a guy that can, be able to sling it. And that's the bottom line, because O-Dog said so. $12. Come back next time with a better hot takes, my dude. Come on now. Light gaming. Lamar is super overrated. I wouldn't say super, but I think that a lot of times we look at guys that are popular, either on social media or in general. They know how to dress. They got a lot of friends. You know what I mean? But last time I checked, popularity doesn't help you win playoff games or win a Super Bowl. That's facts. Lamar has some excuses, but he's been underwhelming. Of course. That's why, them saying that, hey, borderline top 10 quarterback with Kyler, there's definitely a backbone to that. Okay. Zach says Lamar looks built this offseason. He does look like he's been working out better. Brandon Simmons in the building. He's got a Cam Newton Panther there in his photo. $1.99. Bang, bang, bang. Appreciate you, bro. $1.99. I appreciate you for Mental Health Mondays. Bang, bang. Let's go. And I got all the photos up here. So like I said, I just want to give a quick breakdown, because like I said, there are so many delusional NFL fans that are out there. And sometimes, you have so much fandom for your players and your team that you can't see the truth. When someone tries to criticize by not being a dickhead, or just, they're an enemy of yours in the division and it doesn't have any substance or stats behind it. But when you actually have stats and film to back what someone is saying, and I could give two shits for a top 10 list. You know what I mean? It's all, based off your own narrative. Okay. And that's facts. Let me scroll through here. $14 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. Let's do it. Mahomes and Allen are the best quarterbacks right now. Would you agree? That's tough. You know what I mean? Because we know Mahomes and we know Allen are fantastic, right? We know that they're great. They're great quarterbacks. Really the thing that's been holding the Bills back is two things. The Chiefs, right? And the ability of not being able to get past them. But now they don't have Tyreek and they don't have Honey Badger. So now you might be able to get past them. But the inability to run the football consistently and have a balanced offense has been the Bills' bugaboo, right? You have all these running backs, but I don't see a Jonathan Taylor. I don't see a Derrick Henry. I don't see an Alvin Kamara. And once you end up getting a guy like that, then things will change. I know you drafted a guy this year that could be a guy, and you got a lot of other guys that are on there like Singletary, Zach Moss, but all those guys are RB2, RB3 change of pace backs. You know what I mean? And then you get like Duke Johnson. I mean, all these guys are okay, but Allen is probably a better rusher than anyone that's actually at running back running the football. That's a problem. You know what I mean? So to say that Mahomes with no Tyreek anymore, stats might go down a little bit, and there's a chance that they finish third, and they may or may not make the playoffs at 10 or 11 wins. It's going to be interesting. I don't think they'll finish last, but I think there is a possibility of finishing first, second, or third. Okay. Allen's going to finish first in the AFC East, and they probably are the favorite to go to the Super Bowl, but I don't think that they would win. And they are a favorite to get to the AFC Championship game because they're favored in every game in Vegas. Okay. They're going to win a lot of games this year. All right. But when it comes down to balance offense and that defense, I'm not sure if I trust them, in the playoffs. They can get to the Super Bowl and AFC Championship game. They're right on the cusp. They couldn't get past this, right? But they should be able to get past that now. But the only problem is that now you have to deal with this. Now you have to deal with this. Now you have to deal with this. Now you might have to deal with this year, next year, maybe never ever, maybe this, and then this, and then this. It's not going to be easy, okay? But they got good coaching. The only problem I have with their team is really the running game, okay? But to say that Allen and Mahomes are the best, I think I would disagree. You know what I mean? Because you still got Rodgers, even though Devontae Adams isn't there. Him and Mahomes are going to be putting up monster numbers. Allen is just the popular guy. You know, the media wants to shove down your throat. Just like they did with Joe Burrow, remember? Joe Burrow, he's got so much swag. He's got the drip. Joey Burr, all right? Joe Cool, all right? He got all the nicknames. The Tiger King, okay? But just because you got 10 nicknames doesn't mean that you're going to beat someone like this in the Super Bowl. And it wasn't him that won it for him. He didn't really play that good. It was the defense, okay? You know, but sometimes ESPN, Fox Sports, and all the, you know, outlets like to shove this down your throat, right? Because it's the popular thing to do. Guys are popular. He knows how to dress. He's a cool guy. He's got a lot of swag. He's really likable, just like this guy. But just because you're fucking likable doesn't mean that you're going to win a Super Bowl when you have no offensive line. And that's where a lot of people lost money, because they can't look past this, the tunnel vision of what ESPN and these other outlets are telling you. He's so cool. He's so good. And, oh, yeah, he is cool. He is good. All right, $100 on Burrow. And then you come back later complaining to me that you bet $100 on the Bengals and they lost. Well, no shit. I told you that they weren't going to win. I told you. I haven't got a Super Bowl winner wrong in 21 years. What else do you want me to fucking tell you? Okay? But I think that as far as best quarterbacks, you know what I mean? You got Rodgers, you got Mahomes, you got Allen, you got Brady, there's Burrow, you got Stafford, you got Herbert, you got, how is Russell Wilson so far down? Have we forgotten that he was a top 3 quarterback forever? And I'll be honest, if I had to choose between Allen and Russell, I'm going Russell all day, all night. This guy can make a Super Bowl, but are you actually going to win it? If this guy gets to the Super Bowl, he's got a better chance. You know, they're going to win one, lose one. I'm not sure if I can say the same for this guy, if they're going to actually win it. They could get to a Super Bowl or two. Bills went to 4 Super Bowls in a row. They never won. Okay. He's better than Jim Kelly. All right. But I think that this guy, right, the OG is better than, I mean, this guy's got youth on his side. Obviously, you look at the list. Josh Allen's 25, Russell's 33. But last time I checked, you know, age is just a number, right? And if you look at the guy at number 4, what does that say? 44. So you can defy age, okay? But Russell Wilson being 8 is comical. It's fucking downright disrespectful. Watson shouldn't be on the list. But those are the 2 glaring things that are absolute dog shit about this list. Wilson being 8 and Deshaun Watson even being on the list. I think we can agree to that. And then, you know, Herbert's popular, right? Herbert's popular. Stafford's not necessarily popular, but, you know, adding Allen Robinson, right? Having a healthy running back crew, having Cooper Kupp, defense is still intact. You traded out, you know, obviously Von Miller, you got Bobby Wagner. Things are still looking pretty good, but Matthew Stafford isn't popular. You know what I mean? He's not popular. You know what I'm saying? He's not. You know what I mean? He's just not a popular guy to be on a list. Neither is Dak. You know what I mean? And apparently Russell Wilson is, to some of y'all, washed, right? He's got the number 1 selling jersey from fans for a reason, because they are going to win a Super Bowl while he is there in Denver. Okay? John Elway, Peyton Manning, Russell Wilson. Whether you love Dangerous or you don't, he's accurate. He's a winner. He might be corny as fuck. He might be the corniest Mr. Unlimited. This guy might be the corniest motherfucker on planet Earth. All right? But what I do know is that, you know, with him and Sierra and that family that he's got, all right, he is money. All right? And you're not going to be able to stop this guy. It's been the first time that he had an offensive-minded coach in his career. So to have him sitting at 8 is fucking comical, okay? It's all about who you have at coach, all right? And if you are coachable and if you're motivated. And that's my personal take on it. Out of all these guys on this list, there's only one thing that I can guarantee, is that Russell Wilson on this list will win a Super Bowl before his career is over. You can't say that for anyone else on the list. And that's for me personally, you know, just because I know I got ESP, okay? You might believe me, you might not, but I'm telling you, this is how it goes. And a lot of y'all want to argue with me. A lot of you guys, you know, are very smart. You love your teams. You love your quarterbacks. But a lot of y'all are fucking delusional as fuck. And I got to be able to just tell it to you how it is, whether you like it or not. You know what I mean? It's just sometimes you got to hear it from an outside source. I'm not a Steeler fan bashing Lamar. I'm just telling you, this is how everyone sees him. Maybe you don't want to hear it, but you got to hear it and stop thinking that he's better than he is, because he's not Russell Wilson. He's not going to ever be as good as Russell Wilson. Ever. Okay? He's not. Ever. All right? He's not on Herbert's level or Burrow or Allen. And I don't know if he'll ever will be. I don't think he will. All right? And it has nothing to do with race. Okay? It has nothing to do with race. Because I like Dak, I like Russell, I like Mahomes. There's certain guys that are better. It has nothing to do with white quarterback, black quarterback. It has nothing to do with that. We've already proven and seen that black quarterbacks are ballers and they can do it. All right? You know, starting off with Warren Moon and Doug Williams, and it's gotten much, much better over the years. Okay? I mean, when I watch football and I watch this, regardless if guys are half black, half white, if you guys want to get really technical with it, you know what I mean, compared to someone that's 100% Caucasian, okay, this guy balls out, okay? This guy balls out, half or not, okay? This guy balls out, okay? It just so happens that Dak is better than Lamar. Dak is better than Kyler. And this is maybe the only thing they got correct on the list. They have Dak on the list. They actually, they have one thing correct. I mean, there's other things that are correct on the list, but they actually have Dak over Lamar and Kyler on the list. So congratulations, ESPN Get Up. You can do one thing, I guess, somewhat correct, but the list overall is straight garbage, okay? And like I said, I don't like being able to roast anybody, but you got to be able to look at everything, okay? You got to be able to look at everything. And sometimes, stats, can lie to a certain degree, okay? Like this right here. He didn't put up better numbers than Mayfield, Bridgewater, and his situation wasn't any worse, all right? But like I say, Kirk Cousins, you know what I mean? If he ends up having a lot of 300-yard games and they're down by 20 every game, that doesn't mean that the guy's an elite passer. It just means that the team sucks and he's throwing to try to catch up. So, even if Justin Jefferson and Thielen are getting deep balls and scoring, that doesn't mean that he's just like some amazing, great quarterback because he's throwing for all these 300-yard games. If you're down by 20 going into the third or fourth quarter, what are you going to do? You're not going to run the football with Dalvin Cook. You're going to throw the football. So you got to look at it that way too. Okay? You know what I mean? Everyone's going to have different opinions or objectives or perspectives, but I think with me, I'm not going to have any bias whatsoever. Okay? And that's facts. All right, let me keep going down. I promise I will get caught up. $14. Let's get to a hundo. Let's do it. YouTube GM. He said bang. Bang, bang. Let's keep going. Mahomes and Allen are the best QBs right now. Gosh, yeah. And then obviously as we were going through, the list, I mean, I'm not sure if you can really say that. You know what I mean? Because after what Brady did last year, you know what I mean? Should have probably won the MVP, but, at 44 years old, I guess age doesn't have any factor, of leading the league in like yards and touchdowns. It's just, you want to hate on Brady because he's just so good and he's got 10 Super Bowl appearances, 7 wins. You know what I mean? So I think when you look at this list, for me, right, I would probably swap out Burrow and I'd put in Russell Wilson, right? I'd probably put in Russell Wilson on the list. I mean, the Josh Allen hype, I can see, what you're doing, but, I would be sliding guys down a little bit. I would still be going Rodgers, Mahomes, Russell Wilson. I would still be, putting Russ up there. Allen obviously is a great, great quarterback, but maybe I would go, Rodgers, Mahomes, Allen, Wilson, and then Brady, or Rodgers, Mahomes, Allen, Brady, Wilson. But I would put Wilson definitely over some of these other guys. And who's to say that Allen and Burrow are better than Herbert? I don't think so. Maybe Allen and Burrow have better teams. All right. But this might be the year that the Chargers break out. And like I said, he already broke the record for the most yards. All right. We already went over this already. Okay. First 2 seasons, most yards, 9,350. Passing TD 69, and then 300 plus yard games 17. But according to this list, he's not as good as Allen or Burrow. So you already know the list is fucked. Okay. And he's going to get better. And the team has been getting better. They just need better coaching and they need the injury, curse to go away. So that's a tough one. You know what I mean? To really debate on who is the best. You know what I mean? Because even though Josh Allen is the popular choice, who's to say that Herbert is top 5 and Allen maybe he's number 6, number 7 when the season's over. We assume that Allen's going to make the Super Bowl. We assume that they're going to make the AFC Championship game because they couldn't get past the Chiefs. But numbers-wise, I mean, Herbert is going to be right there with Allen, right? Maybe the Chargers are not as proven, and they choke, and they can't stop the run, and they have an injury bug, and their coaching stinks, But I don't know about Allen and Burrow being better than Herbert, okay? And I don't know about Russell Wilson being so low on the list either. Stafford is disrespectful. I mean, the Stafford at 6, we already know Stafford is very, very good. He's not going to get all the love. The Stafford position might be pretty accurate, around 6, 7. You know what I mean? Deshaun shouldn't be on the list. Dak at 10 is pretty accurate. But the Herbert, Stafford, and then the Burrow, Allen, you know what I mean? It's definitely debatable quite a bit. Rodgers losing Devontae, Mahomes losing Tyreek. I mean, and then, Brady's a little bit older, but we still got a good team. I mean, who's to say it's not, Allen and Herbert and Burrow? You know what I mean? Like, we know Rodgers and Mahomes and Brady are great, right? But Allen, Burrow, and Herbert are coming. And that's facts. All right, let me keep going. And I got all the pictures here that we can go over. I got all the quarterbacks here for us to go over. Okay. Burrow at 5, he's not 5. So if you're looking at this list right here, you want to argue, go ahead. You want to argue, you can argue, right? You can argue all this, right? But this, Burrow is not the 5th best quarterback in the league. Okay? Burrow is not the 5th best quarterback in the league. He's good, but he's not 5th. Stafford's not 5th. I think if you're going to put the 5th best quarterback in the league, I think for now, it should be him. You know what I mean? And then, obviously, Herbert, really, really close. You know what I mean? But we want to see it, obviously, even though you broke all those records, you know what I mean? We need to be able to see you win. But if we're talking about just quarterback performance only, not team wins, quarterback, Herbert is better than Burrow. And I'm sorry, Herbert is better than this guy too. I mean, the stats don't lie. You know what I'm saying? The stats don't lie. So, I mean, as you're looking at the list, if you're looking at skill set, you know what I mean? With everything that's going down, I mean, you can go, obviously, we know he's great with the skills. Herbert needs to get a little bit more love. You know what I mean? He needs to get a little bit more love. Allen's great too. We know Brady. We got Russell Wilson. You know what I mean? But I think if you're looking at the scheme of things, with the quarterbacks, like, you can do 1, 2, and then if you want to go, 3, and then 4, 5, and then if you want to go 6, 7, 8, and then put in Lamar at 9, and then Dak at 10, but except I would put Dak at 10 and then over Deshaun. So it'd be Dak at 9. And then instead of Deshaun Watson, you can go Lamar at 10 or Carr. Because Carr's stats are going to be very, very good. Honestly, Carr's stats are going to be better than Lamar. You know what I mean? So you could actually argue that could be the position. You know what I mean? This guy might not even be playing. Lamar's talented, but I need to see more. And I need to see more out of this guy too. So even though this guy might not be as athletic as him, when you end up having an offense led by Josh McDaniels, okay, right? And you have Devontae Adams, arguably the best wide receiver that's not named Cooper Kupp or Tyreek. And you already have the best slot and the best, probably most underrated wide receiver in the NFL in Hunter Renfrow. And you got a top 3 tight end in Darren Waller, Raiders. And you have a top 12 running back in Josh Jacobs, right? When he's healthy, he's top 10, but normally he's not. Offensive line is garbage. Defense is garbage for the most part, besides like Max Crosby and a few others, Chandler Jones, okay? But besides really Max Crosby and a couple others, defense isn't really that great. O-line is questionable. Who's to say that Carr can't have a better year than Lamar or Kyler? I think this is very possible, okay? And I would put Dak above Carr, right? Stafford is good, but I would have him there. And then as list follows, this would maybe be a little bit more accurate. Rodgers 1, Mahomes 2, Allen 3, Brady 4, Russell 5. Okay. Super Bowl contenders. You know what I mean? And then you got guys that, even with me, Allen at 3 is a media pick. I don't necessarily think Allen is the 3rd best quarterback to me, honestly. If it's me, you know what I mean? If I'm doing this, I'm still probably doing something like this. And I'll show you. This is how I'm normally going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Based off the season coming up on what we're going to see. You know what I mean? And in reality, I mean, who knows? You know what I mean? With some of these other guys, you know, you might end up seeing something like this, where you get guys at the top, you know, that maybe you don't think are going to be up that high, but maybe it ends up being guys like Brady and Wilson and Herbert and Allen and Burrow, and maybe Rodgers and Mahomes take a little bit of a step back because you don't have Davante Adams and you don't have Tyreek. Think about that for a second. This team got better. Obviously, you got Robert Woods out of there, right? You got him out of there and you ended up getting Allen Robinson. Allen Robinson might be the best number 2 in the league with Godwin and Adam Thielen. He's like a number 1, okay? So it's going to be very, very interesting on how everything plays out. But, I mean, for talent's sake and how I feel the list is, this is kind of how I feel personally the list is. Let me see here. Yeah, I kind of like it like this. Rodgers 1, Mahomes 2, Russell Wilson 3. Never disrespect Russell Wilson. He was always a top 3 quarterback with these guys. What makes you think that he's going to be bad? You know what I mean? What makes you think that he's not hungry to be able to get to a Super Bowl? You know what I mean? The Broncos have great history, okay? And you can never question Brady. You know what I mean? Even though it's not popular to have him in the top 5, it would be more popular to have him, and him. Well, let's not forget what he did last season. He should have won the MVP. At 44, I mean, he's still putting up yards. He can still lead the league in yards and touchdown passes. I mean, name another guy that's over 40 that could do that. Maybe this guy when he's 40, but there's not going to be a lot of guys that are going to be able to do that. You know what I mean? Maybe this guy, maybe this guy, maybe this guy. But, you know, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, based off his first 2 years. If his first 2 years were not most ever in passing yards, 9,350. Most ever in NFL history, 69 passing TDs in the first 2 years, most ever. And most ever in 300-plus yard games, 17. I wouldn't have him in my top 5. It's not this Oregon bandwagon shit. He just literally is the best ever in the first 2 years in crazy categories. Are we thinking that, oh, that doesn't matter, and I'm just going to go with the popular pick because the team is better and they almost – you know, have been getting closer and closer to the AFC Championship game or the Super Bowl? I get it. He's popular. All right. But he's not better than Herbert. And I get that he's popular, but he's not better than Herbert. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Shouldn't be on the list. And then, you know, at 10, 10. I mean, you're all going to be battling for a spot, but based on what they got with Davante, and you lost Hollywood Brown, and obviously, you know, DeAndre Hopkins with the cheating, obviously you can't do it on your own, and you fail in November and December. I think there's a great chance that even though you're popular and you could be in Oakland A's, nobody watches you there in Oakland, okay? The fans don't even show up. And if you want to go into gaming, you can do that after your career's over. All right, but there's a lot of question marks here, and you lost Hollywood Brown. You got Mark Andrews, who's arguably a top 3 option at tight end, but who else? Honestly, who else? And you run too much. Stop the running, stay in the pocket, and we'll start respecting you. So I think this guy normally has been my 11th best quarterback for years. It's been him, it's been Kirk Cousins and Tannehill. Over and over and over and over, and now you got Davante Adams and McDaniels. Guess what? You're in the top 10 now. Do you see what I mean? I don't do lists based off this garbage, okay? I do it based off me watching film and me seeing what I see. And even though, all right, a lot of people have this guy at 2 and 3 and 4, they can go to the Super Bowl. They can. They can go to the AFC Championship game. They can win. But I'll tell you right now, if you play this, you're not winning. And if you play this, you're not winning. And those are the 2 most likely teams going into the Super Bowl, this team and this team from the NFC. Okay? I'm just saying. Same thing goes for Russell Wilson. You can make the Super Bowl this year, but if you play this, you're not winning. And if you play this, right, and this, I don't know. It's going to be very, very interesting to see where it goes. But I feel that is a little bit more accurate to me. You know what I mean? And I don't have any type of bias, like I'm not really a Rodgers guy, you know what I mean? But I respect what he does, on the field. We just need to see it in the postseason, right? But you lost Devontae Adams. So this list already having Rodgers at 1 and Mahomes at 2 might shift. It might shift a little bit where Russell maybe goes up, right? Maybe Herbert goes up. Maybe Allen goes up, right? Maybe Burrow goes up a little bit. You know what I mean? And so maybe you see something, different, at the top. And maybe you're still up there in the top 5, but maybe there's other guys that step up that could have bigger years because you lost Devontae and you lost Tyreek. Just something to think about, right? And then you still got other guys that are going to be hungry, right? Hungry for the ribs and hungry for the championship, okay? That's facts. All right, let me keep going through the comments because I know I got a lot. And a lot of people will get mad at me and swear at me and, say all kinds of things. But ask yourself this. Out of any show that you've ever watched on TV, podcast, or YouTube, who is the most unbiased that you've ever met online, period? You know what I mean? Like, I'll criticize my own team. I give love to the Saints. I don't need to do that. You know what I mean? Think about that for a second, okay? All right, I'm scrolling down. Yeah, the Heinz Field thing was iconic. Now it's something horrible now. I know you read it to me, and I talked to a lot of you guys off stream, and I'll have to check the Cash App and everything else. So, and this is a good one for me to be able to go over because this is a top 10 list. It's called Acrisure Stadium. Horrible name. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is Acrisure Stadium? I mean, at least make it like a bank, like US Bank Stadium. That's what I asked him. Is it going to be a bank name? Yeah, tough. Let me see here. So I'm going to say optimistic because this does feel like a new era for the and like I said, no playoffs. Kenny Pickett, Mitchell Trubisky. It's going to be a learning curve for a couple years, but after a couple years, you should be able to compete. With the Bengals, and then we got to see what the Ravens do if they can stay healthy. J.K. Dobbins being healthy will definitely help his progression on getting better. But the fact that you don't have Hollywood Brown and he's here now. Okay, this doesn't help your cause. All it tells me is Hollywood Brown is out and you were already running too much. Now you're going to, instead of running for 80 to 100, now you're going to be running for 200 or 300. You're just going to be trying to run and break the record every week instead of, and you can't go to Mark Andrews 50 times a game. So I'm very concerned. Bateman will be decent and they got guys, but does anyone really think the Ravens are going to be a playoff team? I don't. So I think that they could be good, close to 8, 9, 10 wins, but they're nowhere near this. Not even fucking close. And the Steelers got a long ways to go too. That's just me keeping it honest and truthful. But I guess some people want to call me a dickhead and, think that I'm biased, even though I'm not. And I supposedly know nothing about football. So, and no one ever is 100% correct. I'm not, you know what I mean? But I do got ESP and I don't know anyone else that's gotten 21 Super Bowl winners in a row, correct? I don't know anyone else that predicted Warriors Celtics in 6, Curry MVP before the NBA playoffs started with not watching NBA in the regular season, or someone that picked Colorado Avalanche over Tampa Bay Lightning in 6, and I don't even watch hockey, and I got that correct. Marty McFly, the Guinness Book of World Records, Encyclopedia Britannica. Your boys got it, okay? This list is understandable, but largely subjective. Burrow is overrated, but not far from his spot. And let's go with YouTube GM and take a quick look. So they got Burrow at 5. And this is one thing that YouTube GM had 2 horrible takes earlier in the show, right? And then this particular take is correct. This is a good take because Burrow is overrated on the spot, the position. He's not overrated as a quarterback, but for me, I would take Russell Wilson and Herbert over Burrow. Just saying. But I would also take Russell Wilson and Herbert over Josh Allen. And this is just based, some guys are younger, you know what I mean? But obviously, Burrow already went to the Super Bowl. He might not ever get there again. People don't think, he'll get there again. But will he? You don't know. You don't know. And Allen, we feel that he's like on the cusp of Mahomes, right? But based off his talent alone, he seems like he's a top 5 quarterback, right? Josh Allen, but they really are shoving it down your throat. The media, Allen and Burrow, Allen and Burrow, Allen and Burrow, right? But who's to say that Wilson, Herbert, and Stafford and Brady have better numbers? So definitely it can be subjective, okay? But I think that is a correct take from YouTube GM. So 2 bad takes, right? 1 good one. And now you got another bad take. Now you're at 3 bad takes and 1 good take. He said Kirk deserves the top 10 spot. Okay, now this is a horrible take because Kirk Cousins is the 11th or 12th quarterback, 11th, 12th, 13th best quarterback. And you could say, oh, stats. Yeah, but a lot of times they're playing from behind. And if you're playing from behind, you're throwing the ball to Thielen and Justin Jefferson. No one on planet Earth thinks Kirk is 10. And even me making this list, okay, a lot of people, I would say 90% of the country will swap Watson, right, for Lamar and not even think, bat an eye or even think about it, right? Most people are not going to have this on the top 10 list, but most people aren't me that actually look at all the factors involved. It's not about popularity. It's not about being able to play video games with FaZe Clan and being in Oakland A. It's about production and what I'm going to see on the field. And Carr and Dak, I'm sorry, are better than Lamar and Kyler. Not a popular take, but it's facts. But Cousins is not even on Lamar's level, and Cousins isn't on Kyler's level. Cousins has got game, okay? But in that same circumstance, the stats lie a little bit because he throws a lot from behind. Facts. Yeah, but when you play from behind, you're going to be throwing more, especially when you have Justin Jefferson and Thielen. Yeah, no one on planet Earth has Kirk Cousins in the top 10 besides you. Just saying. If you put Kirk on those stacked-ass Cowboys teams, do you really think they would do worse than with Prescott? I think Prescott's a better quarterback, period. I saw Cousins at Michigan State. I know that he's got limitations. There's a reason why he couldn't win on Monday night, Thursday night, and Sunday night. He's a good quarterback, but he's not like elite. He's not great. He has good games, but he has bad games. But most games he's playing from behind. So you're always throwing. You know what I mean? Just saying. So this is where your stats lie to you. You know what I mean? Where you're trying to overcompensate with the stats. But when I tell you the stats can lie at times, it's like if someone was going to get a triple-double and they're bouncing the ball to themselves off the backboard just to get the triple-doubles. Is that legit? No. You know what I'm saying? You have to look at it like that. Derek Tyler, Josh Allen is number 1 in your opinion. It's your opinion. But you could definitely think that, the media is pushing for Josh Allen to be number 1. It's a good quarterback. Yeah, but I don't think he's number 1. But I think that there's going to be a time soon where you're going to have Allen, Herbert, and Burrow in the top 3. It's going to be sooner than later. Mahomes will still be floating at, 3 and 4, but there's going to be a time where Burrow, Allen, or Herbert will be in the top 3, or all of them will be. So, T-Perfect said Kirk Cousins is a bigger choker than Aaron Rodgers, and that's saying something. Air Whitey, Deshaun on this list is ridiculous. Definitely. Yeah, let's let him know. Brady led in TDs and yards at 44. But everyone just forgot about that, right? Right? Everyone just was like, it's Orion's Bucks. You know what I mean? I'm not bandwagon. I've been a fan since 95. I haven't bought a Brady jersey. All right, but did we forget about that? That he led the league in TDs and yards, right? But they decided to give the MVP to this. When you probably should have honestly given it here. He already won it the year before. Okay, he was great, but he wasn't better than Brady. And it was more impressive at what age? What age? 44. Look at everyone else on the list. 38, 26, 25, 44, 25, 34, 24, 33, 26, 28. So it shows you can be 34, 38, or 44 and still put up big numbers, or even 33 like Russell Wilson. Let him know, T-Perfect. You know what I mean? I'm not a guy that was always a Brady guy. I didn't like New England. I didn't like Dallas, just like a lot of you. Okay? I didn't like New England for the cheating and Belichick, and there was a lot of jealousy and envy involved of so many Super Bowls, and I just wanted to see someone new. Okay? But the bottom line is that you can't lie about that. I mean, let's be honest. Anyone else at 44, even this or this, might not be able to accomplish that. This is really special. Just saying. a lot of people don't want to give him credit where credit needs to be given. Facts. But I don't want to cover up Mahomes. Okay. Can't cover him up. Yeah. Yeah, because obviously that's where I'm way behind on the comments. But like I said, I haven't seen anybody's list that has Carr in the top 10. I think I'm the first. You know what I mean? And it's just one of those things that you have to look on who you got in free agency. Yeah, I know the O-line stinks and the defense stinks, but if you look at the offense and you have a new coach that's going to be motivated, Josh McDaniels is going to get Carr the ball. You know what I mean? Like Devontae, number one to me. Cooper Kupp was the number one last year, but I think overall, Devontae's the best receiver in the game to me. You know what I mean? And then you got Cooper Kupp was last year, and then obviously Tyreek is great. I like Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase more than Tyreek in Miami. You know what I mean? Cooper Kupp will be great, but Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase to me, those could be the number one, number two guys, maybe even this year. We'll see, right? But definitely Carr. Dak ended up losing Amari Cooper, right? So, if you're looking at just the skill set alone, I think Dak is more talented than Carr, but Carr's got better weapons. So you could even flip-flop and put Carr at 9. You could go, you could do something like that. But, I mean, like I said, everything is subjective, and just because you're at the top doesn't mean you're winning a Super Bowl. You know what I mean? But I'm just going through, like, me personally. I mean, everyone wants to shove this down your throat. This and this. Best. So good. Champion. So good. You know what I mean? But you could definitely go 1, 2, 3, and everyone thinks he's washed. You're fucking crazy. 4, 5, 6, or if you want to swap Herbert and go Josh Allen, I don't have any problem with that. You can go hear it. You can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am not taking Josh Allen over fucking Rodgers, Mahomes, Russell, and Brady. You're fucking crazy. He's not as good. What has he proven to say that he's better than those 4? Honestly. Okay. And if it's between Herbert and Burrow, I'm going to go Herbert. And then I might even go Burrow over Allen. Honestly. You know what I mean? I know he's got a lot of talent and he's great, and he'll probably be in the Super Bowl this year, AFC Championship game. But I think that Allen sometimes is overrated. And you could say that sometimes that this guy is a little overrated, and this guy's underrated, criminal, overrated. And that's just the honest truth. Great player, but overrated in the playoffs. We know that, but he's great, right? But we'll see what he can do with no Devontae, and we'll see what you can do without Tyreek, okay? But to me, the most motivated players in next year at quarterback will be 2 people. It'll be Tom Brady, because it could be his last year, and it'll be Russell Wilson. And if you don't believe me, just sit back and watch, because a lot of people don't think that the Broncos or the Chargers are going to be that good. You'll see. Okay. There's a chance that the Chiefs finish in 3rd, and maybe even the Raiders finish in 4th. They'll still be very, very good, sitting around 10 wins, 10, 11 wins. But there's a chance that this could be 10, 11, 12, 13 wins. And same thing goes here. All right. And then this could also be 10, 11, 12, 13 wins. And remember, just because you made the playoffs last year doesn't mean you're going to make it this year. They made it last year. Who's going to make it this year? Could be this. I mean, they change every year. You know what I mean? You have to look at things like that. It can't be the same teams over and over and over again. It doesn't work that way. Okay. Exactly. Yeah, and you already know I had Carr on my list, dude. I'm not stupid. Riggs, you already know. You're doing Rodgers 1, Brady 2. Yeah, I mean, you can always go, any of these guys you can move around. And it's also based off age, people hating, you know what I mean, and whatnot. Because even with the hating, a lot of people still have these guys 1, 2. You know what I mean? And that's completely fine. You know what I mean? And then the hate goes here. The hate goes here. This guy gets all the hype. This guy gets all the hype. No hype whatsoever. Underrated, right? Criminal. And then obviously overrated. And I don't want to have Lamar be overrated or Kyler. I want them to be good. But don't get mad at me if your fucking quarterback sucks, or he doesn't get fucking better. It's not my fault that fucking Dak gets better and Lamar and Kyler get worse. Sorry. Make your quarterback get fucking better. But there's a reason why people are, antsy about giving Kyler and Lamar big money, because honestly, they know they're talented. But the bottom line is they don't believe that Lamar and Kyler can win a playoff game. I said it. Okay? I bottom line said it. The reason why that those guys and the organization is weary on giving those two guys big money is that the bottom line is that they don't believe that he can win a playoff game against a top tier opponent like this or this or this or this or this. I mean, do you really think that he could beat any of those? And the answer is no. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I want Kyler to be good, but you choke in the third and fourth quarter. You obviously rely on others. You can't lead. Some guys lead by example. You need help to be good. And you really shrink up in November and December. I hope he gets better, and I hope he gets better. I really, really do. You know what I mean? But why the hell would I say Dak is better than Lamar and Kyler, right? And since the Cowboys are so hated, right? But why would I say that unless if there's some truth to it? You know what I mean? I might be the only one on planet Earth that thinks Dak is better than Lamar or Kyler. A lot of you guys probably thought, Lamar and Kyler are good. But then when you actually compare them to like Dak and what he's been able to do over his career to get better, you're like, okay, Orion does have a point. And then obviously putting him in there since Devontae's there, it makes sense. But some people are like living in the past. So. And then, like I said, no list is going to be 100% correct. I see Joey's in the building. I got to scroll up. I have so many comments. I promise I'll get caught up. We're already like an hour in. I knew I was going to get fired up with this fucking stream. And that shit happened. I have a pineapple Modelo. I found it at the grocery store and I haven't even opened it. So. All right, I promise I'll get caught up. And I already saw another comment from Hybrid complaining about Herbert hasn't done anything. I've already read off what he's done. You're comparing the team, not the quarterback himself. Come on, bro. You ain't going to win a one-on-one battle with me ever. All right. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to have to bring the stats, you're going to have to actually bring, the actual facts. You know what I mean? And sometimes you guys get blinded by your teams. I mean, I do too sometimes, but most of the time I can look past that and just look at the facts on who's better, All right, I'm scrolling down here. Whitey 1-2. Do we have something there? It's an insurance brokerage company from Michigan. It's lame, but I guess it's fitting with the new era with all the roster changes for Acrisure Stadium for Riggs Steelers. He said, crack that beer, baby. You're bringing the heat tonight, and I love it. Cheers, bud. Thanks, man. I got to, man. Like I said, I feel that, I can go one-on-one on NFL topics, just as good as anybody on TV or on podcast. I mean, you want to go one-on-one with me? I mean, I feel I can go against Skip and Shannon, you know what I mean, and win, you know what I mean, and compete. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, just because they're famous and they're on fucking TV or Shannon Sharp played football, you know what I mean? You don't know my regimen and my obviously the, detailed regimen on what I do on a fucking daily basis for reading and film. So let's take a quick look. I need to crack a beer and it's hot as shit in here. It's 90 fucking degrees in here. And Sarah with a $2 dono. Appreciate you for Paisley. Thank you so much. I promise I'll get caught up, but I have like a bajillion comments. I will always bring the fire on NFL. Okay. And you don't have to agree with me, but one thing that I will do compared to anyone else on TV or podcast, if you hear what I'm saying, maybe you'll end up seeing where I'm coming from. You may not fully agree, but you can see that, okay, he actually has some valid, I have some valid points there where, you can see what I'm saying could be correct. You know what I mean? That's facts. All right, Sarah. Appreciate you with the $2 bang, bang, bang. I'll get caught up to it here in just a second. Chokes every year. Certain people do choke. YouTube Jam says the impact Rodgers has on games is overrated, but his performance compared to other QBs is underrated. The only thing that we care about is legacy and what you're doing in the playoffs. And obviously he hasn't figured it out. I know run defense and special teams are huge, but when you're in the back-to-back MVP, we assume that you're going to throw for 3 or 4 tutties, right? I mean, anyone in that position, Brady, Rodgers, Mahomes, you expect to throw for 3-4 tutties because you're the goats, you're the greats, right? And some people do forget it is a team sport. True. Stafford showing me he can win it all as a year 1 quarterback on a new team makes me optimistic about Wilson doing the same thing with the Broncos. And that's why I have Russell Wilson, winning a Super Bowl with, the Denver Broncos. Like I keep telling people that when you think that he's going to finish last in that division, I mean, that's just comical to me. It's not going to happen. The guy is talented. He's hungry. He's going to be a lot better than you guys think. You know what I mean? And when you go to a new team with an offensive-minded coach that made who? Aaron Rodgers, back-to-back MVP, and you don't think that he's going to have success? Wake up. Wake up. It said, as a Pittsburgh fan, I'm going to keep my mouth shut when it comes to where we rank because it could be 10 or 32. Yeah, absolutely. T Perfect is now getting in on the roasting. You know what I mean? It's like YouTube GM, man, you were going to be my stats guy, but you got to have good takes, and you got to be able to bring the correct stats. Come on, my guy. You're losing the battle today. You're losing the battle today, my dude. Yep. And obviously that's the same thing that happened, for the Packers O. If the Packers O was healthy, right? You guys win. If the Buccaneers line is healthy with Tristan Wirfs and Jensen, I think we win. I mean, obviously if we had AB, that would have helped too. But if you don't have an O line, it shows you. We just got fucked up, right? We just got our asses kicked, both of us. Packers to the Niners. And, I only lost by 3. Obviously, Buccaneers were down 27-3, lost 30-27, but you need O-line. It's very, very important. Yeah, obviously special teams hurt too. When you end up getting a blocked, when you get a blocked punt for a touchdown. Like think about this, okay? When you end up having a blocked punt for a touchdown, a pick 6 for a touchdown, how many times do you actually win the game when that happens to you? I would say probably 90% of the time when an emotional play like that happens, a pick 6 late or a blocked field goal or a blocked punt for a touchdown, you lose 90% of the time, if not more. You know what I mean? That's facts. Skinner, appreciate you. How are you? Skinner ended up doing that artwork for me. And obviously when you can have someone, I mean, goddamn, that does look like me, don't it? I mean, a lot of people were like, oh, okay. You got Aaron Rodgers, right? And then you got a GOAT, and then you got Brady. Look at that. Beautiful. Thank you so much for taking the time to doing something special like this for me. And it fucking looks like me. I got the hat on sideways. I got the Julio jersey on. That's fucking slick. Amanda, shout out to you. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a great day. And yeah, everyone loves it, including myself. Awesome. Appreciate you very, very much. Oh, I will get caught up in a couple hours. I'm going, but I don't want to miss too much of what we got on here. So Yeah, everyone's going to have, different takes. Oh, I miss everybody in the room too. Some people can't be patient and wait for me to get to them, but I promise I'll get there. He said, as a Packer fan, Rodgers had to force feed Davante Adams' ego all game. Rodgers will now be forced to trust more of his teammates, hopefully. I think that's incorrect. And I think the thing is, it's not Davante Adams' ego. If anyone has an ego, it's Aaron. Okay? Aaron goes to who he wants to go to based off trust. You're a Packer fan, you should know that. And if you drop a football, Allen the Lizard Lazard, Randall Cobb, Robert Tonyan, he's not going to go back to you, that game. Or if he does, like if he really likes you, you might drop one, he'll go right back to you. Well, that's what Brady typically does. But also he's going to go 50, 60% of the time, to the guy that's the best in the league. The guy that he knows that's not going to do. Why would you throw to Cobb or Tonyan or Allen the Lizard Lazard or MVS when you can throw to Davante Adams? There's a reason why he went there, and I don't think it's Adams' ego. I don't think Adams has an ego compared to Rodgers. That's just me being honest. If you're looking on the outside, not Packer fan, just not, just looking on the outside, Rodgers has more of an ego than Davante. Just saying. You know what I mean? And there's a reason why, because if Adams loved Rodgers so much, right, why isn't he still there? He got offered more money because there's no connection of friendship with Rodgers and Davante Adams. Davante knows he has a true friend and has had a friend for life, his college teammate at Fresno State, Derek Carr. So I would say this is a bad take because I don't think it's true. I think Aaron has way more of an ego than Davante. Aaron is dating a witch, for Christ's sake. Come on, Zach. He's dating a witch. It's not, great quarterback, but you're dating a witch, dude. Just saying. Okay. Marcos Pineda, my boy, in the building. What to do? Mahomes only played in one game in his first year, to be fair. Right. But just looking at the numbers. I mean, if anyone was going to be the guy to break all the records, right, if they played right away, right? But what makes it even like crazier is people were questioning Herbert and his leadership. He couldn't talk. He couldn't lead a team. He couldn't even take a snap under center because we did shotgun set, spread offense at Oregon. You know what I mean? We already know that this guy's incredibly talented. And if he would have started from week one going in, there's a chance that he would have had Herbert's numbers, but he didn't. You know what I'm saying? So you can still have your Mahomes bias, and we love Mahomes, but we're talking about guys that actually did it. And also guys that were least likely to do it. You would have never thought that Herbert would do it. I watched the guy front row throughout his whole career. I know, you're Oregon Ducks. You're biased. Well, when I end up reading stats like that, is it really biased? I don't think so. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. But if there was another guy to do something like that, you would think it would be him. That's facts. Yeah. But see, the correct thing to do right there. Here, I'm going to go back up here. And I promise I'll get caught up. I promise. And I see a lot of people in here. Okay. 1 sec. I promise. So many people. Shab. I see so many people in here. JT. And remember, it's quarterback. Okay. And I'm, like I said, people are going to have takes, you know what I mean? But if you're going to come in the ring with me, all right, I don't think anyone's better than me, just period. Like, I put in the time to say that. If I didn't do 6 hours of reading and research every day, if I didn't stream for 5 hours, every day, then maybe you can question me and call me out. But no one works harder than me. And with the amount of film and reading that I do, 18 hours out of a 24-hour day are dedicated to this. I don't know anyone else on planet Earth is dedicated like that, besides maybe fucking a head coach. Okay. So the correct statement to this would be Herbert is a great quarterback. You don't even have to put Mahomes in there. You can just give the guy his due that, Herbert is doing something incredibly special. But it's really hard to give someone credit, not only that is in your division, that's your rival, but you think that obviously Mahomes is God and you don't want to fully give Herbert the credit. So you have to throw the Mahomes comment in there. It's okay to compliment other quarterbacks. And I do it for the Saints and Jameis. And if anyone should hate somebody, it should be me and Jameis. There's no reason to hate Herbert. I mean, he's going to end up being number one quarterback, number two, number three, and he's going to have the hardest time out of anyone winning a Super Bowl because he's got shitty coaching and then the defensive curse, but it's just like the Detroit Lions. I'm rooting for them. I am. Okay. We want to be able to have someone from Oregon that we can be proud of. And it's really cool that he's, a great kid on and off the field. That's facts. I'm catching up. Not really. I'm an hour and a half in. I haven't even cracked my first beer yet. All right. But you know what, though, Ryan? Great to see you in the room. I've missed you. We can talk Gators. I've been watching old Gator footage. Obviously, Holly Hundo ended up meeting Tommy Townsend. We talk about McPherson on the Bengals. We talk about the Chiefs every day. Come in the room. Chiefs Kingdom is the number one supporting fan base in here. They would like to hear your opinions. And a lot of the Chiefs Kingdom in here, they donate heavy and they are very, very intelligent and they're smart. So come join the clique. We miss you. I'm scrolling down. YouTube GM. Every quarterback is a system quarterback. Incorrect. Brady had the best systems and was also the best. YouTube GM. All right. You got Josh McDaniels there, but then after he left, remember when they had like Charlie Weiss and remember when they had Romeo Crennel? All right. Last time I checked, Bill Belichick is a defensive minded head coach. Do you really think Brady had the best system or Brady had the best work ethic like Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan, and he was not going to lose? He was going to find a way to outwork you and everyone else, just like how I plan on outworking everyone else on YouTube, Twitch, or any other platform. All right? So I don't think every quarterback is a system quarterback. Disagree. And Brady had the best system. I disagree with that too. If anyone had the best situation coming in, it's this guy. Come on, YouTube GM. That's like 4 bad takes in one show. Come on, dude. I know you watch football. At least I thought you did. My goodness. Come on, bud. These takes are just out of left field. And I don't even think that you're trying to do it to get like us ratings or to argue. I really think that that's how you think. And that's everyone's opinion is their opinion, but it's my job not to agree with every single fan that donates to me or that's in the room. I got to be able to, be truthful, right? I can't just agree to everybody's stuff if it's not true. I know, Marcos, we miss you too. Yeah, I know. And like I said, I'm here. You need me. I got you. Like I said, sometimes it's better to get out of a toxic house or apartment and go somewhere where it might be a little lonely. It might not be close to your friends. It might be a pain in the ass to get to work. But up here mentally, this, bro, right? You know that this is fucking important, dude. We don't want to get depression. You know what I mean? We don't want to go down that bad rabbit hole. We want this so we can end up hanging out, drink beers together, and we can have a smile on our faces. We want to make sure we're in a good mood like this. All right. You're my boy. All right. And sometimes you got to be able to walk away. I'm proud of you, dude, because it was getting bad there. And you just got to be able to, just to stay focused, get back on the grind at Nike, and things will be good. Trust me. Okay. See again. Right? Instead of just giving credit, you can just say, hey, Herbert had a great season, but you can't do it because you're so biased for the Chiefs and so biased for Mahomes, right? You have to bring up, you know what I mean? You just can't just let it go. You know what I mean? Yeah, he had 50 in his second season. All right. But that's not our fault. He didn't play, first. And that's what makes it special that Herbert went in right away. It's a coulda, woulda, shoulda, but Mahomes didn't. There was someone there to mentor him, just like Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. You know what I mean? Herbert didn't have anyone to mentor him. That's why it's so special. He didn't play under center in his whole career. He went to Oregon. Oregon quarterbacks suck, or they usually don't end up panning out, right? So, yes, Herbert is good. No, he's great. He's the best of all time in those categories. But that shows you the bias, based off your Chiefs and Mahomes, that it's very hard for people to admit when they're wrong, or it's very hard to admit when someone else is right and when someone else is right in the division. It's okay to say Justin Herbert is a really damn good quarterback. It's okay to say that. Instead of just being like, yeah, but 50 Mahomes in second season. Yeah, but can we just say that, Herbert and what he did was just incredibly surprising and shocking. And there's a chance that he could end up being even better, than him at maybe not in the title sense, but I mean, he could catch up. You know what I mean? Like there's a chance where we know you're great. We know you're great. We know you're great. We know you're great. Right. But who's to say that he's not going to be great? He's not going to be great. He's not going to be great. We all think that they're going to be great, but who's to say that these guys' legacies are going to be so much better, right, than these guys? No one knows. We don't know. I mean, I got ESP, but even I don't know that, right? So you got to look at it that way too. I'm always fucking bringing the heat. Yeah, but 50 touchdowns. Yeah, but just give Herbert his credit, dude. Just give him his due. We already know Mahomes is good. You know what I mean? But that shows bias. Chiefs bias, Mahomes bias. You know what I mean? Even when someone else is doing something, the best of all time, not just best out of the current quarterbacks, literally the best of all time in those stats. And you still couldn't give him credit. That's 90% of America. They just can't let go and give credit where credit's due. You know what I mean? Is it that hard to support and say that someone else is good? I mean, I get it. It's in the division and it's tough. But when it's the best, not of current quarterbacks, but the best of all time, and you still can't give credit 100%. Nope. Got to bring up, I had 50 touchdowns. You know what I mean? And that's just, not being able to, show the greatness on other teams. It's really hard for people to open up and do that. But hey, 9,350 yards, most ever, 69 touchdowns, most ever, 300 plus yard games, 17 most ever. But it's not good enough because we still got to bring him up. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what I'm hearing? Come on, man. It's okay it's okay to admit that other guys have accomplished something. When it's all said and done, Mahomes' career will probably be much, much better than Herbert. More championships, more touchdowns, more yards, probably every category, but we don't know that for sure. Okay. Especially with Tyreek not there, you have to come under the assumption that there's a chance that they don't go to another Super Bowl again. Or if they do, maybe they don't win it. You know what I mean? You lost Tyreek. It's going to be hard to replace. Like if any organization can bounce back, it is the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, do I personally think they can win a Super Bowl without Tyreek? Yes, but there are going to be people questioning Tyreek's big playability, that if you double, Travis Kelce, and now you work a different type of 3-4, 4-3, maybe a little bit more aggressive, that maybe you can get to Mahomes, and maybe they're not as dynamic as a team or an offense anymore because Tyreek's no longer there. Okay. Bold prediction, back to back to back, Aaron Rodgers. 3 years in a row. That's what he's thinking. I mean, more than likely it'll be another guy. I mean, I don't think guys go back to back to back. I know you're Homer, Green Bay Packers and whatnot, right? But the chances of him going back to back to back is 0%. You know why? Because you don't have Nathaniel Hackett anymore. He's with someone else. So if anyone else would be able to jump their numbers up, it's this guy. Okay. So don't ever think that coaching doesn't matter. You could say Aaron Rodgers, but it was more Nathaniel Hackett. Rodgers is the one throwing the ball. I get it. He's the one that's got Devontae Adams. He's the one doing it, but he wasn't doing that often before. So when Nathaniel Hackett doing back-to-back and he was the guy, okay, that had a big part of the play calling. He has to execute the play, but the actual play call is a big part of it too. So I think, I don't think that's going to happen, but he's a damn good player in the regular season. Postseason, not so much. But, everyone likes their team, their quarterbacks. Everyone likes, their people. I get it. I just try to tell you guys how it is, like how other people are viewing the league. Not just me, but other people are viewing the league the same way that I'm describing, whether you like it or not. I'm just trying to be honest. And a lot of you guys can agree with what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And you're like, fuck, this guy makes sense. I'm not just talking out of my ass. I do the research. I do the film. No one works harder. Okay. This is just showing me how nuts the AFC is. AFC is that we're screwed in Pittsburgh. Yeah. And obviously you already know Pittsburgh isn't going to be good. They're not going to make the playoffs. They could finish ahead of the Browns, probably behind the Ravens. You know what I mean? And then the Bengals in first, unless they have some kind of major injury to Burrow or Chase. Riggs, so I think Matt Ryan can crack the top 10 too. I don't, because they don't have reliable wide receivers. Ty, they let him go. Are they going to get him back? Obviously, they got Alec. They got Jelani Woods, rookies, but they don't have any depth at wide receiver. Michael Pittman Jr. is your best. You're in trouble. You can hand it off to Jonathan Taylor a lot. And I've told Sarah this. She's a Colts fan, and my boy Preston. They can win the division, but the weakest part of their team is wide receivers and tight ends. So that's why I don't think Matt Ryan is going to crack the top 10. Will Matt Ryan be a top 15 quarterback? There's a chance, yeah. You know what I mean? But they need to sign like Julio, bring Ty back. They need great production out of Jelani Woods at tight end. They need to get Alec, the ball. And obviously he did some big things in Cincinnati Bearcats, but the weakest part of their team is wide receiver and tight end. So that's why Matt Ryan will not crack the top 10. You see how that makes sense? Randy's in the building. What to do? Skinner says, Ryan, you make sports so much more exciting than watching the games themselves. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Barr and Sue are my least favorite players in the NFL currently. They are disrespectful to Rodgers. Well, there's a lot of people that don't like Rodgers, and there's a lot of people that, Rodgers that goes against that. They don't, Sue's not liked. You know what I mean? Obviously, when he was on my team, I like that because that's like having a Draymond Green. And let's be honest, when I saw him in Oregon, where he played high school ball, then he went to Nebraska. When he went to the Lions, he was incredibly dirty. And then after that, he started to calm down a little. But you know what I mean? But when he was on the Lions, when he stepped on Rodgers, Sue is a bully. You know what I mean? He's got that like Warren Sapp mentality, except that he actually went through when what Sapp was thinking, I'm going to beat this guy's ass. I'm going to step on him. Sapp never actually did it. Sue was like, yeah, I'm going to be like Sapp. I'm going to fucking just stop his ass. And then Sue actually did it. You know what I mean? But I get what you're saying. But sometimes having, guys like that, more Sue rather than Barr, can help you win, This is saying, I honestly don't think you know football if you have Allen over A-Rod at quarterback. I know I'm a homer, but let's be real. That's ridiculous. Exactly. Allen still hasn't won, and got to get the AFC Championship game. You got to get to the Super Bowl, and then we got to look at your numbers. But you do have an easy schedule. You're favored in every game, so and they're not going to go 17-0. All right, people in the media are going to shove Allen down your throat. They're going to do it. But overall, accuracy wise, you know what I mean? Like, I know you're great, and I know the media loves you, all right? But you could say that, like, this guy's more accurate, 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 this guy's more accurate. You can make big plays downfield. Gabriel Davis, Stephon Diggs. You don't got a running game. You can make plays with your legs, right? I get it, right? But besides a strong arm, how accurate, on film, just put the numbers aside for a second. Like on film, what this guy can do with the football. This guy, right? Now you heard me talk about the stats about this guy. We saw what this guy did last year. I know you're great too. I know you're great. You know what I mean? Maybe you want to put him over him and him. Fine. That's fine. But guess what? Right here, you're not better than this. You're not better than this. You're not better than this. And you're not better than this. You can still prove that you can make, the AFC Championship game and the Super Bowl, and then people can put you at, 3 or 2, but you still got to, pay your dues. Same thing with him. Same thing with him. It just, I think the media just loves him and him so much. You know what I mean? The media. All the talk is him. All the talk is him. But this guy will be talked about the most. That's just how it goes. Yeah. Well, there's a few people, that have different takes. Let's see. Hold up here. Yeah. So, and I usually like to put at things in other people's I like to be in people's shoes. I like to. Zach was in the building. I missed that. I knew I missed another Zach that was in there. What a deal. See, that's why I go up through these comments sometimes, because I know sometimes things get missed. Yeah. And like I said, sometimes people are going to, buy in, just to the media. Oh, ESPN told me Josh Allen's number one. Yep. They're going to win the Super Bowl. Yep. Number one. You know what I mean? Appreciate that. Pujols in the Derby. Yes. And Sarah, the Cardinals won. There we go. Ty France. He got snubbed. YouTube GM. All right. This is like your fifth take. Let's see what we got here with this one. Let's see if this is a good take or a bad take. YouTube GM. Rodgers largely created Davante Adams into what he is. Even though I believe it was a mutual relationship, this might help Rodgers with forcing certain passes because he develops his receivers anyway. Well, I think with Adams, this is more correct than false. So at least you're getting on the right track. I think Rodgers initially created Adams and the relationship, but then after year 2, I think Adams really focused on himself, on route running and the relationship with Rodgers. And then after year 2, it was pretty much all Adams the rest of the way. But, to get that initial rapport, Rodgers had to set him up and initially set him up to success early on. And then after year 2, going into year 3, it was all Davante after that with his work ethic, obviously film study, and putting in the work with his route running and doing the little skip hop on the line like Doug Baldwin. I mean, everything came into play, I feel, but Rodgers was the initially guy that created him after the first couple years, giving him opportunities, but Davante created his legacy himself after year 2. So this is largely correct. And I do think Watson could take the, MVS and the Adams role. I think you're going to be going to the rookie Watson. You're going to go there, Robert Tonyan on third down. And then, Cobb once in a while. But the one I like a lot is Allen, the Lizard Lazard. I think that he trusts Allen, the Lizard Lazard. So look for him and Watson to get the first looks. Tonyan on third down. That's what I'm thinking. Rodgers and Barkley have bet going on. They risk Rodgers cutting off his man bun. Well, he's dating a witch, so that's not happening. What the witch wants, the witch gets. The witch wanted him to get the tattoo, and boom, he got one. Okay? Same applies for Jordy Nelson, James Jones, Randall Cobb. Bottom line, quarterbacks like Rodgers and Brady know how to make nobodies into somebodies. Correct. And those are two perfect examples where the guys on the screen behind me, made guys, names like Jordy, James Jones, Randall Cobb. When they went to another team, they were dog shit. They weren't good. I mean, obviously you had guys like Wes Welker that was already, had that talent in him, but guys like Edelman, Amendola, do you really think that those guys would have been good anywhere else? Honestly, they would have been maybe good to average, but nowhere near what we saw with Brady. So Brady's like Jordan, Rodgers in that sense is like Jordan as well. And Kobe, they definitely did make guys better. And this is a good one right here. Correct. So, some takes are going to be correct and some I'm not going to agree with. Like when you thought Davante has more of an ego than Rodgers. No, the guy that's dating a witch has got more of an ego than Davante. Okay. But this is a good one here. Right. But with Rodgers, if you notice, why would a quarterback that's ranked in the top 3 go to only one guy 50 or 60% of the time? If you're a great quarterback, right, can't you just go to everyone? Like you don't have to go to him 60%. You can go to him, maybe 30, 30 to 40, and then 20 here, 15 here, 10, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't have to be so dramatically heavy with one guy. That makes the overall team better, right? But if you drop passes, he definitely, by more than any other quarterback, you won't see the ball as much. Brady doesn't do that. When someone drops a ball, let's say Scotty Miller, okay? He drops the ball. Brady will go right back to him the next play. Rodgers doesn't. You drop a ball, there's been times where he has, But a lot of times, if you drop a ball and you're MVS, you're Randall Cobb, you're Allen the Lizard Lazard, you're Tanyan, chances are he's going to go to Devontae the next three opportunities or 4. And that's just me watching the film, seeing it happen over and over and over again. I think the one guy that has hurt his career the most by not getting everyone involved is Aaron Rodgers. And I know the defense could be better and special teams could be better, but you went way too much to Devontae. I think it could have really helped MVS's overall skill set if you went to him more. Randall Cobb more, Tanyan more. And I know you got Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones. I know you got him in the screen game too. But do you see what I mean? If he would have not just force-fed Devontae, even though he is the best wide receiver in the league to me. Cooper Kupp and Tyreek, they're all up there, but honestly, Cooper Kupp had the best statistical season of any wide receiver ever last season. Yards, touchdowns, receptions, he's great. But for me, I like Devontae, I like Justin Jefferson, and I like Jamar Chase more than Cooper Kupp and Tyreek now. I mean, I really do like Cooper Kupp a lot, and he could still repeat what he did last year, but it might be a little bit of a drop-off. Especially since Allen Robinson's there, right? A little bit of a drop-off. Could be, but I think they're great. So, I mean, like I said, I have no notes here in front of me, so I hope everyone understands, to be able to freestyle and talk football, NFL, with 0 notes for 5 hours or more. There's not a lot of people that are on TV or podcasting doing that. That's facts. That's all up here in the dome. Okay? And like I said, it's not my job to agree with everyone. It's not my job to, disagree. You know what I mean? I just want to call it honest and real. And sometimes people have a hard time, being told that they're wrong. I'm not right all the time. Okay. But I definitely read and watch more film than anyone. So if I have a little bit more of a pulse, I mean, there's a reason. I got a pulse on the game. I mean, no one works harder than me. Okay. All right. I'm scrolling down. All right, here we go. Oh, Lord. All right, this is from the Ravens fan that's biased. I like Lamar, okay? But let's see what you have to say. Oh, Lord. Can Herbert make the playoffs first? And Burrow's getting overrated by everyone. And he don't got to be those guys, but watch. He go show everybody this year. Never said it had anything with race. Right. But the thing is, did you not just hear what I said, right, with Lamar? All right. We already know that Burrow is a better quarterback than Lamar. All right. It's just bottom line. It's facts. It's better leadership. He's got a better spiral. He knows how to throw the football. He's more of a quarterback. I mean, if you were talking about the guy that can do the best running and throwing, guess who? It's your guy. All right. But we're not talking about that. Okay. And when you want to, talk shit, about the other guys get more love because they're better, okay? And when you end up leading the league all time, right, in stats, and then you have to do an oh, Lord, it doesn't have to be about playoffs. It's a team sport. We're talking about individual accolades. And see, now you have another horrible take because you're basing it off team success. Of course they couldn't stop the run. Of course they got horrible coaches. Anthony Lynn was shit. Staley's garbage. I don't like him. And they have an injury problem every year. Keenan Allen injured. Derwin James injured. Austin Eckler injured. Mike Williams injured. Everybody injured. Okay? Got to have a better take. Dropping the mic. Okay? Herbert first 2 seasons. 9,350 yards. Oh, that's just the most ever. But I get oh, Lord. Can Herbert make the playoffs first? Passing TD, 69, most ever in NFL history. Oh, Lord. Can Herbert make the playoffs first? And then 300-plus yard games, 17, most ever in NFL history. Oh, Lord. Can Herbert make the playoffs first? This is a bad take. You see what I mean? This is just recency bias in general. You just love the Ravens, and you love Lamar, and you're blinded by everyone else and their greatness. Just bottom line. You see? And a lot of times it's hard to admit when guys are better. You know what I mean? Sorry. Better. Okay? Better. It's just this is what it is. I know sometimes it's hard to stomach, but you have to realize that. I knew Hybrid was going to say some shit like this. I was just waiting to scroll down. I was like, he's going to have something to fucking say. And you said exactly what I thought you would say. For most people that are be like 10 to 20 years old, this is what they would say. This is the kind of comment that I would hear. Okay. It's awesome to love your team. Okay. It's awesome to love your team and, have support of your team. There's nothing wrong with that. Right. Oh, Lord. He's just did, all time the best ever in 3 categories in NFL history, but it's oh, Lord. Can Herbert make the playoffs first? Come on, man. You don't want to look like a dummy, do you? Okay. No one's going to be able to put on a show like this. God, I got so many comments. I'm almost 2 hours in and probably like a 40,000 comments behind. But I know you guys know I'll get to you and I'll get there. Oh, Lord. Can Herbert make the playoffs first? But it's not good enough that he didn't take any snaps under center in his college career. He wasn't a leader, they said. He couldn't lead. And then with a team that has got shitty coaching and an injury problem every year and a team that couldn't stop the run, he ended up doing those great things. And then it's, oh, Lord, can Herbert make the playoffs first? See, this is the hater aid. You are drinking it straight from the nozzle, okay? You're wheezing the juice like an Encino man. Wheezing the juice. You're wheezing the juice, okay? You're like Pauly Shore. You're wheezing the juice, okay? Herbert is good, right? Lamar, not so much. I mean, he's a good player, but he ain't on the same level as this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this. Even this season. I mean, we are rooting for you because we can't root for this anymore, unfortunately. We're rooting, and we're rooting for you too. But I can't give you credit and just automatically put you in by default because you know how to dress and you're a cool dude. You know what I mean? Being popular, right, doesn't win you Super Bowls. Sorry. Doesn't get you in my top 10 list because you're popular on Twitter or Instagram. Sorry. Okay? You got to prove it. You got to prove it, baby. All right. I'm promise I'm getting caught up. And some people probably left and they'll come back. Oh, Lord. Can Herbert make the playoffs first? Oh, that's funny. I'll remember this one for life. Just a typical, I hate to say it, man, but just like a typical, just like fan, not bandwagon, but you're just so deep into your team and your quarterback that you can't even take the criticism that he's not as good as you think he is. Yeah, he won MVP, right? Right. But how many playoff games has Lamar Jackson won? How many AFC championship games have you gone to? How many Super Bowl rings? Why haven't you paid him yet, Ravens? Because they don't know if he's the guy. They know that popularity-wise, it would be the smart thing to do. But what happens if you pay him $250, $300 million and you never make a Super Bowl? You never make an AFC championship game. Money wasted. Never going to get better with his arm. He's just going to be that great guy on legs and his wheels are great, but he just doesn't improve enough. But also, you need to get talent so that way we can put you up there. I want to put you in the top 10, but until you get like a DK Metcalf to, supplement the wide receiver, that position with Mark Andrews, because Mark Andrews is essentially, a top guy. He's a top 3 tight end in the league, Mark Andrews. So it's like having a Devontae, Cooper Kupp, or Tyreek at tight end. You got one. It's like having Travis Kelce, Darren Waller, George Kittle. Okay. Oh, Lord. Can Herbert make the playoffs first? Don't be like everyone else on ESPN and everyone else that doesn't watch enough, doesn't read enough, and just makes a statement like this. Put down the haterade. Okay. Because think about this. If you had Herbert on the Baltimore Ravens, what do you think your record would have been? What do you think the Miami Dolphins are thinking right now that they picked Tua over this guy? Where would have Miami been year one? Playoffs. Where would the Ravens be with Justin Herbert? Playoffs. And guess what? Miami and Baltimore might even have gotten a playoff win with Herbert by this time. So you're telling me that you don't think Herbert would win you more games than Lamar in Baltimore? You're fucking crazy if you don't think that. Herbert's the better player. That's what you have to be able to appreciate greatness in the league, even when it's not on your own team. Okay? Because you never know. Down the road, you might end up having one of these guys on your team. Oh, gosh. YouTube GM, another bad one? Bro, this is like 6 already in the stream. Kirk Cousins doesn't get blown out, and he's had several clutch performances. He's not even a stat patter, which is the complete opposite. Because when they're down, I mean, it's not like they're winning the division in the NFC North every year. I mean, you can get second place. And he had a good year last year, but look at his career. Can't win at Monday night, can't win on Thursday night, can't win on Sunday night. You know, sometimes he has great games, 4 touchdowns, no picks. But also he has games where he has 1 touchdown and 4 picks. Incorrect. Come on, YouTube GM. That's like friendship probation status. You know what I mean? When you have to go on probation for the friendship status. My goodness. I think I might have to get a new stat guy. Sorry, YouTube GM. These takes are horrible. I got to be able to have the best of the best representing the NWSF. I can't have stuff like this. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable for NWSF standards, dude. Another one. Jeez, it doesn't end with you, does it? Burrow is overrated because he had the best kicker. But he also was on, arguably, probably, most likely, the best college football team of all time on LSU. And if you forgot, Clyde Edwards-Helaire was there, Justin Jefferson was there, and Jamar Chase is there. The kicker is irrelevant. We're talking about Burrow. Like, no one says, oh, Burrow's overrated. He's not that good. They had the kicker, McPherson. Most people don't even know his fucking name. Or that he went to Florida. Come on. YouTube GM, not a good look. 1 good take, 7 bad ones. Say, hey, what's good, everybody? Ryan, how you been, man? I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, not going to happen, right? Yeah, Pickett and Trubisky will not have a better passing year than Lamar. Imagine if the Packers had McPherson. They wouldn't have won the Super Bowl. Incorrect. And number one, you're even if you had McPherson, you're not getting past the Rams. Not last year. Did we just like totally forget what happened in the last 3 years? Chiefs, Buccaneers, Rams. Did we just forget? Man, YouTube GM. Oh my goodness. 8 bad takes and 1 good one. We might be going for a record. Job position as stat guy for NWSF revoked after tonight. In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers. So you got 8 bad takes and 1 good one. Trubisky is underrated because he was with Nagy. This one I will agree with you. I do think Trubisky is actually better than people are giving him credit for. I do think that he is kind of a winner. Just you're on the Bears, you know what I mean? Now you're going to be going to more of a winning culture, but you know, obviously they picked Kenny Pickett to be the guy, and Nagy is horrible. So you have 8 horrible takes, and then I will agree with this one because I don't have bias. I just call it how it is. So you got 8 bad ones, and you got your second good one. So I do agree with this because I do think Trubisky is underrated. McPherson is him, Gator Gang. Absolutely, dude. I'll even throw a photo up. I love me some kickers, just like Holly Hundo. I haven't even had a sip of my own beer because you guys have got me all worked up today. You see what happens when I do NFL? No one will bring the fire and the heat like this. All right, hold on. I'm going to find my one that I had. I got a really cool one, too. The Florida Gator one. Yeah. And Tommy Townsend is from there. So that's like Holly's future husband. So, I mean, I don't know what it is about, Florida, with their certain skill position players, defense. But like I said, they're the reason why, a big part of why I am a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan. A lot of you guys know the story, obviously, with, what happened with Steve Spurrier. He was the first quarterback for my Tampa Bay Bucks. He was the ball coach. He had Danny Werfel, Ike Hilliard, Jaquez Green, Rydell Anthony. 2 of those guys, Rydell Anthony and Jaquez Green, came in right away to the Buccaneers. And then the Ike Hilliard was on the Giants and then eventually came to the Bucks. But then it was mostly Derek Brooks from Florida State and Sapp from the U. But a big chunk of that Florida Gator love that I had, they've always been my favorite college team other than Oregon to watch. Here we go. I'll give you some Gator love. And I know we disagree on some things when we talk, Chiefs in Bucks and NFL, right? But I mean, obviously I like the Chiefs. I like watching them. I'm going to be rooting for the Chiefs and Chargers. I'll be rooting for the Eagles and the Niners other than my Bucks. The teams and the fans and the support that I get, I just call it how I see it. But yeah, McPherson is him, Gator Gang. I'm excited to see what you guys end up doing too. It's nice having a kicker up here. A little kicker action is always nice. Just like that. So 8 good takes and 2 bad ones. That's not a good percentage. That's like 200 if you're batting in baseball. You're probably cut off the team there. 2 good takes, 8 bad ones. I mean, you got to be at least closer to 5-5, or you're going to lose respect out of everyone in the room, including myself. I promise I'll get caught up. I'm not going to read every YouTube GM comment, though. I'll read it, but I'm not going to post it on the screen because he's typing left and right, and I want to make sure I get to everybody. Okay. Gosh, you guys have just commented like a motherfucker. Okay. Gator Gang, I got you. So, yeah, been good so far. Got 5 of our players going to the All-Star game. And they're wearing the white jerseys with the gold. Bro, that thing is nice. That is nice, dude. Shep, I don't know if you're still in the room. I promise I'll get caught up with everybody, but I love the jerseys. The other ones, though, they look ugly. They should be black. Like that color from the jerseys that the American League is going to wear. I'm not really a fan of those. Like I saw them and I'm like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking about that because I ended up sending it to my buddy Jay Graves. And if you look at the All-Star jerseys, right? So they got white ones for the National League with gold on the Braves, and it looks awesome. The other ones are like gray with gold, and it looks like a practice uniform with like a black. It doesn't look good. This looks like a practice tee. The actual white jersey looks like something like the Saints in their color rush with the white and the gold numbers. It looks fire. But the other one should be black and gold, not this gray or bluish gray or whatever the fucking color that Trout has got in the photo. So, yeah, I'm excited. And Cousins is underrated because he is a boring white guy. In reality, he is a top 10 quarterback. Incorrect. Incorrect. Derek Carr, yeah, and that's not even a hot take. But we're not saying last year. Are we not understanding what the conversation is? It's going into 2022. Hello? Hello, YouTube GM, are you awake? Hello? Hello, are you there? Next year. I mean, I know you got Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen, and you got Dalvin Cook. You do have Kevin O'Connell, and I do think the Vikings are going to be a sleeper. They are my sleeper team in the NFC. Just like the Colts in the AFC, which is not a sleeper because you got Matt Ryan. But the major reason that I got the Vikings as a sleeper, and I like them even more than the Cardinals, they might make the playoffs. They might not. A lot of teams in the NFC. But I think they're going to improve dramatically in the next 3 years because they got Kevin O'Connell. He was the OC for the Rams. It's all about coaching. O-line, D-line, coaching, defense. Okay? Hello? Joey's in the building. Vikings in the building. What to do? Say Kirk Cousins can't even break the top 10. 33 TDs, 7 picks, 100-plus passer rating, 3 years running. Right. But if we're really looking at, some of the Fugazi stuff, I know you're a Vikings guy as well, but no one thinks that Kirk Cousins is top 10. I mean, he's always been 11, 12, 13, 14. That's kind of where he sits. I need to get a beer. I haven't even had a beer yet. Haven't even had a beer yet. But I need to get caught up. He said, your hot takes are bad tonight. Yeah, and Joey knows a lot. He is a Vikings guy. So if anyone knows Vikings, Joey does. So the thing is, Cousins is a top 10 quarterback or at least borderline. I have, a Carr, Cousins, Tannehill, around, like 11, 12, 13, but now, if you don't even have guys like Lamar or Kyler in the top 10, if they're not there in the top 10 at all, right? So if this is 11 and then this is 12, do you think that you're better than this with Devontae Adams, Renfro, Josh Jacobs, Waller, and Josh McDaniels? Not happening. You're not going to be better than this because I've already told you. Okay. And then if this is 11 and this is 12, Kirk Cousins isn't better than those two. Kirk Cousins is good, but he's not better than those two. Kirk Cousins is normally on the same level as this or Tannehill, but you just got Devontae Adams. So you get bumped up a little bit. Okay. So that's why if this is 11 and this is 12, Cousins is after Kyler. I mean, and some people might even take Tannehill over Kirk Cousins. I mean, it would be, it's always been Carr, Cousins, and Tannehill in that next tier, 11, 12, 13. But if Lamar isn't even top 10, right, he ain't, Cousins ain't fucking 11 over Lamar and Kyler. Just saying. You'd win more games with Lamar and Kyler on the Vikings than Cousins. I think everyone would agree to that statement, whether you want to admit it or not. Man, I love doing NFL things. Man, everyone's opinions come out and you can really see, who knows football, who doesn't know football, who's biased, who's not biased. And like I said, no one's going to be 100% correct on everything, but you can definitely tell who reads and who watches film and who doesn't. Yeah, no one thinks that Cousins is horrible. He's normally sitting 11, 12, 13, 14, but you're not consistent and you can't win in the big games a lot of times, like on the prime time showcase. ESPN is trash. Yeah, it also helps that you have Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen. Justin Jefferson might be the best wide receiver in the game soon. And then Adam Thielen is, if he's not a top 10 wide receiver, he's like 11, 12. So he definitely has help. This channel is legendary, and I miss you too. Skull. I think a lot of times with Cousins, you're playing from behind and they had bad coaching. You had bad O-line, you had bad defense, and you had Zimmer. I mean, what do you expect? You ain't going to win shit with that. No wonder the Packers ran that division. But you were still good enough talent-wise with Cousins, Dalvin Cook, Thielen, and Justin Jefferson to beat out the Bears and the Lions because they were absolutely horrible. That's like beating Miami and the Jets if you were the fucking New England Patriots. Like you already marked it off that you were going to be going 6-0 in the division. It's like you mark off, you're probably going to go 4-0 most of the time against those two teams. Yeah, and that's a good thing too. They might be able to see if Kirk is the guy or Lamar is the guy or if they decide to move on. See, now you're like putting race into it And it's not necessarily race has anything to do with that. It's just skill set. You got white and black quarterbacks in the top 10. But it will concern you to see, it's all about the progression of the rookie wide receiver and Alec, Jelani Woods at tight end as a rookie. And then if they bring in Julio or TY and, seeing what Michael Pittman can do, but they don't have enough to think like they have enough to win the division over the Titans because AJ Brown is gone, right? And then they're going to move off from Tannehill and he'll be on the Bucs next year, hopefully. And they'll go Malik. But he's still talented, but I would really like for him to have better options at wide receiver and tight end. And that's what concerns me. But you got great O-line, great running back, Jonathan Taylor, great defense, Darius Leonard. Great O-line with Quentin Nelson. I got the Colts winning the division. But I think the Titans they'll fight. But there's a lot of drama in that locker room right now. Yeah, and I like Kirk a lot. I actually, defend Kirk and Carr and Tannehill all the time. I'm like, sorry that, your favorite team doesn't have a number 1, number 2, number 3. But just because you have the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th quarterback doesn't mean that the guy sucks. Just not as consistent as the guys in the top 10. Why is Rodgers number 1? At least this doesn't pertain to playoff performance. Yeah, because then he wouldn't even be on the list. $5. That happened probably an hour ago, and I'll check my Cash App too. It's at end of the year predictions. Herbert 1, Rodgers 2, Mahomes 3, Russell Wilson 4, Carr 5. AFC West about to be wild. Riggs, my boy, I appreciate you. Bang, bang. Let's go. And we had fun with Chase Elliott. I am looking on Amazon. They had that $60 race suit, but I want to get something a little bit better quality. You know what I mean? If I'm going to get a race suit, if I do buy the $60 Chase Elliott race suit, I will wear it on streams, but I'll probably sweat like a motherfucker. But I am thinking about getting a Chase Elliott racing suit. That would be really cool. They had autograph cards and other things, but shout out to Chase Elliott for being the face of NASCAR. And really shout out to Riggs for, telling me to do NASCAR this year. It's the best thing that I've done all year. We're getting great views. We're getting good traction. Every video I do gets over 1,000, usually 1,000 to 2,600. That's awesome. It's another market for me to grab people. So thank you so much, Riggs, for your dono and your loyalty to this channel. Your donations. I mean, he donated $120 himself in the stream, and we hit 200. So that's pretty impressive for a NASCAR stream. So thank you so much, man. Your loyalty is unmatched, and I really do appreciate you very, very much. You are a GOAT for sure. Yeah, he's got horrible coaching. Coaching is a big part of it, dude. $19 in donos. Let's get to a hundo, baby. I think we're much further along. Yeah, I wouldn't expect too much from the room. Watson will be good. Watson will be good. Allen the Lizard Lazard will be good. Tanyan will be good. And then you'll get mediocre performances, I think, from Cobb and Watkins. They're just going to be like fillers. But I think Watson could end up being wide receiver 1. But Lazard, obviously he trusts more, but then he got hurt. But I think Watson was drafted to be the Devontae Adams project. You know what I mean? But we don't know if he'll get there or not. Toby said, I'm optimistic about my Jags. I hope you guys win games. Same thing with the Jets. Zach Wilson is cheating on his girlfriend and sleeping with his mom's best friend. Hey, life is good for you. I mean, there's a lot of drama. We'll see what happens, but it might be a couple years. But I am interested to see Trevor Lawrence's development, and I hope you guys win games. But don't expect playoffs anytime soon. Duval, what'd it do? God, I need to drink this fucking pineapple beer, but I'm just resilient on catching up. Right, exactly. Toby says Trevor Lawrence could be a top 15 quarterback this year. That's pretty bold because, I mean, that's not really saying too much to be 15th out of 32. You know what I mean? But with the O-line and the defense and the new coach, I don't think anybody knows if he'll be top 15 or if he'll be top 25. I don't think we really know yet. You know, we have to kind of just wait and see. But I'm hoping that he's like somewhere between 15 and 20. That's what I'm really hoping. I like Jalen Hurts a lot. And I told the Eagles fans what I thought about him. It's like Dak 2.0. But some of them wanted to get rid of him because they he played poorly against the Bucs. Well, guess what? You weren't going to beat the Bucs. Like, there's no one on planet Earth. Maybe Birdman 951 thought so. But, I kept telling him and a bunch of other people, you're just ready to get rid of Jalen. If you end up getting rid of Jalen and then you have to start over with another guy and that guy doesn't pan out, then you're going to be in 3 years, reverse progress. Just keep him in there and keep building around him. Caitlin's in the building from Scotland. How are you? Now, I mean, Hurts is going to have a lot of talent around him. I think they're going to win the NFC East, but to be top 10 statistically, he might not be there yet, but it seems like he's trending that way with Devontae Smith, Goddard, right? And then you also have A.J. Brown, and then you also have, Miles Sanders, a couple other running backs. Defense got better. Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, Big Play Slay, Fletcher Cox. You got guys. But yeah, he ain't top 10. But it seems like if a guy is trending, from 20 to 15 to trying to be in the top 12, it seems like he's trending. And that, I mean, he's not skill set wise, he's not 10 or 12. You know what I mean? But stats wise, at the end of the year, there's a chance that he could be top 10, top 15 in stats. Yep, exactly. Just like I said. Yeah, you know what I mean? You just got to get continuity with the O-line and the defense. And I'm not sure if Sirianni's the guy. I think they should fire him personally. They need to get somebody better. But I think that they're going to win the division, and that'll save his job temporarily. And then if they lose a couple playoff games or have some injuries, then maybe they'll let him go. But I think he's the bridge guy. Same thing with Staley. Staley might be the bridge guy on the Chargers that they fire to get to the next step, to get to the AFC Championship game. But Staley could overachieve and make the Super Bowl or the AFC Championship game in the next 3 years. I mean, it's possible. We'll see. Caitlin says Aaron Rodgers is the best quarterback in the league. No bias, even though she is a Packer fan, like maybe the biggest Packer fan on planet Earth. Do you have any knowledge bombs for me today? I know that you always come up with some very good stats because I always like learning something new on every stream that I do. Keep me posted on anything that you have. And hopefully we can end up getting some more donos for this entertaining stream. This has probably been the most entertaining stream we've had in quite a while. Bang, bang, Sarah Small. And shout out to Amanda for my drawing. Looks just like me too. And I have it on all my social media platforms, every single one. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. It was time for a change. And I'm glad that we had a fan that did this. It's awesome. Even my parents were like, oh my God, it looks like you. It's awesome. Thank you so much. Sarah Small, bang, bang. Amanda with the artwork and my profile pic. Thank you so much. Yes, correct. $21. Let's get to $100, and then we'll go to $200. Zach Wilson is a better player off the field than on the field. If you know, you know. Well, his girlfriend was cute, but I guess it was the MILF thing, right? He probably had the mom's friend was just probably flirting with him all the time, and he just gave in. I'm not sure if he was the one that initiated, but I mean, Cougars like to attack, so it wouldn't surprise me if the mom's best friend, was like, "Hey, Zachy," and then he just was like, "All right, you're hot too," and then he gave in. Banging the MILFs. Yep. Postseason is a different story. Yes. Oh, Paisley's dragging a blanket. I see you, Paisley. I love you. Yeah, special teams sucked. But as a Packer fan, I think you can admit you expected more out of Rodgers and was shocked that you didn't win that game. I thought it was going to be Bucks-Packers NFC Championship game, and I would have collabed with Grossi, and it probably would have been one of the biggest days of my life. Didn't happen. But we might collab here for week 3, it sounds like. And then if we make the playoffs, we'll probably collab again. Who does better this year, Trubisky, Pickett, or Trevor Lawrence? Well, you got better coaching with the Steelers. Trevor Lawrence is a better quarterback than those two, right? But with the inexperience at coach, and then you have to look at weapons. You don't have any Juju Smith-Schuster anymore. Okay, no more Juju on the beat, right? But you still got Deontay Johnson, who improved his dropsies that he had. He hit the jug machine. He's better. Chase Claypool arguably is a top 3 receiver in the league now, not just on his team. He'll be good. Pat Freiermuth is nice. Najee Harris is nice. So I would say yards-wise, Lawrence will be better. Stats-wise, there's a chance that Trubisky's numbers might be better. Touchdown to interception ratio, maybe. But, I mean, we don't know when Pickett's getting in. And we know Trubisky has limitations. Lawrence is the better quarterback, but he's got poor coaching, we assume. And we have to see the chemistry with that team because they are the Jags. So, coaching can only take you so far. And you have a better supporting cast on the Steelers. But, I mean, it is Trevor Lawrence. At some point, he's going to have to shine, you would think. But that's a tough question. But I think Trevor Lawrence is the better quarterback, but Trubisky's stats have a chance to be better, but they might not be. If that makes sense. He said, nah, Herbert, nice. But instead of just saying, yeah, Herbert, that was a great stat, you had to throw Mahomes in. See, that's the whole concept. Instead of saying, yeah, but, just give the guy his due. He can be the rival. You know what I mean? But, instead of having to make up an excuse why Mahomes is the best on planet Earth, well, guess what? He didn't play in that season. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but he didn't. So instead of giving the guy the full credit, he had to throw Mahomes' name in there. That's bias. You see? Well, Rodgers throws at Devontae because Devontae can catch the fucking ball. Some of the other guys aren't as good. And when you have the best receiver in the league, wouldn't you throw to him? You like Shailene? Yeah, she's cute. Yes. And now, Caitlin, Rodgers is dating a witch. So I pray for your health. I pray for the health of the fans. I mean, he already got one tattoo because of her. I mean, I don't know what's next. He's going to do some kind of witchcraft in the huddle. We'll see. Hey, if it helps you guys get to the NFC Championship game. Right. But the stats that we were going over, and I don't know if you heard it, but I went over it earlier, and I know we probably have some catch app, and I got all kinds of other stuff on here as well. Riggs is like, go grab the beer. I know I still haven't grabbed the beer yet. So I didn't know I should wait for you to catch up in the comments if I have a question. Yeah, I just saw that question now. Bro, grab the beer. Yeah, I know. All right, I'm going to beer it. Hold on. I'm here. Shout out to Eagles John with a 20. That was like 50 minutes ago. I have so many comments, but I promise I'll get caught up. Thank you, Eagles. And that's a nice thing about being educated on all 32 teams, that there's never going to be like let me look it up moment. You know what I mean? That's what I do for a living. So Eagles John with a 20 on the cash app. Bang, 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 bang. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Bang, 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 bang. I found 6 pineapple Modelo Cheladas. Okay. And so I had to buy all of them. And I got one here on the desk. And I haven't even cracked it open, but I promise I'll get caught up. And I need to go get a beer here. I will. That's true. So I mean, you were saying Herbert was better in his first 2 years than Mahomes. I said the stats are definitely misleading because the game's played, but Herbert is a great quarterback. I don't think I took away, but you did because you brought up Mahomes. You see what you did there? It's not giving full credit that Herbert did something amazing. You had to throw Mahomes in there, and that shows bias. You see what I'm saying? You don't even realize you're being biased, but anytime you bring up your guy when it should be only Herbert, you know what I mean? That shows you that you're incredibly biased for the Chiefs and Mahomes. Like, you just can't give credit where credit's due, that the guy had a great year. Like, you have to, but. If Mahomes would have played right a bit, he would have dominated and blew that record out of the water. Of course, but he didn't. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. He didn't start right away because Alex Smith was there. That's irrelevant to what we're talking about. You're taking away something from somebody that did something that no one thought was possible. If Mahomes did it, everyone would be like, oh, it's Patrick Mahomes. But when Herbert did it, and he didn't play under center, and he's not vocal, you know what I mean? That's the whole point. You brought Herbert, so you try to cut down the importance of what Herbert did because you love Mahomes so much, and you're a Chiefs homer. It's your team. You see, you know, it's a rival, but you can't even give him credit. Do you see what I'm saying? You don't think you're chopping him down, all right? But you are, because you brought up Mahomes. You know what I mean? It's like when someone does something good, you just acknowledge what he did. No. But hey, a second year, he threw 50. Hey. You know, no, you don't even bring it up, dude. You know what I'm saying? You appreciate the greatness that we already know Mahomes is great, but is it that hard for you to give a compliment to another guy that did something incredible? That even if Mahomes would have played in his first 2 years, more than likely would have blew all records out of the water. But guess what? He didn't. That's what we're saying. You're chopping it down the accomplishment, you know what I mean? Acting like it's not a big deal. You know, of course, if he would have played right away, but maybe he throws interceptions. He's really not that as good as he was early in his career now. You know what I mean? So you can say, yeah. But did you expect him to play as bad as he did last year? And guess what? Tyreek's no longer there, so he might get worse and worse. That's the reality. It's a possible, situation where it could maybe be worse without Honey Badger and Tyreek. Oh, but it's Mahomes. Hey, Justin Herbert, 9,350 yards, most ever. First 2 seasons in NFL history. Passing TD, 69, most ever. Yeah, Mahomes had 50 in his second year, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about Justin Herbert. 69, starting right away in his first 2 years, most ever. More than Peyton, more than Brady, more than Rodgers, and more than Mahomes. 300-plus yard games, 17, most ever. But then everyone wants to criticize and make excuses why he's not good. Right? Because it's easier to say, he's better. Media loves him. Oh, he's cool. He dresses cool. Joey Burr. He's got cool nicknames. He's the Tiger King. The last time I checked, popularity and people shoving shit down your throat doesn't equal to a Super Bowl win. And it's going to be hard for him to win one. I mean, it's going to be hard enough for him to get to one. You got to one already. You're probably going to go to 1, 2, or 3. I don't know if you're going to win any of them. If this guy goes, it might only be to be 1, and chances are he'll probably lose, just realistically. You know, because if you play a team like this or this, you're not winning. I'm sorry. You know, if you're playing this or this, like this on the last year, maybe in the NFL and going into the booth, if we can say injury-free, or if they play like they did last year, I don't give a shit if it's this, you're not fucking winning. Even this. You know, and my 2 favorite teams in the AFC this year are this and this, but I'm just being real. See what I mean? I got to get a beer. What am I doing? Almost 3 hours in, and I haven't even sipped one fucking beer. I had to just answer all the horrible takes from YouTube GM. But most of your guys' takes in the room have been pretty good. But, you know, I gotta be able to, you know what I mean? Like, people don't even realize that they're doing it. But if you're not completely just giving Herbert credit, on that was amazing stats and you have to yeah but and throw in your quarterback, it's bias. It's like not being able to give a compliment to someone when they have a nice shirt. You just rather be like, fuck you. I'm going to buy that shirt for myself. Fuck that guy. Or instead of hitting the like button, you just scroll up. Instead of hitting that heart or that retweet or that like button, you just scroll up. You're fuck that guy. You know? People do it all the time. People never like to support. You know, have you noticed that? Like when you go on like Facebook and someone's doing like a business, they cut hair or, you know, they do something that's really hard work and they built a business for their own. They post something and, you know, you just scroll by. Don't even put a heart or, you know, a good job or a comment. You just like, fuck you, whatever. That's the America for you. A lot of people just like to not give credit, you know, or not support. Some people support, female and male, but a lot of people out there are haters. That's just the bottom line. That's what I said. You know, last time I checked Belichick, obviously he's defensive minded, you know, Charlie Weiss, Romeo Cornell. You did have Josh McDaniels, and he is top 5 offensive mind, right? But Brady had Randy Moss, which was awesome. But other than Moss, is there anyone else that was Moss status? I mean, he made a lot of average running backs or average wide receivers or tight ends blossom, except for maybe Gronk. You know, Gronk had that natural talent, and Gronk would have been good, I feel, anywhere. But the chemistry with Brady is real. You know what I mean? But besides Gronk and besides Randy Moss, who else? I totally agree. Jameson Mason in the building. What to do? It's spicy tonight. I mean, like I said, I'll agree with you if I think it's correct. I'm not going to agree with you just because you donate to me. I'm not going to agree with you just because you're my friend. You know, if I feel that it's right, it's right. You know, it's like I got my boy Zach in the building. Love him. He's probably my favorite new, you know, follower, friend, you know, Fanatic fan member. You know what I mean? Big Packer guy, big Bucks guy, big Milwaukee Brewers guy. But when he said he thought that Devontae Adams had a bigger ego than Rodgers is dating a witch. And normally I agree with almost everything that Zach says, you know, but in that case, you know, I definitely think Rodgers' ego is bigger than Adams. Adams got offered more money. There was no friendship from Rodgers. You know, he's living in his own Hollywood world, dating a witch. He's a great quarterback, but maybe with those female celebrities like Shailene Woodley, maybe it's a distraction. Maybe too much wine, too much of a distraction, too much partying, you know, maybe too much other distractions, you know. Who's to say for his success not being good in the playoffs? What is it? We can't blame the defense not stopping the run in the special teams all the time. At some point, we got to blame the quarterback, right? Even though we love him and we think he's one of the greats of all time, he arguably is the greatest regular season quarterback of all time. I rarely see guys throw 40 or 50 tutties and 4 to 8 picks. It almost boggles my mind that someone can throw under 10 interceptions in the NFL and that level of competition. You know what I mean? If someone's throwing 4 or 5 interceptions in a 16 or 17 game regular season, that is bananas. I don't know if you guys understand that or not. And I still haven't got my beer. I think everybody does. U2 GM is getting salty. Well, Rodgers won the Super Bowl because he had Charles Woodson. Brett Favre won the Super Bowl because he had Reggie White, but people never bring that up. There we go. Right? Completely different type of system. Different players in a COVID protocol year. Boom. That's why Brady's the GOAT, whether you love him or you hate him. Tom Brady was the system in New England. And everyone wanted to say, who's better? Is it Brady or is it Belichick? Remember? All those conversations. Who's better? Who's better? Right? We'd go through all of those conversations. I'll have to find the perfect one here. I got one. See if this one will come up. Oh, it does. Cool. So we got Brady and we got Belichick. I had to find a good one with him with like a Lombardi in his hand, and I found it. I got to find quality photos for you guys if we're doing this. Got to be HD to the max. So we talked, right? We talked all the time. Who is it? Who is it? You know, is it Belichick? And we thought maybe it was, right? His defensive mind, Lawrence Taylor. If you watched, obviously, Bill Parcells, you know, he was underneath him in that system with Lawrence Taylor, helping the Giants win. Okay, a couple Super Bowls. You know, one with Lawrence Taylor, and then you had the other one with, you know, Phil Simms got hurt and Jeff Hostetler came in. Remember? But then you started to realize year one of leaving, boom, what happened? You already know what happened. We ended up being number one, and we got that Super Bowl. So hopefully YouTube GM gets better. It's a disappointing run for him today. He said, how is that biased? I don't understand. I've said he's a great quarterback. Your stats are just a little misleading. How is it misleading? Because Mahomes got 50 in his second year and didn't play enough in his first year? That's not my problem. That's not your problem. You know, that's not the Chiefs' problem. That's just what happened. But he didn't do it. He didn't get 90 in his first 2 years. It didn't happen. Okay? And just the fact that you brought Mahomes' name up at all shows that you can't give credit to another guy. You shouldn't have to bring up your own quarterback. Just be like, okay, that, you know, he had a great, that's an amazing stat, but you have to undercut. Why undercut? What's the point? Is it too hard for you to admit that Herbert did something amazing that led the league in those things? Even though if you think Mahomes is better, he didn't do it. He didn't do those things. He didn't do those things, but it just eats you up inside so much that you just can't say it and just admit that that was an awesome thing and not bring up your quarterback's name. That's what it is. There you go. It's okay to root for other quarterbacks. It's okay to think that your quarterback's the best, Mahomes or Rodgers, you know, Wilson or Brady. It's fine. That's just me, you know. Yeah, and also too, yeah. I mean, no more Tyreek. They double team Travis Kelce. If the new guys can't step up like Sky Moore, what's going to happen? Maybe third place in the division with 10 wins. Maybe make the wild card, maybe not. That's a possible scenario. With a little bit of a drop off in the Honey Badger or Tyreek, you just can't act like Mahomes is the whole team. Tyreek was very impactful for the Chiefs. Very. If you didn't have Tyreek, you don't have a Super Bowl win. You know what I mean? Like, he was very, very impactful, just like Mahomes and Kelce. They were a big trio. But how many games the Uncle Mo hit because of what Tyreek did? And obviously Mahomes threw him the ball, or they did a screen pass, and then he did the yak yards. So Mahomes is a part of the equation, but it took Tyreek to actually get in the end zone with his speed. And you don't have that anymore. So I definitely think that Packers, with obviously Caitlin's team, right, is going to have a true test also. No Devontae Adams, Mahomes, no Tyreek. So to think that, you know, your team slide back a little bit and might not be as successful, it's possible. Yes. All right, here's the list. Eagles, John. And we'll get more people. And that's obviously, I'm trying to get caught up. I promise I will get caught up with these comments, but people are commenting left and right. But here's the list that's absolutely garbage. I'll let you look at that real quick, and I'll go grab a cold beer, slam it real quick. And the glaring thing right here for me on the list, Burrow is too high. Deshaun Watson shouldn't be on the list. And Russell Wilson is hilariously way too low. Should be in the top 5, but we'll get into that here in a second. Let me go get a beer. I've waited for this pineapple Modelo for 3 weeks, And I saw that Safeway had it some this morning. We had 90-degree temperatures today, and I bought all 6. I normally only buy 2 at a time, maybe 3 at the most. And I said, you know what? I haven't seen this shit in 6 weeks or 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever. I'm like, I'm buying all. I mean, I did see it one other time when we went camping last week. They had 4 or 5, and I grabbed all of them just because they don't have them. So if you look at this list is going into next year, according to executives, coaches, scouts, and players, Get Up is a horrible program as it is. So you know the list is garbage. They got Rodgers and Mahomes at the top. I don't really have a problem with that, but you got to think Rodgers and Mahomes might scale back a little, even though they probably are 2 of the most talented, at quarterback. But you're losing Devontae and you're losing Tyreek, but we'll let it slide for now, okay? Josh Allen at 3. You could say that's a little high or just right, but I wouldn't put him any higher. I wouldn't put him over Mahomes or Rodgers, okay? And even Brady and Russell Wilson. Interesting, okay? And then you got Brady at 4, which I think Brady at 4 or 5 is appropriate. But essentially, if you look at Brady, he actually should be in the top 3, based off his stats. Shit, he led the league in yards and touchdown passes at 44. We are going to be the Super Bowl favorite besides the Rams, Bucks, and then a tie between Saints, Eagles, Packers. Wild card team, Vikings. That could be a special team, on the up and up. And then on the AFC, Bills. And then I got Broncos. And then after those, then I have, Bengals, Chiefs, Raiders, Chargers, Colts, and a few others. You know what I'm saying? But there's a pecking order. So my pecking order is Bills, Broncos. A lot of people have Broncos finishing last, which is laughable. It's not happening. The 2 most motivated people in the NFL going into this season are going to be Brady and Wilson. You watch. It's going to be special. But you got here, you got this 1, you got this 2, right? And then they have Josh Allen 3. So I'll put it in the correct order, and then I'll give you my order. And then Brady, and then Burrow. Let's see here. Stafford, and then Herbert. Russell at 8. That's laughable. Deshaun. Why the fuck is Deshaun on the list? Like really? Why are you at 9? They think you're going to play? You should be suspended for a year, 2 years, or forever. Calvin Ridley got a year. So I don't understand that. Okay. So the list goes. Just checking to make sure I got it correct after I did my own. Okay. So what I like about this list, I don't really mind anything in the top 4. It's all debatable, right? Number 5, Burrow is too high. Matthew Stafford is always disrespected. Herbert disrespected. Russell really disrespected. Deshaun Watson shouldn't be on the list, and having Dak on the list over guys like Lamar and Kyler is correct. Okay, so this is the list. Aaron, Mahomes, Allen, Brady, Burrow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the ESPN Get Up. And it shows you they know nothing about football. It's like Stephen A. talking about football. He doesn't know anything. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Out of the top 10, Carr, Lamar, Kyler. I've always had an issue with Lamar and Kyler because I just want them to be better. I want you to be better on third down, and I want you to run less and stay in the pocket more. But you don't have anything really to throw to besides Mark Andrews, so it's tough. Hollywood Brown is now here. Okay? And I don't like the way that you play in November and December. Get better. Okay? But here's my list compared to this. Okay? And I can still keep a couple of these guys in the same spot. But I think I would go going into this season from what I think. And all this could be moved around, you know what I mean? Because obviously we know you lose Devontae and you lose Tyreek, so other guys might step up. But just for, so that way I don't have to move every single piece. I think I would break it down more like this. Based off production and what I think is going to, happen. So not in the top 10, not in the top 10, and not in the top 10 because he shouldn't be playing. Okay. I mean, this is really tough to kind of go over too. But I'm probably going here, Dak Prescott at number 10. You lost Amari Cooper, but guess what? On third down, you're better than him. You're better than him. You got absolutely garbage coaching, right? But I do like Dan Quinn. I do like Micah Parsons a lot. But you make players around you better. And even though you're on a hated team on the Cowboys, just like the Patriots and Bill Belichick for the cheating, they won a lot of stuff. You haven't won since 1995, 92, and 93 and 95. You were great. Cowboys fans are living in the past. But when they were good, they were great. Okay. And I've always liked Dak. And Jalen Hurts is Dak 2.0. But I think that I've been saying it all along, just because you're popular and you can play baseball in the A's or play with video games with FaZe Clan, popularity does not equal playoff wins or a Super Bowl. Okay. So they're not there. You shouldn't even be playing this year. So why the fuck are you there? I mean, you were a top 4. It used to be Mahomes, Rodgers, Wilson, Deshaun, or Mahomes, Wilson, Rodgers, or Mahomes, Rodgers, Wilson. You could flip-flop any of the top 3, but for a while it was Mahomes 1, probably Rodgers 2, Wilson 3, Deshaun Watson 4. There's no way in hell you should be on the list. Like, what do we got here? You know what I mean? I don't really have a whole lot of problems with the top 4, but 5, Joe is horribly overrated there at 5. He's great, but he shouldn't be 5. He should be in the 6 through 10 category. So this is overrated. He's not overrated as a player. He's just overrated in the slot. I think Burrow is fantastic. I love him. Okay. Stafford, underrated always. Herbert, underrated. Wilson, underrated. Deshaun shouldn't be on the list. Dak, just about right. Okay. Dak Prescott at number 10. At number 9, I'm going to put someone over Lamar and over Kyler. And you're like, Dak, are you kidding me? Yep. And I'm going to put Derek Carr at number 9. You got obviously Darren Waller, Raiders, right? Number 3 tight end or 4. I mean, you got Kelsey, Mark Andrews, Darren Waller, right? Kittle, right? And there, you got Pitts. I mean, there's all kinds of guys. Goddard. There's a lot of, Hawkinson. There's a lot of upside for a lot of talent. But you have Waller, top 3 tight end, the best wide receiver in the game, and Devontae Adams, not named Tyreek Hill, Cooper Kupp, Justin Jefferson, or Jamar Chase. You got the best slot and the most underrated wide receiver in the game, Hunter Renfrow. Okay. You got Josh McDaniels coming in, calling plays. Your O-line stinks. Your defense stinks, except for Chandler Jones. Who? Chandler Jones and Max Crosby. I like them, right? But he's going to have a monster year playing with his old school friend in Devontae Adams. They went to Fresno State together. I'm really excited to see, that connection lived again. I mean, I know it's hard. I know it's hard for people to realize that this is no longer going to be with Aaron Rodgers. I know it's a little painful, okay? But he wanted to play with someone that was really his friend. And this is going to be beautiful. Don't be surprised if Carr has an amazing monster year. I mean, if you want to really argue player for player, besides quarterback, that 9, best slot, underrated, wide receiver, Hunter Renfrow, best wide receiver, arguably Devontae Adams. I'm not sure if it's really an argument, okay? And then you got a top 3 tight end, and you got a top 12 running back, top 10 when he's healthy, Josh Jacobs. I mean, O-line is very important, and it's not good, right? But those other players, quarterback, running back, Carr, Jacobs, Devontae Adams, Renfrow, Waller. Can you name 5 other guys better than those 5, honestly? They're all top 10. And if you don't want to put Carr 10, that's up to you. Or if you don't want to put Josh Jacobs, you want to put him at 11 or 12. I mean, they got 5 guys that are essentially top 10 players at their position. Pretty scary. But you do need O-line and you do need defense. So that's what it makes me worry. But I think he's going to be very good. Derek Carr at number 9. At number 8. And this is tough because I think that 6, 7, and 8 are all interchangeable. You know what I mean? But at number 8, I'm going to go Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford is a guy that could be as high as 6, not top 5. He still has a great arm. He's going to have great weapons. OBJ will be back, right? And then you got Cooper Kupp. You upgraded from Robert Woods, Bobby Trees to Allen Robinson, arguably the best number 2 in the league besides Godwin and Thielen. Didn't play the greatest Super Bowl, and obviously we know Aaron Donald was a big reason, right? But we have to put some respect, R-E-S-P-E-K, respect on his name. Matthew Stafford at number 8. At number 7, I got Joe Burrow, Joey B, the Tiger King. You had a great year. You got Joe Mixon, you got Jamar Chase, you got T. Higgins, you got a lot of pieces. Offensive line was horrible. You improved that. Defense, we'll see what happens this upcoming year. You might not be as good as you were last year, but Joe Burrow is special. Joe Burrow has nicknames. Joe Burrow arguably is the quarterback on the college football team that might have been the greatest of all time. And this is tough. You can interchange Joe Burrow from, I think, 5, 6, 7. I mean, you have him here at 5. And I guess you could say, if you want to go that route, you could do that, right? But for me, 5 is high. I still need we need to see more consistency. But I like what I see. Okay. Number 10, Dak Prescott. Number 9, Derek Carr with Devontae Adams edition. Number 8, Matthew Stafford. Number 7, Joey B, Tiger King, Joey Burr. I wanted to put this player much higher, but it shows you I'm not biased over Brady and Herbert. Okay. At number 6, who I could have easily put at number 5 or 4 or 3, but I didn't, Justin Herbert. You've already broke all those records, but I want to be able to see you do it this year, and hopefully your team can lead get to the playoffs. It's going to be about run defense and staying healthy and better coaching. Staley, I feel, is not a good coach. You have an injury curse, and you couldn't stop the run, but your stats have been phenomenal. Like I mentioned before, there's not many guys in the first 2 seasons that have thrown for 9,350 yards, most ever, 69 passing TDs, most ever, and 300-plus yard games, 17, most ever, and I have you not even in my top 5. Okay? And I think you're better than Josh Allen, and I think you're better than Burrow, but I'll let you earn it this year. Number 6, Justin Herbert. And if I'm really biased, I can have him at 3. I could have Brady and Herbert in my top 3, but I don't. Okay? Number 6, Justin Herbert. Then we have steak. No, we have ribs, and it's a break. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. For upcoming this year, not what they did last year, what we're going to be going to get this year. And some of these guys might even be higher. This, and we will see. But there's a chance for this and this to be in the top 5 for sure. Okay, let me get to the comments, and then I'll get caught up to the 5 through 1. All right, I need to open this beer. Shout out to Sarah and Eagles John for the 2 and 22. Yes, he was. All right, I'm scrolling. I'm going to try to get caught up. And I'm not reading every comment, so you guys are just commenting like a motherfucker. It always happens when we do football streams. Yeah. And again, that's from a long time ago, but at least you can go there. Spiritual KK in the building, which he might not be in the building anymore, but he was. Play action will be Matt Ryan's best play. Spiritual, okay, because Allen isn't close to being top 2. Yeah, first 2 years, I think Rodgers developed him, but then after that, it was all him. He said, this more like it, football. What to do? All right, man. Later, bro. All right, I'm getting caught up, I promise. I'm gonna start chugging beers here in like a fucking second. I don't like to skip, I like to be able to get, to a lot of people's comments because you guys are just as important as the show. You can see me talk whenever, you know what I mean? But I want to be able to go over your guys' opinions and things too. So yeah, I don't think sometimes you're spot on, you know what I mean? But sometimes you're way off, bro. I've seen at least 8 things tonight, dude. Brady's great, right? Brady's great because of obviously that inner dog in him. Just like Kobe and Jordan. The amount of work that they put in behind the scenes is more than anyone else, period. It's like with me, like with my knowledge. You think I would be as good as I am, if I didn't fucking read 6 hours a day and spend 5-hour streams and putting in more work? 18 hours out of my 24-hour a day are dedicated to this fucking channel. But I'll give you guys my list and you guys can agree or disagree. The main thing is with me, you don't have to agree with everything I say. I'm not going to be right all the time. I do get ESP once in a while, but if I do give you some different opinion than what you think, at least when I say it, you can actually be like, you know what? He does have some points where it's like, maybe I can sway some people, or maybe I can get you to think of something that you didn't really think of before making your particular top 10 list or opinion, Because obviously I'm following more people and more teams than anyone. You guys follow your own team. I'm following all 32 as if they're my own. There's a difference. And wrestling and baseball and NASCAR. Jake Paul gave me crabs, baby. What to do? How are you? It took me a while to get to the comments. But I'm getting caught up, I promise. Yeah. He's still money though, bro. Max Fried is sick, dude. Give me a beer, baby. All right. How many people do you know that can go 3 hours straight? No beer. And just go after it. No notes. Just everything off the top. Michael, I'm good. How are you? And Eagles John did that. I'm getting caught up. I'm almost at the 10 o'clock mark on the comments, so I'll be caught up here in a second. All right, 41 on the donuts. Let's get to a hundo. I've been putting in work on this stream, okay? We definitely got to get to at least a hundo, and then if we do, maybe we'll even get to 2. We'll get Cyberpunk in the building. Chief in the building. Ancient Aliens, baby. I love it when people come in late because that's why I do streams 5 hours, because if you come in late, I can redo the show again. I'm not going to just do the show once in the beginning and not do it. I'll redo, the show and modify the show as I go 3 or 4 times in 5 hours. So if you miss it in the first half hour, maybe around 2 hours, I'll be in it again. Hour 3, hour 4, hour 5. So, I'm great, dude. This list though is not good. Did you see this? I had to call out ESPN because this is like one of the worst lists I've ever seen. It's like they almost did it on purpose. But Riggs even said, as a sleeper, he's a Steeler fan, he thought Justin Herbert could win the MVP. I mean, Justin Herbert is like, a lot of people are doubting Herbert and Russell. I don't get it. Why? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why people are just like, he's washed. Really? Oh, Herbert, not that good. Okay. Just because his team wasn't very good doesn't mean he's not good. We're doing quarterbacks, what the quarterbacks mean to the team, not the team itself. And we're talking about this upcoming year. And my opinions are going to be completely different than everyone else. So if you start seeing people saying, Bills and then Broncos, and they start talking about Russell Wilson, you know where they got it from. Okay. It's like, obviously, if they start talking about the Vikings being that sleeper team because of Kevin O'Connell and the coaching, you're going to know where they got it from. You know what I mean? You're going to talk about the Colts, not getting enough love. It's like you need to improve that wide receiver and obviously that tight end position. But yeah, we've had a lot of interesting takes. I mean, I'm not even caught up in the comments yet. We're 3 hours in. So. I mean, and dude, I watched, like, I don't think people really get it though. And it's like, people are like, oh, you're an Oregon dude and you're biased. You know what I mean? Like, I watched him play front row. I mean, you got to understand, like, this guy has potential to be the number 1 quarterback in the league one day. We're not talking Marcus Mariota, Joey Harrington status. We're not talking this or this or this or even this or this or this. We're talking about like this GOAT status, this GOAT status, this like as the new breed, Allen, Herbert, Burrow. Like there's a chance that these guys lead the league or are in the top 3 with this guy. After this guy retires as well. And this guy. After Rodgers, Mahomes, and Brady leave, who's running the league? Mahomes, Allen, Herbert, Burrow, right? Not in that order. You don't have Tyreek, so we don't know, okay? We know you got Stephon Diggs. Gabriel Davis is kind of a budding star. We'll see what happens. Herbert's already been doing amazing things. Burrow already got to a Super Bowl. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how it all shakes out. It only took me 3 hours plus to get caught up. And they got my boy, Mr. Williams, in the building. What to do? I missed you. I messaged you a couple times. I didn't know if you were sleeping. Elliot's in the building too. What to do, bro? All right, let me take the comment down. Sorry. So that way people can look at the list as I get into more things. Hold on. I'll promise I'll get caught up. I'm only like 30 minutes behind in the comment. And then we had the donation from Eagles John about a half hour ago. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. 41. We still got a long ways to go. And I've been going on ham on this fucking stream. I haven't even taken a break. I've literally just been going fucking ham sandwich on this fucking list. Okay. So if you look at the list and you just hopped in, I don't have a problem with anybody in the top 4. Burrow is ranked too high, but he's great. Stafford might be a little too high. Herbert too low. Russell Wilson too low. Deshaun Watson shouldn't be on the list. And Dak is just right. I'm good. I am good. Yeah. And like I said, Herbert might end up being quarterback number 1 this year. Like there's a possibility that Rodgers slides a little bit with no Devontae. Mahomes slides a little bit. Maybe Stephon Diggs gets hurt. Brady's good, but not number 1 in yards or touchdowns. I mean, he didn't even get the MVP when he was 44 when he led the league in yards and touchdowns. So it shows you. Burrow was great, but he got to the Super Bowl mainly with, the running and the defense. It was like a whole collective unit besides the O-line. Stafford was great, but you ended up, having Cooper Kupp obviously ball out. Robert Woods was injured. And we already know the defense, Aaron Donald, Jalen Ramsey, and obviously Von Miller. Okay, you got some studs there. Herbert, way too low. Russell Wilson. I mean, have we forgot that Russell every year took a team like Seattle that had no O-line, bottom 3, no D-line, bottom 3, and they were still winning 10 games a year. Stop fucking hating on Russell Wilson. He's going to win a Super Bowl. He's going to probably go to 2, win 1, lose 1. And that's the thing that I'm most confident about out of anything on this list. If I look at these names, the guy that's going to win a Super Bowl before their career's over, 100% Russell Wilson. Deshaun Watson shouldn't be on the list, and Dak is just right. Okay? Right, exactly. I think this is probably the best weapons that he had. Scary Terry McLaurin, very, very good. A top 15 receiver. I like Antonio Gibson. You got Logan at tight end. I mean, you got some good pieces there. We got to see some continuity with the O-line, but it looks like there's a chance that they could finish in first, right, second, or third. But they're going to be competing with the Cowboys probably for the second spot because I think the Eagles will be number 1. But I think that they have a good enough team where they could overachieve and get first place in the division. I don't see it happening, but they are one of the teams that could. The Giants have no shot. It's really the Cowboys, Washington, and the Eagles all fighting for number 1 spot, right? So I think he actually will play pretty well for them. I'm not a fan, but I think he'll play pretty good, but not good enough to win the division. Well, you got to also think a lot of the people in the room, we're not average fans. We're not, bandwagon. We're guys and girls that read on our team websites every day. We watch film, we watch old games, we watch every game, we buy the merch. So it's like, there's different levels of fandom, and Northwest Sports Fanatics is at the very top. So, I don't expect everyone to be like me. You know what I mean? We're just obsessed, but there's a lot of people that are like me that are in the room. You know what I mean? So I really do feel that, you may think the league, but until you actually cover all 32 teams or more, of the NFL other than just the Packers, you will start learning a lot, and I will teach you a lot. Okay. And I'll teach you how not to be biased, not how to make a fool of yourself in a room with your friends, to be able to hold a conversation about something other than Packers or Rodgers. So Brian C's in the building. Thank you for backup my quarter. Absolutely, man. Well, I'm here from Oregon. So, I used to watch him, front row. Okay. It's not, me. I don't even have to be biased. This is me, watching the games, and that's just what it was. This gives you any idea. Look, Brian, your boy's in the front row, behind the duck bench, with the gloves, with the chain, with the Herbert. Okay. I am the biggest Herbert fan. You know what I mean? Even though I'm a Bucks fan, you know what I mean? This is like the first time where we are going to pan out, I think. But also, too, as a Charger fan, you also know that the coach isn't very good. He's better than Anthony Lynn, but Anthony Lynn sucked, right? Staley takes too much chances, right? He's unreliable, but you still might make a Super Bowl or AFC championship game sooner than later, okay? Right? You know what I mean? But you have an injury curse. Like the Detroit Lions have a curse of just being bad. You guys have a curse of just not staying fucking healthy. But I won't take the slander, for Justin Herbert anymore. You know what I mean? It's just not going to happen. My routine in the cage, like I said, I'm trying to keep it as simple. Hold up. I gotta drink some beer. A lot of shit in here. It's like 100 degrees in this room with all the lighting, no AC in here, and I'm still grinding. It's definitely been nice. I think I played 4 or 5. Yeah, but to be able to see Justin Herbert play in person in the front row, I can't tell you how crazy that was. And then when I ended up, taking my friends, I have a Charger fan that I took to his first game, and we were sitting in the end zone, and he scored right in front of us. And I told him, I was like, the Chargers are going to pick Justin Herbert, and it happened. And everything is history. But to be able to see this kind of talent, supposedly he's not a leader, he's not vocal, he never took a snap under center, right? So he didn't do all of these things, right? And then he still was able to be first in passing yards in the first 2 seasons, most ever all time, 9,350, most passing TDs, 69, most ever, and 300 plus yard games, 17, a whole season worth, of 300-plus yard games, 17 most ever. But people still don't want to give him credit and want to talk about Mahomes or other quarterbacks. Can we just give the guy his due that he's really overachieved and did things that proved that not only to the Miami Dolphins they made the wrong choice, but a lot of y'all are going to start putting Herbert in your top 5 moving forward after this year. You know what I mean? People can talk Allen if he wins the Super Bowl or gets to the Super Bowl or AFC Championship game, and you'll talk about the swag of Tiger King, Joey Burr, okay? But in all reality, Herbert might be better than Burrow. Herbert might be slightly better than even Josh Allen, but a lot of people won't admit it until he actually gets to an AFC Championship game or a Super Bowl. Facts. I appreciate you. We're at 41. We might be more than that now, but I still got another 2 hours of the show. Chief will chief in here late. What to do? I'm doing good. Yeah. A lot of people love to, I'm watching them in person. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's certain guys like Mariota, he capped out in college. He's injury prone. He's never going to be. Herbert's going to go down as the best Oregon player ever. And I already said that years ago. Haloti Ngata was great. And we've had some GOATs, Dan Fouts. This guy is going to be better. If anyone gives us a chance to get a Super Bowl, it's Herbert from Oregon. Zach is like, I thought I knew football, but I don't know anything. I got you, man. I just have to speak facts. I'm not going to do a bandwagon thing. If I thought Herbert wasn't very good, I would say it. Yeah. Yes, he does. He definitely needs to change his ways for sure. Wentz's biggest enemy is himself. Eagles John, I 100% agree. I think that even if everything goes bad with Washington, at the very least, they won't finish last. They'll finish third because the Giants are absolutely atrocious. Danny Dimes is not good. What's up, Brian? How you doing, bro? He's like, damn, I like what this guy's doing. I'm getting caught up with the comments, I promise. It only took me 3 hours and 16 minutes. Gang. We look good. YouTube GM was in here with some questionable takes. I think he had 8 bad ones and 2 good ones. Oh, of course. Best running back in the league last year. But he's going to have a fight this year with a lot of other players. And then you'll get the haters saying, well, he was only good because they had the best offensive line with Quentin Nelson. But when guys like Jonathan Taylor come in the league, he would be good even with an average mediocre line or a bad line. He's just that talented. Just stats wouldn't be as high, but he still would be memorable. Yeah, it's laughable. Yeah, and it's not like I don't like Kyler and Lamar, but I just think other guys are better. It's just period. I expect greatness. You know what I mean? Like when I'm looking at the list, I expect you to play good in the third and fourth quarter, and I expect you to play great in November and December like you do in September and October. September and October, you play like an MVP, but November, December, you play like a top 20 quarterback. I'm baffled. I'm like, what the fuck? And then Lamar, you don't go through your progressions. You won the MVP. You're the best dual threat. You can use your legs and run for 100 to 200 yards. But with the throwing the football, you have the skills to do it, but you just like to run first. You don't go through your progressions. And then you don't have Hollywood Brown anymore. But I think if they get a true number one receiver, all that talk of not being in the top 10 goes away, and he'll be up there. And you'll have to slide Dak or Carr out, or maybe someone gets older like Stafford. But you need a number one receiver, and you don't got one. You got a number one tight end, but once he gets a number one receiver, then there will be no talk of Lamar. Once he has a DK Metcalf with his Mark Andrews, then we can stop the debate, I promise I'm getting closer, guys. I promise. I've been sweating, dude. It's been 90 degrees today. I don't have the AC on in this room. The door is barely open. I'm sweating through my fucking shirt. I haven't taken any breaks. And yeah, I'm a verbal assassin on the mic. I mean, if you're going to come and step, to the champ, I mean, I hope that you have your facts straight or it's going to be a massacre. It's just going to be like some like Halloween movie with Jason. And then you're just the other person on the ground. Tonight is good. Very entertaining if you go back and watch the stream from the beginning. This is probably one of the more entertaining streams in the last month, for sure. JT in the building, what to do? Me like you in WSF. I like you too, man. I was worried about you. You didn't respond back. I was just hoping that you were sleeping. I always got to check up on the homies. What's up, man? All right. Have a good one, Michael. So then you got Herbert at 4. Yeah, Herbert definitely could be top 5 based off stats. Number 1, 2, 3, or 4 with his stats. He's got a chance to do something big. Elliott, the man, the myth, the legend. Yeah, I'll go over running back, wide receiver, tight end. We'll go over all kinds of stuff before the season starts. It'll definitely get the NFL fans engaged because then they can hear what I have to say. They'll see who I rip a new asshole with. And yeah, she's in the other room. I took her for a walk real early this morning, like at 8 in the morning or something. There you can see my big sweaty face. And remember that every show is one take. I have 0 notes, absolutely nothing written down. None. I don't really see people. I mean, you can see these guys doing shows on TV for an hour, 2 hours, or 3 hours. That's child's play. Step up and do 5 or 6 hours straight and come to me. It's a good for debate. You know what I mean? Yep. And I'll go over the list here in a second. So yeah, I need to raise my game and do more reading. And like I'm doing 6 hours a day. 18 hours out of my 24 hours is consumed on reading NFL or watching film or dedicating my life to this channel, fantasy football, whatever it is. So there's not, I'm not going to have a lot of loose ends. And if I have any loose ends, someone will clean that up for sure here in the room. Chief Ochi, bang, $10. Thank you, man. I'm grinding. I mean, based off all the stats and all the debates in this particular stream, we'd be at like 500 or 1,000. I mean, it's been crazy tonight. Yeah, I recommend anyone that hasn't watched it from the beginning, if you're bored, maybe tomorrow at work or later tonight, if you have time, go back and listen to the very beginning of the show. You'll be entertained right from the very beginning. I mean, I'm not even caught up yet. I'm literally getting close with a few comments, but it's 3 hours and 22 minutes and I'm not caught up yet. I'm almost caught up, but that's how good of a show it's been. It's taken me that long to get caught up, and I've even skipped a lot of comments. Thank you so much, bro. That's my dude, Chief O'Chief. Bang, bang. Let's get in the fucking DeLorean. Beers, my boy. Cheers. Appreciate you. Best fans on planet Earth. You guys. Well, I'm going to have to come up with a new stat guy because YouTube GM was trying to do some stats for me, but I mean, I can't have you dropping 2 facts out of 10, 8 being wrong and 2 being right. So I'm going to have another stat person help me out during the streams, coming into NFL season. So if you think that you know enough about football to be my stat guy, you can apply and we'll see where you're at. But I'm going to need a stat guy to assist me when I'm doing the game. So that way I'm, answering comments and calling the game, you can shoot me obviously the stats in the chat and we can go over those as a team. So yeah, no shit, man. It was fiery, man. YouTube GM was just having all the horrible takes. $51. We should be at 510 right now based on the fire in the stream. Oh, I'm sweating like a motherfucker in here. All right, we got another donation. Mr. Williams, $11 for the mental health. Thank you so much, dude. I mean, I don't, when I do this, you know what I mean? This is not a joke. I'm not doing this just for fun. It's not a hobby. I mean, this is my fucking life. This is the legacy. Mr. Williams, $11 dono. Appreciate you, my brother. For mental health, I appreciate you. It's always good about mental health. You got to get out there. You got to walk. You got to exercise. You got to do the right thing at the right time. I appreciate you, my dude. One of the biggest contributors to the channel, Mr. Williams. Bang, bang. Thank you. Yeah, but I would highly recommend anyone that is in the room that wants to, have an entertaining 3 hours prior to coming in. At some point between whenever you leave and until you see me tomorrow, if you can get a chance to watch any of that first 3 hours, you will be very entertained. Trust me. It's very good. It's so good. It is so good. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. $51. And then the Cash App, we did that. So I think Herbert is better than Burrow, but not by a lot. I agree. Herbert has strong raw talent. Yeah, and it's also more than that, too. It's about the man who he is off the field. 4.0 student, never gets in trouble, fully dedicated to football. He's just a different brand. And he's got the big body. You know what I'm saying? He's a bigger quarterback, like a Big Ben or like a Phillip Rivers, but like better. You know what I mean? Like he's the guy that you look up in the dictionary for a tall quarterback and like your dream quarterback for being tall. Arm, the hair, the skill set. You know what I'm saying? Like he is that guy that you would create in Madden if you wanted a quarterback that was 6'6" or 6'7". That's just facts. And a lot of people are so incredibly biased, man. I just gotta, if you're a Ravens fan and you can't take the, me criticizing Lamar, I have a reason. You know what I mean? It's not like I just hate the Ravens and I hate Lamar. It's just I state the facts. You need to be better in the third and fourth quarter. You need to go through your progressions. Once you get a number one receiver, everything will change. You shouldn't be on the list. You're a lot better than people give you credit for. You're going to blow up because you have Devontae Adams. You were great with Cooper Kupp, and I see it happening with you and Cooper Kupp and Allen Robinson now. I like you. You're awesome, but I think you're a little bit better. And then that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you have the guys, that might be 11 or 12, right? And then you're not even on the list, all right? But 10, Dak Prescott. 9, right? Derek Carr. Normally I would have Lamar or someone else or Dak higher. Dak lost Amari Cooper, Matthew Stafford, right? Gained Allen Robinson, and Carr, obviously gained Devontae Adams and has Hunter Renfrow and has Waller and has Josh Jacobs. So you have to think he will be in the top 10 this year. Stafford, we already know that you're a great quarterback, but I still like, Burrow and I like Herbert. And we'll get into my top 5. And if I really wanted to be biased, I could have Brady 1 and Herbert 3, right? Or Herbert 2. Or I could have Herbert 1 and Brady 2. I mean, I could have any of those two guys in my top 2 or top 3, but I don't. So, you can never say, oh, it's just I'm just speaking truth, dude. And there's a chance that he could get MVP. Riggs, a Steeler fan, donated and says his sleeper MVP is Herbert this year. Could happen. Could make the Super Bowl this year. Could make an AFC championship game. Could get first place in the AFC West. It's possible. Yes, he does. Yeah, he's the most humble guy on planet Earth. He's almost like I'm trying to think, like Peyton Manning based off like politeness. You know what I mean? Like he would like talk shit to you politely. You know what I mean? But Herbert don't even do that. Just a straight fucking winner. I haven't been more proud as a fan from Oregon of this guy. This is the guy that I'm the most proud of besides Haloti Ngata in like the Oregon Duck history. Horrible take. You're doing that based off, being an NFC South fan, Saints fan, LSU fan. Totally incorrect. Hi, Paisley. So if Burrow is 100% better than Herbert spiritual, okay, he's 100% better because A, you're biased towards Saints, or A, you're biased towards LSU, and you just want to go that route. But what do you have to back up your claim? Nothing. Just because Joe Burrow is popular. I didn't know popularity was the reason for greatness and just being better than another person. Is that what it comes down to? That is just because that's your guy that you root for? First 2 seasons in the NFL, Justin Herbert, 9,350 yards, most ever. Apparently, that's not better than Joe Burrow. Passing TD, 69 in the first 2 seasons, most ever. But Burrow is better. 300-plus yard games, 17. More than Burrow, but it's most ever. But it's not better than Burrow. Okay. Yeah, the energy is good. Jameson Mesa, bang, 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 $2.99 super sticker. And it's not because I listen to the media. It's a fact. No, it's because you do listen to the media, and that's facts. Don't embarrass yourself. 54 donos. Let's get to a hundo. Thank you, Jameson. My boy. I appreciate you. Let's go. Bang, bang, bang. And the simple fact that you say that you think Burrow is better than Herbert and you don't listen to the media is absolute shit, because that's what all the media pushes is Burrow and Josh Allen. That's facts. Zach Wilson got to be in the top 20 in getting his mom's best friend in bed. Maybe higher than that. It's also about coaching. You know what I mean? And Burrow also won, a natty. So, of course, he's going to be as confident as anybody. He's got that chip on his shoulder. You know what I mean? I'm hot like fire, baby. Of course you're going to be poised, Burrow, right? You're going to be poised because you won the championship in college. You had the best college football team of all time. Of course, Burrow's going to, be poised. But Herbert has always had problems with coaching, right? And also injuries. Injury curse. It's facts. Do you think any rookie QBs from this year's draft could potentially make the list? No. Even last year, you got Trevor Lawrence, work in progress. Zach Wilson, sleeping with his mom's best friend, work in progress. Justin Fields showed flashes, but you're on the Bears, so you're fucked, right? Mac Jones, Mac Jones has got some talent, but his best asset, Josh McDaniels, left to the Raiders. And then you got the guy that might be the best out of them all, besides Justin Fields, Trey Lance, but he's a project QB, but he's got the best coach in Kyle Shanahan and the best surrounding supporting cast in the Niners. So I don't see any of them. No. Trey Lance and Justin Fields are the best chance, but Mac Jones is pretty solid, but Josh McDaniels is no longer there. So Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, Trevor Lawrence are all talented, but no. 15 through 20. But Justin Fields, and Trey Lance, they have a chance to crack the top 15, but it's going to take a lot of work. Yeah, he lost his opportunity to do the stats for me. 10 takes and 8 of them are horrible. Yeah. Even if you're trolling, you know what I mean? You're not going to make yourself look very good in the room. And I'm not going to have to agree with everything, but I think I have a pretty good pulse on the league. Zach Wilson, no. But I think that he's got very flashes of Rodgers and Mahomes in his delivery. But it's all going to be about coaching and supporting cast. Zach Wilson shows flashes, but we got to see some consistency. But yeah, you see the arm talent is there, but you're on the Jets. He might have to wait till he goes to another team like Tampa, and then he explodes. But as of now, I can't see it. But if he goes to another team after 5 or 6 years in, then yeah, maybe he could be a top 10, top 15 player. Let's get to a fucking hundo. Let him know, Zach. This has been a good show. If you've been in here since the beginning, it's almost like a travesty. We're not even at a hundo yet. This is definitely one of the best streams in the last couple months, just because when I talk football and almost football alone, and we don't touch any other subject, I can go for 10 hours straight, and I'm just going to keep dropping the knowledge bombs, Yeah, dude, it's like 100 degrees in here. It's all about dedication and passion, baby. Appreciate you. See, I'm getting closer now. 3 hours and 33 minutes. 62. We're getting closer. It's a facts. No paper with that, baby. Mr. Williams, appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. What was my favorite game of the 2021 season? Oh, absolutely. The Chiefs and the Bills went down to the wire. If you're a Bills fan, you hated life. But, if we were watching that game and going back and forth, yeah, by far. As a fan, I'm a Buccaneer fan, but I'm a fan of the league. I'll watch the Jets and the Lions play and love it as if my Buccaneers are actually playing. I'm like, no lie, like no cap, as the young people would say. No cap. Dead ass. That's so mid. Elliot, stop saying those words, okay? I know your younger generation thinks it's like the coolest thing ever, right? But like, remember, you got people like the Island Boys that are saying those type of things. Don't be like the Island Boys and say things like mid and no cap, okay? Don't be like them. Don't be like the Island Boys. Be more like O-Dog in the NWSF. Read a book. Educate yourself here. Don't get tattoos on your face and a grill, okay? Yeah, I mean, that's what makes my stream different from everyone else. I will eventually catch up, and normally it only takes me about an hour or two if it's really popping off. But I mean, if there's a lot of shit going on, or one individual person's like going fucking ham, then I got to scroll through more people. But the show ends up always being great, and if you have the patience to, spend time with me, you're going to be able to see all the comments and realize that even when you don't donate, I still showcase everyone. So I do it, man. And like I said, I never have a bad stream. I never have a bad upload. Everything is freestyle. It's off the top. I mean, I definitely did some preparation with the photos for you guys to make sure that I had those ready for you. And I gave you some new ones. I gave you a new Patrick Mahomes. I gave you a brand new Russell Wilson. Gave you the Josh Allen from earlier this season. I gave you a brand new Herbert photo. I gave you a brand new Matthew Stafford. Gave you a brand new Carr, a brand new Dak, a brand new Deshaun, a brand new Lamar, a brand new Kyler. I even your boy, okay, a little Belichick. Your boy's working. I take a lot of pride in, and I don't think anyone does a better list than me, because the thing is, there's a lot of people that do lists, right? You see people on ESPN, NFL Network, everyone copying each other, right? But what makes my list the best is that I actually explain why in depth. You know what I mean? You're not going to just be like, oh, Rodgers 1, Mahomes 2, Josh Allen 3, bye. And then they don't explain, like, why do we think this way? You know what I mean? But it's very possible that, some of these guys take a little bit of a dip, okay? But I am going to get into the list. Oh, yeah, the mods are the best. There's a reason why I have the mods and who they are. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate this. Some people appreciate all the hard work I do. Some people are haters. Some people, are trolls. But me like you don't know. Yes. You will. I mean, there's certain people in here that you'll learn too, Zach. So you're a Packer fan. So start getting used to the people that are in the room. Obviously, he's a Chiefs fan. Okay. Sarah's a Colts fan. Mr. Williams is a Rams fan. I'm a Bucks fan. So, Jameson's a Titans fan. So once you start remembering people, Brian's a Charger fan. Duh. Right. Elliot is a Saints fan. Just got into baseball. So I like to really remember all the people, like where they live, who they root for. It's very important to have that connection with people. And, to memorize all the stats about the players themselves is one thing. I got to memorize you guys, because I care. You know what I mean? If I didn't give a shit, then I wouldn't remember, right? Or I just wouldn't care. Exactly. Pictures just get better and better. Absolutely. I put a lot of hard work and effort too. Yes. I mean, he is the best tall quarterback in the league. And he's a lot faster and more athletic than he should be at that 6'6", 6'7". I'm just telling you, when you see this in front of you, it was like me meeting Ken Griffey Jr. Like, no lie. Like, I could tell that this was not Marcus Mariota. This was not Akili Smith. This was not Joey Harrington. Like, I knew when I watched him, even though Mariota won the Heisman, I knew his ceiling, he hit it already. With Herbert, he was just getting started. And he was a 4.0 student. I just knew if he got on this team that you're going to see some special. Close to home, close to family, not too far from Eugene. The perfect team for him to go to. It would have been a better fit than here or Miami. This was destiny. And I'm so happy. And like I said, I like Herbert and I like Burrow more than Josh Allen. Some people like Josh Allen as the best quarterback in the league, not me. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I think Josh Allen's great, but I would rather have Herbert and Burrow as a franchise QB than Josh Allen, period. Everyone's got opinions, but I have mine. So. Oh man, you got to go back and watch the first 3 hours. Trust me. If you missed the first 3 hours, watch it. I never say that either. Like, unless it's like, dude, you should watch this, but especially with this type of list that came out, I don't even think I've mentioned to watch the first 3 hours of a stream ever. But if you're going to watch a replay of the first 3 hours, this is the one to watch. Oh, God bless pineapple beer. First time in a week, and then first time in like 6 weeks since they really had it. We're at $33 on the Cash App. Hopefully we'll get Holly Hundo maybe in the room, but it doesn't seem like it. I don't think she was in here. Maybe we'll get Cyberpunk here in about sometime between now and midnight. So in the next 50 minutes, we should see Cyberpunk in here, and he'll be dropping a little bit of love in the dono section and saying some awesome things like he always does. Yep. Gang, gang. More like bang, bang. Or maybe a gang bang. And then now we'll get too far now. Now it's something totally different. All right, Spiritual KK. I already roasted YouTube GM and a few other people for having horrible takes. You already had a horrible take saying that Burrow is 100,000 times better than Herbert. Okay. Because you said Burrow is better than Herbert 100%. Now you say, yeah, the media pushes Allen and Burrow, but at the same time, Burrow also has a good roster, horrible O-line, and a head coach who's not good that are both better than Herbert's. Have you seen the Chargers roster? They have arguably, this is a horrible take by you again. All right, this is, if you look at the complete rosters in football, the best rosters right now are the Bills, the Rams, the Buccaneers, and the Chargers. I don't know if you actually realized that J.C. Jackson from the Patriots is now on the Chargers. Khalil Mack is on the Chargers. Joey Bosa is on the Chargers. Derwin James is on the Chargers. Asante Samuel Jr. is on the Chargers. Justin Herbert is on the Chargers. I'm not sure if you knew that. All right. Mike Williams re-signed with the Chargers. Austin Eckler is with the Chargers. Keenan Allen, the best route runner in the game, is with the Chargers. Rashawn Slater got drafted, is on the Chargers. See, before you come into the ring, before you come into the ring, with Ali, you got to make sure you at least know what you're talking about. Yeah, this is not a good take. Best fans on planet Earth. I mean, I'm going to hold people to a high standard here. This is not average fan place, okay? This is not bandwagon. This isn't just like I watch games once in a while. These are for the fanatics that we actually watch everything, read everything. You can't have some fucking take like that. And honestly, I think that Staley and I think Wilson, I think Zach Taylor, okay, Zach Taylor, and I think with obviously Staley, I don't think either one of them are good. Honestly, I really don't. But if you look at complete rosters, the Charger roster is way better than the Bengals roster. But if you don't even know who's on the Charger roster, then you make comments like this. Yes, sir. Well, you know what I mean? This is what it's about though, right? It's not me just being, happy and waving at everyone and giving you what you want to hear. You donate money and I agree with you, or you have a take and I just agree with everyone. I mean, I can't do that. You know what I mean? I got to be able to give you the real facts because a lot of times people are delusional and they think what they think is true. And there's a lot of delusional people out there that are incredibly biased. They love their team. They love their quarterback and they won't give anybody else credit. They won't give credit where credit's due. And I'm just going to be 100% honest on everything. I have nothing to gain. I'm just trying to be real. I have reasoning why I think a take is good. When it's good, I'll let you know. When it's a take that I don't agree with, I'll let you know. We can agree to disagree. He said mid. I mean, think about it. Out of everyone that you watch on TV, podcasting, that covers all the teams, which is like nobody, right? Everyone is biased. They have their favorite team, their favorite player. They have an agenda. You know what I mean? But to be able to know enough knowledge on all 32 teams and not be biased, and I know your team as good as you do as a fan, and I'm like, as a Chief fan, an Eagle fan, a Lion fan, I mean, that's very rare. You don't really see people that know that much about every single team. You know what I mean? I take a lot of pride with what I do. 18 hours out of 24. I sleep for 5 or 6, and then I'm doing reading and film study or something to do with the channel. Again, who else does 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 hour live streams? Let alone doing them almost every day for 3 weeks, which I'll probably do for the rest of my life. Like, we're not doing any 1 hour live streams. It's not happening. It's always going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know what I mean? Like, there's just certain people that can control the mic, but the thing up here that I have the advantage of over everyone on YouTube, Twitch, TV, podcasting, Pat McAfee, Skip and Shannon, Good Morning Football. I mean, for Christ's sake, Peter Schrager watches this channel and steals from me. Because, out of all the people on planet Earth for NFL, I mean, there's not going to be too many people. You know what I mean? Like, I feel very confident, that I can go to battle with anybody. And like I said, I don't care about being the winner. It's just about being honest and being truthful on what the reality is. Everyone has a reality of what they think their NFL is, but it's really cool to be able to appreciate greatness somewhere other than your team, because you never know, that person might be on your team down the road, and it's just cool to be able to recognize someone awesome that's just not on your team. But people are just, they just love their players, their team, defending people. Like, I remember Jameis Winston, right? You've heard of the name, right? Let's pull up a photo of Jameis Winston. See if I have that one that I really like on here still, or if I deleted them. Did I delete you, Jameis, or not? I probably did. All right, let me get it for you real quick. Let me get the Jameis Winston. All right, so I'm going to pull up this Jameis Winston photo, and we're going to have a conversation here. And this is exactly what I'm talking about with, like, Saints fans and then fans in general, okay? So if you guys remember, from 2008 to 2019, right, this was my quarterback, for a period of that time. And then after Jeff Garcia in 2007, 2005, it was Chris Sims. Won the Super Bowl in 02-03 season with Brad Johnson, Sean King in 99. Okay. But after 07 with Jeff Garcia, and we lost 2008 to 2019, we were one of the worst teams in the NFL with the Lions and the Jets and the Jags. We were horrible, right? Everyone in the Saints family, Panthers and Falcons included, loved to rip Jameis Winston. Okay. And let me get another photo of him here with the Buccaneers, because we got to have this story with both of the photos. The Seattle Mariners a favor with the whole being in and the fight, the benches clearing. But if you're the Mariners, you put this team together to win now. And I think they are. So we're going to go on time here, so I can actually do the story correctly here with the photos. And then I'll get back to my top 5 list. But this is a big part of football, okay? Same thing with Carson Wentz. Okay, so this was my guy. I never bought the jersey. I thought you were really immature. I didn't like you. I don't think Mariota would have made it happen either, because we were dysfunctional. So we didn't have it, right? But you saw glimmers of greatness with Mike Evans. He could throw for 5,000 yards, but 33 touchdowns, 30 picks isn't going to cut it when you're throwing pick sixes on the last drive, fumbling on the last drive, losing the game in the fourth quarter. It just doesn't work. Okay. And you know what Saints fans said? They said, this is the biggest bum. He's a piece of shit. Oh, this guy's the worst quarterback on planet Earth. Thank God you guys have him. He sucks, right? And then as soon as they said, oh, do we have a breaking announcement? The Nyland Saints pick up Jameis Winston. And then what do the Saints fans do? Oh, I love him. I'm going to defend this guy to the end. He's really good. We're going to the playoffs. We're winning 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 games. Better system, better players, better coaching. Go Jameis. What happened to this talk where you said he was a piece of shit, and then now you're defending him with your life? I mean, you'd sacrifice your own brother or sister for him? I mean, Jesus. People can change. And that's a great example. Same thing with Carson Wentz. You know what I mean? Fuck Carson Wentz. All the Washington Redskin fans. Fuck Carson, right? He's on the Eagles, problems, Colts. And then look, boom, 5-6 years later, the starting quarterback for the Washington Commandos Carson Wentz. They probably didn't think that was going to happen. And it already happened once. Donovan McNabb. Fuck Donovan McNabb. He sucks. Right? Q 5, 6, 7, 8 years later, the Washington Redskins have picked up Donovan McNabb. Exact example. And it's kind of funny that Washington was the same team that talked shit twice, and they got former Eagles both times with Donovan McNabb and Carson Wentz. So be careful what you say, because at some point, you might end up buying a jersey of that guy. That's facts. Well, of course it stinks. It stinks for you guys as Packers fans, for Grossi. You know what? It stinks for us as fans of the NFL. The last thing that we want to see is one of the greatest of all time, right? The best regular season quarterback, arguably of all time, can't win a playoff game at home. Do you know how horrible that is? Is as horrible as it is for you guys as Packer fans, us as fans of the Packers and Green Bay and Rodgers. It's a shame. It's like, some people can make fun of it. Vikings, Bears, Lions fans, or whoever, Rodgers haters, you know what I mean? But I don't think anybody wants to see someone play that bad. But when you are dating a witch, from Shailene Woodley, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, Elliot's got some fire takes. Okay, here we go. Hot take. Ravens football equals Ravens football. And the Cowboys are a football team that plays in Dallas. Damn, this guy's good. He's fucking spot on. Well, we already know that you represent the cheese, dude. Yeah, but do you see how when you see someone like me that really dedicates their life, to the NFL, and it's not, just for fun, it's not for a hobby, it's like I really take a lot of pride in not being biased to give, the takes that need to be heard, that I'm giving you something that everyone is thinking, but no one has the balls to say, or no one maybe is thinking it right away, but I put the seed into your brain and then I explain why, and then you might not agree, but you can see why I think the way that I do, or maybe I'll flip you and you'll agree. So, because I definitely, put a lot of effort and time into what I say. I don't come up with fake takes or things for clickbait, Plus, if you actually listen to what I say, it's going to make you more well-rounded person. You know what I mean? That way you can see the league in a different, a different shade of light. It's like me being a defensive guy and a obviously offensive line guy. I watch the O-line and the defense. You guys watch the snap and the quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. I can watch the game twice, and it's two totally different games. I can watch the defense and the O-line, or I can watch it like everyone else. Hut, hike. Quarterback gets the ball, running back runs. They throw it to a wide receiver or tight end. O-line sometimes pancakes. Sometimes they get beat for sack lunches. Defense makes some sacks, picks. You know what I mean? But there's two different ways to watch it. But hopefully I can, show you guys that skill set and give you guys those opinions, Oh, of course I am. Front row. I might be there for Georgia. I'm going to be going to quite a few of the Ducks games. I might go up to Seattle to see Russ. I live in Oregon, so, obviously if I could go down to, LA and see Herbert in person in LA, I need to go take my dad down there. He's a Dodger fan too, so he's been a Dodger fan since the 50s. But, yeah, I definitely want to try to go to some games this year. Yeah. Well, the State Farm Bowl also got ruined with the whole COVID thing. You can blame Rodgers for that, when we were supposed to have Rodgers and Mahomes in the regular season. Do refs dictate games? To a certain degree. They can let a call swing the Uncle momentum, because Uncle momentum is real. Uncle Mo, when it hits, it can last a play. It can last a quarter. It can last multiple quarters. Uncle Mo could go for a whole game, but normally it's a quarter or two, where Uncle Mo can, it could be for a play or two, a first down drive or two. But sometimes when a team is flowing, a big turnover and Uncle Mo on a big touchdown, sometimes it can ride that momentum, just like the Bengals beat the Chiefs. And then when I said Uncle Mo, and I was the originator of Uncle Mo, and Peter Strager, when the Bengals did that, he decided to steal it for two shows in the first 30 minutes of each show, thinking like he was cool. He made up something original. You know what I mean? I watched the show. I fucking tweeted at him. all my followers and fans saw it too. You can't steal something. And you didn't get the reaction out of Kay Adams, Kyle Brandt, and the rest, when you stole it, because you don't even know what it means. So nice try, bud. The biggest Fugazi fraud on NFL Network and supposedly the smartest guy in the NFL is Peter Schrager. He's not. He just gets his material from people like me on YouTube that are smaller, and tries to be the originator of the content that he just watched on YouTube and Twitch and stole. That's facts. I come up with the original nicknames all on my own, come up with custom catchphrases, just like Grossi. We are the innovators. I mean, we are the best. There's nobody better than us calling games, period. If you want energy, you want knowledge, I mean, you name one other person that's better than me and Grossi, on YouTube. I just don't see it. And honestly, for me, the knowledge, I feel I'm number one. I don't think there's anyone on my level, not even close. There's a lot of people that know their team, but there's not very many people that know all 32 teams in the NFL, college football, college basketball, NBA, MLB, now hockey, NASCAR, pop culture. There's just too much reading that goes on in here and film. Yeah, but I do agree. I mean, it's more, I think more or so, you'll get the cheating, like on the NBA and the college basketball side. Donahue got, caught. They used to do point shaving in college basketball a lot. Now, am I saying that in college football and NFL football, there's never been cheating? Of course there has been. You know what I mean? Questionable offsides, questionable holding, questionable play that dictates the Uncle Mo. And then it's up to that player on the other team to make the big play, But yeah, refs definitely dictate outcomes of games in all sports, soccer, baseball, basketball, football. But we don't want to think that every game people are cheating, right? But if you're like a hardcore gambler like Donahue and the mob says, we are going to kill you and your family, right? To Tim Donahue, what do? Fuck. I'm like, 40 grand in the hole. And if I don't fucking do this and shave the points and help them win, $1 million through like the Vegas line, I'm dead. So that's why he, ripped off the Sacramento Kings versus the Lakers when they had Mike Bibby, Doug Christie, Peja Stojakovic, all right, Chris Webber, Vlade Divac, right? Who else? Bobby Jackson, Hedo Turkoglu. Do I need to keep going? I don't think so. Okay. If you want sports knowledge, I'm the guy. No one will ever compete. I mean, I would love to go one-on-one with Schrager and call him out. I would fucking just eliminate his ass. Fucking finish him. And that's anybody. I mean, there's a lot of talented people on YouTube and Twitch. Like, there's guys that do thumbnails better than me. Even though we got Johnny Thumbnails, the guy that does Grossi's thumbnails and mine, but I can't afford to pay $20, $30 every thumbnail. Sorry, I'm not that rich. I don't have that many followers yet. Okay, But maybe one day I will be able to support his dream and pay him 20 or 30. But that's a lot of fucking money, dude, especially if I don't know how much money I'm going to make. I pay you $30 for a thumbnail and I make 100. That's not good. And then if that's on Super Chat, I don't even get that until next month. So, but there's people that do thumbnails better. There's people that, have awesome editing that is just incredible. It's like almost like movie quality. Intro, cool special effects. Uploads are fire. Their graphics team is great. But the one thing that they don't have is they don't have this. They're not going to ever compete with this because they're never willing to put in the work. Okay. You can get the fame, you can get the money, you can get the views, you can get the subs, but like to be able to put it in here and to really take it to heart, for all the teams, not just my own, and to really, dedicate my life to it. That's why I feel that, if you want to be able to have the stuff here, right on here on the mic, I mean, there's no competition. And I think a lot of you guys know that too. I mean, I don't see anybody else grinding as hard as me, let alone, being able to know what they're talking about and having ESP and coming up. I mean, how do you even explain me coming up with Warriors and Celtics with not watching NBA at all? And I predicted in Game 6 and Curry. Marty McFly is my brother. Okay. I don't watch hockey. How the fuck did I predict Colorado Avalanche versus Tampa Bay Lightning and Colorado would win in 6? I predicted both and I watched 0 in the regular season. How is that possible? Saying 21 years in a row getting a Super Bowl winner right. I mean, you name one other person on planet Earth that's done that. I imagine there's been people that have done it, but they're probably not on YouTube. They're probably millionaires, sipping a martini somewhere, doing all that gambling on the Vegas line. God, I'm so hot right now. Real recognizes real. Plus, like I said, if you want informative, like you're actually going to learn something and, and be entertained. Anyone can, scream and yell, during a reaction video. But what do you get out of that besides this laughing part? Or, you know what I mean? You're just watching that person. I mean, I know for me, I want to be able to learn something. I don't want to just sit here and just rot in life. Okay. I want to be able to dig deep and put in that effort to read and watch the film myself. I haven't watched SportsCenter in 20 years. So I should tell you something. I am never going to take someone else's opinion and then cross their name out, put mine on, and say, this is it. Doesn't work that way. Fuck, it's like 110 degrees in here. I'm not even lying.
Technically, when enamel is gone, you cannot get it back, but there are ways you can repair it. I'm excited about Chromatic Repair because it penetrates deep into the tooth to help actively repair acid-weakened enamel.
I mean, Burrow is a great player, and you can also say Burrow's great because he didn't have an offensive line, okay? And you can do all the stats that you want. You can do every single stat in the book, okay? You can do every single stat in the book. 70%, completion percentage, 4,611 passing touchdowns. You know what I mean? 34, touchdown to 14, right? Or whatever, you're going through the stats, right? You can say all of those things, which is all like fine and dandy, right? You think that Burrow is so much better. And he did an amazing thing, obviously leading the team to the Super Bowl, which no one thought would happen, right? Not even Bengals fans thought they were going to the Super Bowl. And if you did, you're a fucking liar. Stop it with the fucking fake bullshit lying that you're like, oh, I'm a Bengals fan. I knew they were going to go to the Super Bowl. You did not. Nobody fucking knew. Okay? Nobody knew that they were going to go to the fucking Super Bowl. You know what I mean? That's why people just love to lie, love to front. It's not like that. Okay? But I've already said it like 8 times. Okay? You can throw all those stats, right? All the stats that you want on planet Earth. Passing yards in his first 2 seasons, 9,350, most ever, more than Burrow. More than any other quarterback that's ever played in history. Passing TDs, first 2 seasons, Justin Herbert, 69, most ever, more than Burrow. The best ever in first 2 seasons, 69. 300 plus yard games, 17, more than Burrow, most ever. Okay. Most ever. Yards, touchdown, 300 plus yard games. But Joe Burrow is better because he went to the Super Bowl and lost? Stop it. Fatality. Finish him. Animality. Babality. Fatality. I mean, I don't know how many people, and I can always tell the people that try to talk, they're always young. I'm 40. I've been watching this shit since 85. If you're going to get in the ring with me, all right, and you're 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, or even 21 or 22, you better know what the fuck you're talking about, okay? Because if you're 10 to 22 and you're trying to come into my ring and you're going to say some nonsense, okay, I mean, I'm going to tell you why you're wrong, and then you can either understand or not. So, yeah, mic drop. That's just like YouTube GM. He had 10 takes. He probably had like 30. He kept going on and on. He was my stat guy. No longer my stat guy. If he wants to unsub to my channel, not watch anymore, that's on him. Okay. Everyone can be opinionated, but I got to be able to have guys that actually know football and know the stats. He's opinionated. He looks through his information. He loves his teams. That's fine. But too many of the takes were horribly off. So I'm going to be looking for a new stat guy or a couple stat guys or girls for the upcoming season. I take a lot of passion to this. This is not, just me agreeing to everything that you fucking say for subs or views or donos. Sorry. Okay. I've been losing subs. I've been booting people out of the fucking room. I've lost like 200 or 300 subs of booting people out. I'd rather have good people than trolls or other people. So. But you can definitely tell who's biased and who's not. You can definitely tell who loves their quarterback and their team, and that won't give credit to anybody else. It's very clear. I can definitely tell a lot of personality based on what I read in the comment. Skinner, how are you? How's your mental health today? How are you doing? I don't know if you're still in the room. I hope you are. We can all thank Skinner for this. Beautiful. Looks like me. Got the eyebrows. Handsome looking devil there. Makes me look a little bit younger than I am. Got the Julio jersey on. Beautiful. I'll even put it up in the top right corner for a little bit here. All right, let's do that. Let's just show a lot of love to Amanda. And we can, I have it on my Facebook. I have it on my Twitter, my Instagram, and even the YouTube channel. So we usually do NWSF. I'll shift to NASCAR, right, top right corner. See, I'm changing that. Paisley, right? And then we'll go there. A little bit of O-Dog in the corner. What a beautiful graphic. It actually does look like me. Like, it's creepy. Fatality. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, though? You know what I mean? Everyone can have opinions. You know what I mean? But just because you throw up some stats there and you're a Saint fan and you're an LSU fan, you know, that's not going to convince me that Burrow is better. And I'll tell you what, I like Burrow a lot. For me, I would go Herbert, Burrow, Allen. And a lot of people would go Allen, Burrow, Herbert. You know what I mean? So I think all three are going to be Hall of Famers, if that makes any difference. So it's going good. I appreciate you. Shout out to you. Nice little picture in the corner. It's my face. But we'll go back to NWSF. But I will show the photo from time and time. Beers, DeLorean, O-Dog's face, money, bang, bang. Dude, you know what I saw today too? We're going to have Shark Week, and then the National Geographic one starts soon too. So you have like the National Geographic one and The Rock, and Shark Week starts at like July 24th. I'm watching. So when Shark Week is on, you can watch it with me, but I will be streaming during Shark Week for sure. I'm so excited for it. It's going to be awesome. I know Shark Week is like a holiday for me. I don't know about you guys, but every year for the last 20 years, I get excited for Shark Week. I watch every episode, or try to, for sure. Joseph Gonzalez in the building. What to do? Patriot fan. Oh, interesting. We got a Patriot fan in the building. I'll give you a little love, dude. You don't even have to donate. I'll even throw up a Mac Jones for you. See, that's what I do for fans. I'm more interactive than any other channel either. You know, most people are like, oh, I got to get a dono before I do anything for them. And I'll just mention their name, and maybe I'll read their comment, but not here. Let me go here. I'm going to get a new one. I'll get you a brand new, fresh one. It's a Mac Jones love. Let's give Joseph Gonzalez a little Mac Jones love. That's, like I said, I love all the teams, even the Patriots and the Cowboys, where everyone hates them. I don't. You know what I mean? Like I had some issues with the cheating with Belichick. Of course, everyone did, right? And some jealousy of them always fucking going to the Super Bowl with fucking my guy Brady now, right? I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. Can we just get another fucking team? I'm sick and tired of this guy. You know? Sick and tired of this. Sick and tired of this guy. But, I mean, this guy gets a lot of hate for no reason, for sure. There's your boy. Hey, it's your boy, Mac Jones. Mac Jones. Who? Mac Jones. Mike Jones. Some of you guys will know that reference if you know rap. If not, then you have to look it up. 65 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. Let's do it. Well, everyone on the IG or Twitter, they're all fucking stupid. You know what I mean? If I listened to everyone on ESPN or Fox Sports or Pat McAfee or Good Morning Football, I'd be a fucking moron and I'd have no subs. I would have negative subs. I would have to pay people at that point if I listened to people what they said on IG, Instagram. Stupid. Bang! That's not stupid right there. That's $10 holla. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang. $10 holla. You know, often imitated, never duplicated. A lot of people want to try to be like O-Dog, okay? But it's not going to happen because you're not doing 5, 6, 7, 8 hour streams. You're not reading for 6 hours a day. And then maybe if you did, then maybe you'd be close. $75 in donuts. Let's get to a hundo. Living my best life. Living my best life. Yeah, I can't wait till tomorrow, dude. Dodgers and Mariners tomorrow. Reminds me of the Squid Games. Fatality. It was Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch. Yeah, that's good. They have that on History or Discovery. I've seen a few episodes. And O-Dog. Yeah, I like weird stuff too. Me and Chief like that kind of stuff too. Yeah, I've never watched it in entirety, but they do have a lot of paranormal activity and a lot of crazy stuff that happens in that show. And they're looking for like treasures and shit too, I think. Let me check. It's 11:29. I'm only a little bit behind. Chief sent me a $5. Thank you, Chief. It's like 120 degrees in this room, and I'm still grinding it out. Thank you, Chief. I'm going to have to take a shower after this stream, no joke. Hot as shit in here. I got my Kenny Omega shirt on. I'm just like sweating in here. But that's what you have to do, you know, if you want to have your dreams come true, right? You got to sacrifice even though you know it's going to be really uncomfortable and hot. You know, you got to make it happen. Chief, bang, 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 baby. See, I was here, and then I was here. Yep. You're going to be looking at a few guys that should be doing pretty good for you. Got a couple of guys from Georgia on defense in the first couple rounds, but Watson should be the guy that everyone gets excited about. The Curse of Oak Island, yes. Yes, the history and the treasure, yes. Yes, absolutely. I always like that kind of stuff too. Yes. See, everyone liked it. Liked it. Bang, bang, bang. $80. Bang. See, I'm 20 more. Let's get it. And then maybe we can get to 150 or 200. We'll see what happens. And we haven't even had Holly Hundo or Cyberpunk in at all. And it's Monday. Weird, right? But we still got time because Cyber usually comes in late because he's busy. But Holly, I don't know. I haven't talked to her today. Hopefully she's doing okay. Normally she'll be in here on a Monday. But she did come in during my NASCAR stream. So there we go. Look, I'm caught up. All right, it only took me 4 hours and 12 minutes, guys, to get caught up. Is that good? I'm literally on the last comment. Boom. That might be a record, right? So let's look at this. I'll go grab a beer, but this is everyone's going to be opinionated, right? Rodgers, Mahomes, you lost Devontae, you lost Tyreek. They might not be 1-2. You know, you might have other guys that are higher. Allen at 3, I don't have a problem with that because, you know, they had a bugaboo problem where they couldn't get past this, right? They just couldn't get past, you know, the dude, right? And then now they might be able to do it. But, you know, for argument's sake, you know, if you have Aaron Rodgers, Mahomes, Allen, Brady, Burrow is too high, but he's great. Stafford is underappreciated. Herbert's too low. Russell Wilson is dangerously way too low. Watson shouldn't be on the list. Dak is just right, okay? So for me, shouldn't be on the list. Maybe number 11, maybe number 12, right? Okay. But at number 10, Dak Prescott. You lost Amari Cooper. If you still had him, you would be one spot higher. Dak Prescott, I like you. You've improved every year. You're better than Lamar. You're better than Kyler. Like I said, you can do great on third down. I trust you in the red zone where you had problems on the red zone and third down. You have horrible coaching. You have horrible OC. And you still find a way to be that leader on a team that everyone hates for, I don't know, just because the Cowboy fans are obnoxious because they just want to be champions again. but I don't know. I can see why people don't like them, but all they want to do is just be able to win a playoff game, and they just love their team. You know what I mean? But a lot of people can't put up with it. It's not like New England, but New England cheated, right? So New England did the cheat job for this. They haven't been good since 1995. They won in 92, right? 93, and then they won in 95. Okay. Bills, Steelers, 92, 93, 95. Okay. But I got Dak. I like him a lot. I like him. He's not as popular as Lamar, and Dak isn't as popular as Kyler. The last time I checked, popularity doesn't get you to the playoffs or help you win games. And I just hope, that that Dak can get the proper coaching. Like if Sean Payton comes, eventually, it's going to be fun.
A different kind of card that automatically adapts to you. Earn 5% cash back on your top eligible spend categories, up to $500 spent each billing cycle. Apply now. Visit city.com/custom cash.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town. Turned out we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, he'll be welcome too.
Number 10, Dak Prescott. Number 9, Carr, obviously, if you look at Lamar, you could say he's better than Carr. If you want to say Kyler is normally better than Carr, but, you got Josh Jacobs, top 12 running back, normally top 10 if healthy, but we can say for shits and gigs, 12. Okay. Devontae Adams just came in, and Devontae Adams obviously was the best wide receiver in the league besides Cooper Kupp and Tyreek. You already have the best slot, most underrated wide receiver in Hunter Renfrow, and you have Darren Waller, a top 3 tight end, and you have Josh McDaniels from the Patriots OC to now being head coach. So there's going to be a big uptick. O-line stinks. Defense stinks besides a few guys like Max Crosby, and you already know who the other one is. Chandler Jones. Chandler Jones in free agency. So I think that there's a chance you lost Amari Cooper. You gained Devontae Adams. Number 9, Derek Carr. Number 8, I wanted to put you a little bit higher. You swapped out Bobby Trees, Robert Woods. You brought in Allen Robinson, who might be the best number 2 in the league besides Godwin and Adam Thielen. You're great. You could win the Super Bowl again. I'm hoping my Bucs stop you, but you guys are fantastic. The running game should be healthy. OBJ will be back. Aaron Donald, Ramsey. You swapped out Von Miller for Bobby Wagner. You're going to be good. And you've already proved all the haters wrong, and you made everyone in Detroit proud. Number 8, Matthew Stafford. Number 7, I could have put at a couple positions higher, right? But I don't think Burrow is 5. I think he's very, very talented. Like I said, you got Jamar Chase, you got T. Higgins, you got Joe Mixon. I don't really like Zach Taylor. Defense was, put together with a lot of pieces and scraps from other teams, the Saints and the Cowboys, and you meshed really well. You got Kappa from my Bucks. You upgraded the offensive line. You're going to be very, very good. You were on the quarterback of the best college football team of all time with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. I mean, you were amazing, right? But I think there's still a little bit of room to grow. But I do think you're, somewhere in that 5, 6, 7, 8 category. Joe Burrow, number 7. And number 6, the only reason that I put you at number 6, I mean, I could be incredibly biased and put Brady and Herbert in my top 2 or top 3. But, just based off his stats alone that I read off to you guys, based off the yards, based off the touchdowns, and based off the 300-plus yard games, 17, I'm going to put him above Burrow. I think that they're very, very good. I like both of these guys over Josh Allen, but I got Josh Allen higher on my list because I know they have an easy schedule. They're favored in every game on the Vegas line, all 17, and they are the favored team to make the Super Bowl this year in the AFC. AFC Championship game or Super Bowl, all right, Josh Allen. But again, number 10, Dak Prescott. Number 9, Derek Carr. Number 8, Matthew Stafford. Number 7, Joey Burr. All right, the Tiger King. Justin Herbert at number 6. And I definitely could have put him much higher, but I'll let the stats speak for themselves, and I'll let his play speak for themselves. And hopefully the coach and the defensive curse of getting injured all the time goes away. And please stop the run. Please, God. Number 6, Justin Herbert. Then we go to ribs. And then we go to my top 5. And we can move these around at any point. But at this point, I won't be biased. And at number 5, I will put Tom Brady. Tom Brady could end up being number one in touchdowns, number one in yards at 44. He should have got the MVP over Aaron Rodgers, right? But, I think that we are the Rams' biggest threat. So obviously if they slip up in any way, I think Tom is going to be the most motivated quarterback out of any quarterback in the league besides Russell Wilson. I think Tom Brady has a lot to prove, and this could be his last year. He's going to want to go out on top in a storybook ending. So if anything happens with this, the Bucs are going to the Super Bowl, maybe against the Bills, or maybe Bucs versus the Broncos. That's facts. Write it down. Number 5, Tom Brady. Number 4, I could have put this guy, a little bit higher, a little bit lower, but the hype is real. ESPN loves to shove it down your throat. But like I said, I personally like Herbert and Burrow more. All right, but Josh Allen is good enough to win a Super Bowl. He's good enough to get to a Super Bowl. He's good enough to get to multiple AFC championship games. You are the most favored team in the AFC. You are great with your arm and your legs. I just need to see better coaching, and I need to see some running game. If we get that, the Bills have a chance. At number 4, Josh Allen. At number 3, everyone is disrespecting this guy. All right, he's had defensive-minded coaches at NC State, okay? Wisconsin, Seattle. This is the first time. And guess what? Guess who his coach is? Aaron Rodgers, OC, that made him win back-to-back MVPs. You really think that he's not going to still be a top 3 player? You're fucking smoking crack if you don't think so. I do think that the Broncos and the Chargers have a great shot to make the playoffs. They might slip a little bit and, go 10-7 and still make the playoffs, or maybe not. They might finish in 4th, but the teams that I like going into this year, I do like the Chargers and I do like the Broncos. I have to kind of wait and see with this approach with no Tyreek and Honey Badger, as well as the shitty O-line and defense. But at number 3 is Russell Wilson in the Broncos. First offensive-minded coach. That's a big thing. And it was someone that helped him get MVP twice. He's going to explode. And we're going to see Mr. Unlimited Dangerous go off. If the Bills don't make the Super Bowl, my favorite team right here, the Denver Broncos in year 1, just like Matthew Stafford in year 1 and just like Tom Brady in year 1. Do not be surprised if it's Broncos Bills in the AFC Championship and the Broncos win either this year or next year. I got the Broncos going to the AFC Championship game within the first 3 years, and I think that they can win a Super Bowl within the first 3 years. I think they're that good. I think they can go to 2, win 1, lose 1 before Russ calls it quits. Number 3, Dangerous. Number 2, Patrick Mahomes. I could have moved these guys a little bit. Even though I like Brady and Russ and Allen and Herbert and Burrow, but Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes. And obviously same thing goes for Aaron Rodgers, still in the number 1 spot. I think Mahomes, even though you lost Tyreek and even though you lost, Devontae Adams, you should still be able to make everyone around you better. But you did struggle last year a little bit, so we need to be able to see it. But I still believe in you. Number 2, Patrick Mahomes. And then number 1, back-to-back MVP. You don't have Nathaniel Hackett, so that worries me a little bit, but you are Aaron freaking Rodgers. No Devontae Adams, so you're going to have to go to Christian Watson. You're going to have to go no MBS, no Devontae Adams. You're going to have to go to Allen the Lizard Lazard. You're going to have to go to Robert Tonyan. You have to go to Randall Cobb. You're going to have to distribute it around, but we'll see how it happens. So again, number 11, maybe Lamar. Kyler, maybe 12. Not on the list, criminal. Okay, number 10, Dak. Number 9, Derek Carr. Number 8, Matthew Stafford. Number 7, Joe Burrow. Number 6, Justin Herbert, based off his stat line the first 2 years. Number 5, Tom Brady. Number 4, Josh Allen. Number 3, Russell Wilson. Number 2, Patrick Mahomes. Number 1, Aaron Rodgers. I think my list is better than this one. You tell me. 20 more, let's get it. Hey, 4 hours and 23 minutes, huh? But if you look at my list compared to this one, I think mine is definitely, it's a little bit more well-rounded. What's up, bro? Yeah, I'm grinding, dude. 5 hours, dude. 5-hour streams. All right, I need to go get another beer. It's crazy. It took me that long. It's almost midnight now. 4 hours and 23 minutes to get caught up. So obviously, the stream was wild today. But we have no Cyberpunk, no Holly Hundo. Some of the other goats stopped in and left. But hopefully we can at least at the bare minimum get to a hundo. Hopefully 150 to 200. I will keep streaming for a while. I don't have anything to necessarily wake up for, but anytime we go into something important like football, mental health, beers, whatever we're doing. I mean, I'll get into Julio tomorrow. We're going to have Mariners against the Nationals, the Nats. And then we also have the Dodgers that are going to be on tomorrow as well. So it should be pretty fun. But anytime we focus strictly on football, I mean, I could go for 10 hours straight. All right. You already know what it is. You know what I mean? I'm in that GOAT status. I'm in that realm by myself. There's a lot of people that want to imitate and they want to be O-Dog, but unless you're willing to do 5, 6, 7, 8 hour streams or read for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, it's never going to happen. So yeah, well, he's not in the top 10. He's nowhere even close to being in the top 10, but I think you guys could win the division, and make the playoffs and win a playoff game. So, because you already know goddamn well, he ain't in the same category as some of these other guys. In a few years, if they don't give up on him next year, we'll have to find out. A lot of Eagles fans were ready to give him the boot. But, I mean, Jalen is no Rodgers, Mahomes, Wilson, Allen, Brady, Herbert, Burrow, Stafford, Carr. Like, I would put him in the same category normally as a Carr, 2.0 Dak, because that's what Jalen is. I do like Jalen a lot too. But he's more in the Carr, Lamar, Kyler, Tannehill, kind of category. Baker, Jimmy G. But he has room to improve and get higher. But I don't think he'll ever get as high as, the highest that I think Jalen could get is maybe 12. Now, maybe he can crack the top 10. But, that's going to be a lot of effort from everyone in the team. So, yeah, all the Bears, dude. But I got to give it to you real. I just can't lie to you and just say, yeah, Jalen Hurts is a top 10 quarterback when he's actually closer to 20 than he is 10, right? That wouldn't be good to me as a friend. You want your friends to be real with you and honest, right? You don't want me to just sugarcoat shit and lie to you. Fuck, it's hot. All right, I need to get a beer. Another one.
With flexible and easy ways to start scheduling a tour, there's no place like Zillow.
Bubbles. So many bubbles. As an Expedia member, you earn points on your travels, and that's on top of your airline miles. So you can go and see, or taste, or do absolutely nothing with all those bubbles, without ever wondering if you're getting the most out of your trip. Because you are.
Dad, we got this.
We got this.
Don't you guys know?
We got this.
We got this.
We got this. We got this. We got this.
Life is for living.
We got this.
Let's partner for all of it. Edward Jones.
This is a place for believers. And when they hit the stage in Los Angeles, they'll know one thing. They've made it. The 2022 MLB Draft. Coverage begins Sunday at 6 Eastern on MLB Network.
Welcome back to Quick Pitch, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Vacations. They're great for resetting, recharging, revival, and let's be honest, some refreshment. You know what I'm talking about. I know I'm counting down the days until I get to skip town for a bit, and the San Diego Padres are likely looking forward to doing the same, as the All-Star break just can't get here soon enough. So going to LA on June 30th, the Friars have lost 7 of 10 and are tied for the fewest runs scored in the National League and have hit the fewest home runs in the majors. San Diego's rough stretch saw them lose 6.5 games in the NL West standings to the Dodgers, but they're managing to hold on to the second wildcard spot. So maybe some time to reset is exactly what the Padres need to get back on track. Could they catch a break in Colorado, though, before the All-Star break?
Padres need that. Need to start slugging. That's for sure. In a ballpark like this, you need to start taking some out of the strip. High fly ball to right field. Back goes Grichuk.
Well, that was fun. I was like an inch away from stepping into dog shit in my house. I like kicked Paisley's turd with my foot, looked down, and there was like big old turd pile. That was really, really close. That could have been really, really bad. Thank God I did not step in the dog shit. That would have not been good. Stepping in poo, not good. Get Up on ESPN, not good. Period. Yeah, dude, seriously. I am so fucked, dude. You have no idea. Yeah, well, I don't think he's not the best quarterback in the division because he's not better than Dak. Dak is a better quarterback, but he's got potential. And Carr's got Devontae Adams, right? Josh McDaniels as a new coach. That helps. Devontae Adams, the best wide receiver, the best slot, the most underrated, Hunter Renfrow, and a top 3 tight end in Waller. And he's also got Josh Jacobs. So you got to remember that too. It's that little bit of that Eagles bias coming out, not giving the Cowboys or the Giants or the Redskins Commandos any credit, But I got to keep it real. 80. Oh yeah, it was like 90 plus today. I have the door closed and the AC's on in the bedroom, but I can't feel it in here. So yeah, I definitely don't sugarcoat it. I mean, if you look at Jalen Hurts' stats, bro, he's nowhere near this talent of this guy. I got this guy over Lamar and Kyler. Jalen Hurts is nowhere near the same stratosphere as these 3 guys, but he has a chance to, put up some good numbers, win the division, and stuff. But he's got a ways to go before he's here, or here. That's just being honest. And he's not the best quarterback in the division. It's this right here. That's just being honest. I mean, I give Jalen the, Dak 2.0. That's who Jalen is. I like Jalen more than Kyler or Baker from Oklahoma. So. Well, he's like best friends with Dak, so it's all political. But Tony Pollard is much better. That's facts. All right, time for another beer. And hopefully we can get to a good number before I end. We got 29 more minutes to get to 5 hours. Yeah, and obviously we know that this is tough, man. A lot of people are going through a lot of the mental health, and it's Mental Health Monday. So again, if anyone has anything that they, want to go over, you definitely can go over things with me, and I'll definitely be here to help out any way that I can. That's big facts. Yeah, but I don't know if we have 4 hours plus to get caught up. It's tough. I did have socks on. Yeah, I'm good. I looked down and I was like, what is that? Because there was a towel down and we left the back door open so she could go in and out, but it was letting the hot air in. And I saw some turds that were on the deck. But then I looked down and I'm like, it was dark kind of. I was like, what is that? I was like, oh my God, it's a turd. So luckily I didn't step on it. I just like kind of kicked it with the side of my sock, and it was dry and it was all hard. So luckily it wasn't soft. Otherwise I would have had a poo sock. So cheers. It's 100 degrees. I did a 4-hour stream. It took me 4 hours to get caught up. And I didn't even read all the comments, but I know people appreciate it. I know some people want me to be up to speed and to skip everyone's comments, but I mean, if you got something important to say, or if it's like a hot take, or, I want to make sure I read everybody, at least one comment from every person that's in the room, or at least try to, These have been really hard to find. These Modelo Chelada pineapple beers, they're my favorite. They're better than the mango. And last weekend, they had 5. I bought them all for camping. And then in the last, I would say 3 months, it's been very slim pickings. They don't have it. It's just mango, orange, no lime. And after a while, I don't want to drink orange. I'll drink one orange beer and I don't want another one. Mango, I can drink 1 to 5. Pineapple, I can drink 1 to 5. But pineapple is the most enjoyable. It's got the best taste. And I do like the mango one a lot. But I mean, I was already drinking the mango every day for like a month, you know? It's nice to have. And then I would switch over to like Corona with lime. So yeah, so fucking. And speaking of hot, I need to open the window in here. I need to get some air in here. It's crazy. And literally the whole stream has been about this top 10 list. Normally when I do a stream, we'll talk about food and we'll do baseball and Dodgers, Mariners. They had the night off today. And I saw this in stupid ass list. And I was like, you know what? I was going to do my own top 10 in about a week. But then I was like, okay, these fucking motherfuckers put out this horrible ESPN get up list. First glance, I was like, okay, I don't have a problem with the top 4. Burrow is rated too high, but he's great. Stafford being on the list is awesome. Herbert's too low. Russell Wilson should be in the top 5. Deshaun shouldn't be on the list, and Dak is perfect. So there wasn't really there was some good things and some questionable things. But definitely the Russell and the Herbert too low, Burrow too high. Deshaun shouldn't even be on the list. So that's why I wanted to do mine. But like I said, I think mine 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I could have switched up Rodgers and Mahomes and slid them down. I really could have. I mean, it might end up being something like this, honestly, when the season is all said and done. I mean, it could be something like this. Hold on. Like it could be something like this, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You could have a lot of movement. You never know who might be sitting at number 1. Could it be him? 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 You know what I mean? Like you never know. But the one thing I do know is with Mahomes and Rodgers, I mean, you lost your best weapon. You know what I mean? So when you lose your best weapon, there's probably going to be a little bit of a learning curve. You know what I'm saying? Like you lost Devontae Adams. You lost Tyreek. I mean, those guys are not going to be replaceable. The best receiver in the game and the most dynamic, fast receiver in the game. I mean, you don't win games without him. Period. So, I mean, you could still win 10 to 13 games, both teams, but it might not be as strong of a team. Like you might be like an 11 or 12 win team instead of 13 or 14. And you might be a 10 or 11 win team instead of a 12, 13 or 14. You know what I mean? Because obviously the division is going to be so stacked. And the conference too. God, it's so hot in here. Fuck. It's fucking hot as shit. But yeah, this is the first stream that we've literally talked about football. And that was it. Like we literally haven't got into anything. And remember, I told you within an hour that we were going to end up getting Cyberpunk. Remember? Because I figured we would. Exactly at that 1 hour, about 8 minutes ago, Cyberpunk with a 20. I knew we were going to see him. Thank you, Cyber. No Holly Hundo today. And we can definitely feel when she's here, when she's not. Conversation-wise, dono-wise, fun-wise. I think that she and Cyber bring a lot of energy and fun to every show that we do. Bang, bang. Cyberpunk with a 20. And also what's very critical of the show too is Sarah. Because like when Sarah had her job and she was leaving after an hour, the vibe was different. It's like I can still have Jameson, do the donos, and I can still have Elliot do the donos as well. Right? I could definitely have them, you know what I mean? But Sarah's the lead mod for a reason. And when she's here throughout the whole stream, everything flows better with the donos and where we are, what our goal is, what we're trying to get. And it's not like I'm saying Jameson can't do it, because he can. And I'm not saying that Elliot can't do it, because they both do a great job filling in. But I definitely is a different vibe when Sarah, Jameson, and Elliot are all here, as well as Holly. You can definitely tell. So usually, having Sarah in the building, it definitely makes the donations go up, because with what she's doing, when I don't have to say it. I mean, we see the ticker, you know what I mean? But I'm not actually physically, verbally saying, hey, donate to the channel, subscribe, smash the like button. You know what I mean? It's just, everything is down below, and she'll handle everything else. And that makes a big difference. It really does. So shout out to Sarah for being Sarah, and Jameson and Elliot. And hopefully we'll see Holly Hundo tomorrow. Weird that we didn't see her today, but maybe she's stressing out. Maybe she's doing some artwork. Maybe she had a rough day at work. I don't know. I didn't talk to her, but we'll look forward to talking to her. I think Holly might be maybe the most interesting person out of everyone in our whole Fanatic family. You know what I mean? Just based on being a veterinarian and being an artist. I mean, Cyberpunk too, obviously with the art and with the pizza boxes and the beer can and the Coca-Cola. I mean, we have some really interesting people in the room, and you can tell the vibe. When Holly's in the room, the vibe goes up 1,000. Have you guys noticed that? When she's in the room for either Grossi or here, the vibe goes up 1,000%. Just good vibes, good conversation. It always is a better stream when Holly's in it, and she's a great person, very supportive, very generous. Obviously with her donos, just like Cyber. So shout out to you guys. I appreciate you guys very, very much. Everyone in the room. Hey, fuck, dude. I mean, I'm not normally grinding it out with these hot takes and going after it. You know what I mean? But NFL is my number one passion besides college football and wrestling. So if we're talking wrestling, NFL or college football, I can go into the end of time. I mean, I could literally do probably a 10, 15-hour stream straight just talking NFL. Easily. You know what I mean? Like easy. College football, NFL, wrestling. I'm the most knowledgeable in those three for sure. But my knowledge in baseball is very good. NBA is very good. Obviously, I'm trying to learn hockey, more soccer. I feel my NASCAR is very good, considering I just started this year and we're already, getting new fans, and we're already having a great performance and start with doing the NASCAR. I mean, I didn't really think NASCAR streams would be this good for me, but it is kind of an untapped market. So if I can keep grinding it out and get more fans, knowing that I do love NASCAR as well, like that's a good, demographic to reach. Let's go. $100 in donos. Let's get to 50. Let's do it. $100 away from 200, 50 away from 100. We got 20 minutes to go to 5 hours, but there is a chance that I go longer. We'll see. I know my girlfriend is going to work tomorrow, and she has to wake up at 7. Paisley was on the bed. My girlfriend was just about to go to sleep. I think my girlfriend's daughter is probably awake playing video games or something. So she doesn't have school. It's summertime. So I'm going to keep grinding. I mean, Jake Paul gave me crabs, was in here earlier. How are you, bro? Jesus Christ, dude. It took me 4 hours because I didn't want to be a dick and skip anybody. I mean, I know some people maybe get upset with me, but I think a lot of people do appreciate it, that I'm the only guy on YouTube that literally goes through all the comments. And even if it takes me a long time to get caught up, I mean, I still do it because I want to make sure that everyone feels important, It's just, of course I would love to keep up on the comments and be right there. But when we have so many, I mean, I want to make sure that if someone commented and then had to leave, that at least I get to it. So that way, if they watch the replay, they'll be like, oh shit, he actually got to my comment, It's literally like 110 in here. But that's what you do if you have dreams, right? You have dreams and goals. You grind it out. This is the longest it's taken for me to catch up. And I'm going to be rewarded tonight by watching the Saints and somebody in the 2010 playoffs. Who is it? Saints and Seahawks, I bet. Yep, it is. Nolans blows, it says on the sign. Nolans blows chunks. And then it's got Breeze. He just fumbled the snap. Oh, my God. Turn on NFL Network. And if you guys want to watch NFL with me, what's on baseball? Pac-12. I got to look here. Mets and Braves. I watched that earlier. South Carolina spring game. Auburn and Washington. Hawaii and Oregon State. Arizona State and Duke in the Sun Bowl from 2014. Ooh. I love college football. I want to watch that a little bit. But this is Saints and Seahawks. So let's do that. All right, Saints 3, Seahawks 0, 2010 wild card. I think Marquise Colston is out there. Oh, Breeze is out there. I'm watching. All right, turn on NFL Network if you want to watch some football. I mean, this has been pretty much a football stream. So, yeah, I would say out of any stream that I've done in the last 2 months, I've never said, hey, you guys should probably go back and watch the first 3 hours. This one is one of those. We didn't really go off of topic. It was literally NFL quarterbacks, the whole stream, all 5 hours. I mean, we're 4 hours and 44 minutes, and that hasn't been done. I'm trying to remember the last time I talked about just NFL in a stream. That's pretty wild. Yeah, no notes either. Lots of people thinking they know sports. I'm not right all the time, but I'm not going to agree with you just because you donate or you comment. Like, if it's not something I agree in, I'll let you know. But YouTube GM was doing take after take after take. He had like 10 that I read off on the screen. He had 8 bad ones. So I'm definitely looking for a new stats and analytics guy. I got to be able to find someone that knows football. And it doesn't just look at the stats and doesn't really deep dive. I mean, sometimes stats can be deceiving. It's like Kirk Cousins. He's not a top 10 quarterback. His stats may say he is, right? But he's not consistent enough. And a lot of times they're down. And if you're losing games and you're throwing deep and you end up with 300 yards because you're down by 20, I mean, you're kind of padding the stats. So, yeah, glad that you're back, bro. Fucking A, it took me a while to get caught up. So, Cyber doing cyber. Oh, he's fucking working, dude. He works graveyard. He's fucking making that art on the pizza boxes, on the liquor, on the Coca-Cola, he works graveyard from like 7 p.m. to like 6 a.m. So I already know when he's going to show up. But the only one that didn't show up was Holly, really. Seriously, a good one, right? Like lots of high energy. Like I definitely would recommend going and watching the first 3 hours or just rewatching the stream. I guarantee that anyone that missed the stream, if they go back and watch it, it'll be one of the best ones. Like some people won't do it because it's not live, but I know a lot of my friends and a lot of people that will rewatch the stream or like, they'll cycle through it. They'll watch for like a little bit and then they'll fast forward. But I mean, pretty much it was just, going after it, throughout all the takes and stuff. So. The most famous crab on YouTube, Jake Paul. There's a lot. You are a GOAT too. I mean, Mr. Williams is a GOAT. I mean, there's a lot of people, but I can definitely tell a difference, when Sarah's in the room all the time and then when she's not, when Holly's in the room or when she's not. I mean, at some point I want to be able to make enough money where I can just pay Sarah so she doesn't even have to work at a regular job anymore, and she can just be like my assistant, my number one, and she can just handle all the mod stuff. And I still have other mods, you know what I mean? But to do the donation and to be here, all the time and to treat it like this is her full-time job and, be able to get her some Colts merch and, jerseys and helmets and, pants and, maybe even tickets to a Colts game. I want to be able to take care of my people that take care of me. So I got a lot of goals, with the YouTube studio, the restaurant, but I definitely want to be able to reward the people that are, working hard for me. So, and that's why I try to, hook Sarah up when I can, but I still got some tax stuff that I need to take care of. I got another like 500 that I need to take care of before they start trying to fuck me over. And then once I get some of that other shit taken care of, that other 500, then I'll pretty much be in business. And then I can get a jersey for Shep and I can start getting Mr. Williams. I can start trying to find some stuff. I mean, I don't even know. I mean, even if I have to get you Dodger tickets to get your ass to a Dodger game, you know what I mean? Something. I mean, obviously with sizes, it's kind of hard to find stuff. Once you go above extra large, extra large, extra large. I mean, sometimes when you go up to a certain size, it's hard finding stuff. Like I can find some Fire, Kobe, Magic, Dodger stuff, but these motherfuckers end the size chart at like X large or double X. Like what happens if someone needs a triple or quadruple? You're not going to make a fucking shirt for them? Like, yeah. It's definitely a good one though. Cyber is clutch. I can't even tell you how many times Cyber has come in the clutch for sure. Swamp ass goals. Yep. Jake Paul is a go-to. Jake Paul just came in and just dropped hundreds. Some of you guys, like I will never forget you, if you do $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, but especially when you get people that drop the 50, the 100, the 150, the 200. I mean, that's big. I mean, that's like, I don't give a shit what anyone says, if you get to a point on YouTube and you can't even get excited for someone even doing $1, like, that's a problem. You know what I mean? And I always will make sure that I show the proper appreciation and gratitude and give backs to the fans. I mean, I literally want to give back more to you guys than any other channel. My goal is to give a jersey away at halftime during NFL season in the near future. I mean, imagine coming to my channel, right, and donating to get into the raffle, $1 to $100, right? And then I pick a name, and if I pick your name, you get a jersey from me, from your favorite team, Mitchell and Ness, or like a sewn jersey. I mean, how cool would that be? You donate $5 to $100, you get your name in the pool. I pick a name, boom. I mean, and I do that every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night. That would be really fun. I mean, especially if I'm making $1,000 a show or more, why not do something fun like that? That'll get more people to come, and obviously it'll reward the goats, that are taking care of me. I don't need a lot of money. I just need to pay my rent, pay my bills, take care of Paisley, make enough money to give back to you guys, so that way I can give you guys cool things. And that's the ultimate goal, to show that connection and that appreciation. I mean, trust me, I wish I could get cool merch for every single person that's donated to me. I mean, it's important, to be able to recognize who's supporting you. And that's facts. Michael is in the building. Let's throw up some NWO. We don't really throw up a lot of pictures other than football tonight, but let me try to find a really sweet NWO wolf pack for us to celebrate. Okay, hold on here. Let me see if I can find a good one.
Now, this is something that Matt Hasselbeck talked about. One-on-one situations, throwing back shoulder to Michael Williams.
Lots of NWO black and white, but not as much NWO Wolfpack. I'm looking though. But I will go with my dude. Hold up. Don't talk back to the wolf pack. Your ass might come back in a body bag. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Don't talk back to the wolf pack. You might end up in a body bag. Boom, 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 boom. But NWO and NWO Wolfpack were just amazing. I'll give you my favorite wrestler ever. There you go. Fucking madness. New World Order for life, brother. Oh yeah. There will be never anybody that, I love Hogan a lot. I love Hogan. I love Macho Man, RVD, Sabu, Rock, Stone Cold. I'm always gonna have my favorites, but I guess if I was gonna go, I'd go, Macho Man, Hollywood Hogan, Rock, Stone Cold, RVD. If I'm gonna go for 5, as far as like entertainment factor, guys that I'm big NWO, so I love Macho. I'm a big NWO. I like Nash and Hall too, so let's not forget about them. But Stone Cold and Rock cannot be not mentioned, right? I got to mention Stone Cold and Rock, Macho and Hogan. 2 guys from old, 2 guys from the Attitude Era, and then 1 guy from ECW and RVD. I think I'd probably go with those 5. 100 and donos. Let's get to 200 or 150. Yes, you are the woman. Let's take a look to see if I can find another one for us before I get back. Even if it's not Wolfpack, I would prefer it. I have NWO stuff, but I don't. A lot of the stuff is like video game NWO, or it's like the size is too small. There's BWO, LWO. There's just so many NWO things, but this is kind of cool. Let's see this one. See if I can get it to actually. Oh, okay. NWO. For life. New world order. For life, brother. Oh, yeah. It's me, Macho Man, yeah. NWSF, the best in the world, yeah. All these haters on O-Dog, yeah. New World Order. The Wolf Pack. The history of the NWO. And they said it was for life. For real. I believed them. I was like, all right, man, I guess it is for life. I'm still wearing the fucking... I wore the shirt today when I went to go. I mean, I still got the jacket, the satin jacket. I still got the... I got the Wolfpack jacket. I got the fucking NWO black and white. I mean, they told me. He said NWO for life. Okay, man, I believe you. I mean, here's one right here. It's not going to fill the screen, but obviously it'll show some of the other members. There we go. Sting, Conan, who follows me, Lex Luger, who's a lot skinnier now without roids, and my boy Kevin Nash. New world order for life, brother. Ow! Boom, 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 boom. The best. The Wolfpack, baby. All right. 5 minutes to 5 hours. I mean, this stream was pretty much all NWO. No. All NFL. I mean, it took me 4 hours and like 30 minutes to get caught up tonight. That's the longest. So Razor Ramon. Yeah. Oh, I cried when Razor died. When Razor died and, for Scott Hall, I mean, that was not easy on me. Like, I've never cried when a wrestler died. I've never done that before. That was like the first time ever. I will cry when Nash dies, and I will cry when Hogan dies. See if I can come up with a NWO black and white. I found a brand new one that I've never seen before. I don't know if it's going to be big enough for the stream, but I'm going to look. I'm going to find out before I post. Oh, yeah. You ready? Okay, we got Macho Man. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The best on the microphone. Oh, yeah. NWO. That one's fire. I'm keeping this one. That's sick. I'm deleting the other ones except for the Macho Man. Some good shit right there. You never know what I'm going to find, too. I mean, I'm 40, so I grew up with Razor Ramon. I grew up with Scott Hall, Hogan, Hulkamaniacs, Hulk Hogan. Eat your vitamins and say your prayers, brother. Diesel, Kevin Nash. I mean, I have the figures. I had the wrestling ring. I mean, NWO is my favorite by far. I'm not DX. I'm not Bullet Club. I'm not, the Shield. I mean, it's NWO. It's NWO. It's for life. Okay. They had the best wrestlers together in that generation. So that's big facts. It might be time for another gummy. It's so fucking hot in here.
He was really hoping to get the football down the field to Robert Meacham, their vertical threat. I've had several defensive coordinators tell me that basically Drew Brees is touchdown or check down. He wants to get the ball vertical, but if not, he knows where every check down on the field is. Play action fake, roll to the right. Posted with the catch. Here comes out of bounds, about the 33-yard line. Earl Thomas, the rookie safety from the Seahawks, super talented, and they talk so much in positive terms about it, but victimized in the first meeting by Drew Brees of the Saints. Yeah, they had a bust there, Tom. What happened was Earl Thomas should have been in the flat. He went deep along with the corner, so they had two people deep and nobody in the flat. That's all on the safety, Earl Thomas.
All right, we're 4 hours and 58 minutes in. It's late. It's like 2:30 or 3:30 at this point. Like I said, it's late. I can end the stream. I always do 5 hours minimum. I just didn't think it was going to take me 4 hours to get caught up. But when we do NFL, streams, I didn't even do any like tropical backgrounds. We ended up bringing a couple photos up of a couple different stories and people that hopped in the room, and went over Herbert, and obviously we talked about Belichick, and I didn't really get to go into all the things that I had initially planned. Cool picture with Rodgers, Dak, Mahomes, and Brady. But I went over my top 10. We went over this top 10, and I mean, shit, if we do a top 10 video on anything, it's going to easily last hours. That's facts. So no problem. I know it's super late. And then, like I said, we got at least to 100 in donos. Yeah. So, and then I guess for everyone else, like I said, Jake Paul, did you get a chance to see my top 10 or see this list? Because like I said, I can, depending on who's in here. I mean, if you guys want to hang out for another like 30 minutes, we can. If you guys just want to end the stream and you got to go, I'll always be back, tomorrow or later on today. Like I said, it's up to you on what you want to do. I don't know if it's going to be Michaela or Jameson or you, Jake Paul, or who's hanging out, or Mr. Williams, but it looks like Mr. Williams had to go. Sarah left. So it's up to you guys. I'll let you guys that are left in the room decide what we do. Do you guys want to continue to hang out? We can talk about, literally food or beer or, NFL, whatever you guys want to do, or we can call it a stream. It's totally up to you. I don't care. I mean, if we end up getting another dono before the stream ends, that would be great. But if we don't, I mean, I'll just regroup and I'll come back tomorrow. I just definitely wanted to give my, 2 cents on this horrible list that I ended up seeing, and wanted to give kind of my opinions. And, you have people like YouTube GM and other people that have a lot of opinions and whatnot. But I mean, like someone making this list thinking this is correct is just laughable. So you'll rewatch the stream. Yeah. If you rewatch it in the first 3 hours or 4 hours, if you have time or whatever, it's very good. Like it's literally action packed from the very beginning. It took me 4 hours to catch up, 4 hours and 30 minutes to catch up. So, but I think it's already 5 hours now. So, I mean, I think we can just end the stream, and that way I can just rest my voice, and I can eat some food and relax. And then I'll be back tomorrow, and then we'll do another 5 hour stream. And then maybe I'll do like running backs or wide receivers, and we'll go that route. Probably do running back maybe. Yeah. So let's call it a night. Yeah. If we had more people, Michaela, I would, but I mean, I'm going to call it. And like I said, Jake will watch the stream. Jameson's tired. Sarah left. Everyone's already been grinding. It's already 2:30 or 3:30. So I will be back. And, like I said, I hope everyone enjoyed, my visuals that I ended up doing. I thought I had a lot of fun with this particular stream. Lots of different options for top 10 quarterbacks. There's no really right or wrong answer, but I do appreciate everybody in the room. And obviously we know mental health is very, very important, and we'll be back. So I appreciate everybody. I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang. Oh, yeah, baby. NWO for life.